Welcome, dear friends, to a serene evening where relaxation opens the door to sweet dreams. As the night gently wraps around us, let your imagination drift into whimsical worlds filled with wonder and delight. Tonight, we invite you to unwind and anticipate the comforting stories that await. This is the perfect time of the year to embrace these soothing tales, where relaxation and peaceful dreams go hand in hand. So settle in, breathe deeply, and let the magic of bedtime stories carry you away. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. The village, known for its cobblestone paths and charming cottages with thatched roofs, exuded an air of warmth and tranquility. Clusters of vibrant wildflowers adorned the winding pathways, and the gentle hum of bees and the distant chirping of crickets created a calming symphony. While others saw the world through ordinary eyes, Willow possessed a special gift, the ability to sense the magic hidden within everyday objects. One crisp autumn evening, the air infused with the scent of burning wood and fallen leaves, Willow sat by the crackling fireplace in her family's rustic cottage. The flames danced merrily, casting flickering shadows on the wooden walls. Her gaze fell upon an old tarnished brass key that had belonged to her grandmother. Most would have seen it as a simple trinket, but to Willow's keen senses, it pulsed with a faint yet unmistakable magical energy. Curiosity burning within her, Willow tucked the key safely into her pocket, feeling its cool metal against her skin. She felt an inexplicable pull, as though the key was whispering secrets to her, urging her to unveil its mysteries. Her path led her deep into the ancient forest, where towering trees stood as silent sentinels, their branches intertwining to form a natural cathedral. The rustling leaves whispered secrets of ages past, and the earthy scent of moss and rich soil enveloped her senses. The forest was alive with the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush and the distant hoot of an owl, creating an orchestra of natural sounds that both comforted and invigorated her. Along the way, Willow encountered two unlikely companions, a wise old owl named Hoots and a mischievous rabbit named Nibbles. Hoots, with his vast knowledge of the forest's lore, became Willow's trusted guide, his amber eyes gleaming with wisdom. His feathers were a tapestry of muted browns and grays, blending seamlessly with the shadows of the forest. He often regaled Willow with tales of ancient magic, his voice a soothing balm in the quiet forest. Meanwhile, Nibbles, with his boundless energy and playful antics, kept their spirits high. His soft fur and twitching whiskers brought a sense of joy and companionship to their journey. As they journeyed, Willow learned more about her companions. Hoots, she discovered, had once been a companion to Willow's grandmother, sharing memories of moonlit nights spent deciphering the stars. His quiet wisdom was tempered by a gentle sadness, a longing for times past. Nibbles, on the other hand, was driven by an insatiable curiosity and an unyielding desire for adventure. He had stumbled upon the forest as a young rabbit, drawn by tales of its wonders, and had stayed ever since, entranced by its magic. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they faced a formidable challenge, a tangled thicket of thorny vines that seemed impenetrable. The vines twisted and curled like serpents, their sharp thorns glinting in the dim light. Willow knew that brute force would only lead to injury, so she paused to listen to the whispers of the forest, feeling the cool breeze caress her cheek. It was then that Nibbles, ever observant, noticed a peculiar pattern in the way the vines grew. With Hoot's guidance, they realized that the vines were not a barrier, but a puzzle, a test of wisdom and patience. The vines seemed to hum a melodic tune, and Willow felt a connection to their rhythm, as if they were guiding her hands. Carefully, Willow followed the intricate weave of the vines, tracing their paths with the old brass key. With each gentle turn, the vines softened and parted, revealing a hidden path that led them to a breathtaking sight, a secluded glade where a crystal-clear pool shimmered in the dappled sunlight. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilies, and the gentle lapping of water created a serene melody. In the glade, they stumbled upon an ancient stone altar, half hidden by the creeping ivy. It bore inscriptions in a language Willow had never seen, yet she felt an inexplicable familiarity with the symbols. Hoots explained that the altar was a relic of the forest's earliest guardians, a testament to the enduring bond between nature and magic. As Willow approached the water's edge, the key in her hand grew warm, pulsing with a radiant glow that matched the golden hues of the setting sun. She dipped it into the pool, and the surface rippled, revealing a vision of her grandmother's kind face, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. Her grandmother's voice echoed softly, resonating with love and warmth. "My dearest Willow, this key is not merely a trinket, but a symbol of the magic that resides within us all. Use it wisely, and it will open doors to wondrous realms beyond your imagination." In that moment, Willow understood that the true magic lay not in the key itself, but in her own heart and the bonds of friendship she had forged with Hoots and Nibbles. Her heart swelled with gratitude and a deep sense of purpose. She realized that the key was a reminder of the unseen wonders in the world, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts. With newfound understanding, Willow turned to Hoots and Nibbles, acknowledging the profound connections they shared. She recognized that her journey had not just been about unlocking the mysteries of the key, but also about embracing the magic of friendship and memory. The forest, once a realm of mystery, had become a place of belonging. Before leaving the glade, the trio decided to rest, basking in the tranquility of the magical place. As the evening shadows lengthened, Willow found herself opening up to her companions about her fears and dreams. She confided in Hoots and Nibbles about her uncertainty regarding her gift, and her worry about whether she could truly live up to the legacy of her grandmother. Hoots, in his calm and reassuring manner, reminded her that understanding and nurturing her gift would take time, while Nibbles playfully assured her that adventure would guide her path. This moment of vulnerability marked a turning point for Willow. For the first time, she allowed herself to fully accept her gift, embracing both its challenges and the potential for incredible discovery. Her companions, feeling the shift in her spirit, offered their unwavering support, promising to stand by her side through every twist and turn of her journey. With renewed wonder and a newfound appreciation for the extraordinary hidden in the ordinary, Willow embraced her destiny as a guardian of magic. She and her companions returned to the village, where the villagers gathered around to hear tales of their adventures. Willow's stories inspired others to seek out the magic in their own lives, reminding them of the beauty in the mundane. From that day forth, Willow, Hoots, and Nibbles embarked on countless adventures, unlocking the secrets of the world one magical object at a time. They discovered enchanted mirrors that revealed one's true self, and ancient trees that sang songs of the past. And whenever the night grew long and the stars twinkled brightly overhead, Willow would share her tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice a beacon of hope and magic. Her stories reminded all who listened that magic is everywhere, if only you have the heart to see it. Story 2. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a quaint little village cradled by whispering woods and meandering brooks, lived a young and curious soul named Finn. Finn was known for his bright eyes that sparkled with curiosity and a heart that danced to the tunes of wonder. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Finn's imagination would take flight, dreaming of lands beyond the familiar fields and forest. The village itself was a tapestry of vibrant life, where cobblestone paths wove between cottages with thatched roofs, and the air was often filled with the earthy scent of baking bread and fresh-cut wood. Villagers greeted each other with warm smiles, their lives intertwined through shared stories and collective memories. It was amidst this backdrop of community and connection that Finn's dreams of adventure took root, nurtured by the tales of old travelers and the songs of wandering minstrels who passed through the village square. Finn's days were filled with small adventures, whether it was helping the blacksmith with the bellows and feeling the heat of the forge against his skin, or listening to the baker's tales while the sweet scent of cinnamon rolls filled the air. Yet beneath these everyday moments, a yearning for something more tugged at his heart. His grandmother, wise and gentle, often watched him with a knowing smile, sensing the quiet storm of dreams brewing within him. One soft, golden morning, when the dew still clung to grass like tiny jewels, Finn stumbled upon a path he had never noticed before. It was a narrow trail, hidden beneath a canopy of intertwining branches that formed an archway, twinkling with morning light. The path beckoned with a silent promise of adventure, whispering tales only the wind and trees knew. With a gentle sigh of the heart, Finn stepped onto the path, feeling the soft earth yield beneath his feet. The air was filled with the scent of blooming jasmine and the sweet song of distant larks, creating a melody that was both soothing and thrilling. As Finn ventured deeper, the foliage around him began to shimmer with an otherworldly glow, each leaf catching the light in a dance of emerald and gold. As he journeyed further, Finn began to recall the stories his grandmother used to tell him by the fireside, tales of enchanted woods where time moved differently and where dreams mingled with reality. Her voice, as soft as the rustling leaves, seemed to accompany him, urging him to seek the truths hidden within the whispers of the forest. A gentle breeze carried with it the scent of pine and the faintest hint of lavender, a fragrance that always reminded him of home. The trail led Finn to a clearing where the light seemed to gather and swirl like a gentle storm of stars. There, in the center of the clearing, stood a grand old tree with bark as silver as moonlight and roots that curled lovingly into the earth. It was unlike any tree Finn had ever seen, for its branches stretched wide, adorned with blossoms that gleamed like tiny lanterns. As Finn approached, a soft rustling sounded from the branches, and down fluttered a peculiar creature. It was a small, feathery being with wings that shimmered like sunlit rainbows and eyes as deep and kind as summer skies. The creature introduced itself as Lyra, the guardian of this enchanted grove, and welcomed Finn with a melodious chirp that felt like a warm embrace. Finn and Lyra wandered through the grove, where they encountered many wonders. There were streams that sang as they flowed over smooth stones, fields of flowers that changed colors with each gentle breeze, and butterflies that painted the air with their delicate dances. Finn's heart swelled with joy and curiosity, each step uncovering new marvels that fed his adventurous spirit. In the heart of the grove, Finn discovered a peculiar sight, a circle of stones, each one glowing with a soft, inviting light. Lyra explained that these stones were the wisdom stones, ancient sentinels that held the secrets of the forest and the tales of those who dared to explore beyond the known. Encouraged by Lyra's gentle urging, Finn approached the stones. As he did, a soft warmth spread through him, and a vision unfolded before his eyes. He saw the village, his home, and all the people he loved, each one connected by invisible threads of kindness and courage. He understood then that the stones revealed not just the secrets of the forest, but the strength within himself and the bonds that tied him to his world. As the vision faded, Finn felt a newfound courage blossom within his heart. He realized that the unknown was not something to fear, but a realm of endless possibilities waiting to be explored. With gratitude, Finn thanked Lyra, promising to cherish the courage and wonder he had discovered. Before leaving the grove, Finn paused at the edge of the clearing, taking a moment to reflect on the journey he had just undertaken. It was then that Lyra shared one final piece of wisdom. The path you took today was not just within the forest, but within your own heart. Remember, Finn, the true journey lies in how we choose to see the world and the stories we create with each step. After this revelation, Finn realized there was more to explore and learn. He decided to sit by the grand tree and listen. As the afternoon sun filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the ground, Finn heard the rustle of leaves and felt an inexplicable connection to the forest. It was as if the grove was sharing its own stories with him, tales of ancient travelers, lost loves, and unfathomable wisdom hidden within each ring of a tree and each ripple of a brook. Finn sat there until the sun began its descent, casting long, golden shadows as he prepared to make his way back to the village. The path seemed less mysterious now, a familiar friend guiding him home. As he stepped out of the archway, the village welcomed him with open arms, the scent of evening meals wafting through the air, and the laughter of children echoing in the twilight. Finn's heart was light, filled with the warmth of his adventure and the gentle lessons he had learned. He knew that though the world was vast and unknown, it was also bright and full of magic for those who dared to wander with an open heart. And so, as the stars blinked into being and the night wrapped the village in its soft embrace, Finn lay in his bed, gazing out at the sky, dreaming of the adventures yet to come. He whispered a quiet promise to himself, to always follow the paths that called to his heart, and to greet every new day with the courage and wonder he had found in the enchanted grove. With that comforting thought, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, the gentle lullaby of the forest echoing in his dreams, assuring him that he was never truly alone on his journey. As the night deepened, the village rested under a blanket of stars, and somewhere in the whispering woods the grove waited patiently for the next dreamer to wander its paths. Story 3. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed like gentle dancers under the moon's tender gaze, there was a little village named Fern Hollow. Nestled amongst the lush greenery, Fern Hollow was a place out of time, where the air always carried the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle hum of the nearby brook could lull even the most restless to sleep. The village lay hidden from the modern world, surrounded by ancient trees whose roots wove deep into the earth, whispering stories of ages past to those who would listen. In this tranquil village lived a young girl named Lila. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that twinkled like the stars above, Lila was known for her curious spirit and a heart as big as the woods themselves. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spoke of ancient tales and secrets that seemed to whisper through the leaves. Her grandmother's cottage was a haven of warmth and wisdom, its shelves lined with jars of herbs and potions, each with its own story and purpose. The cottage itself was an extension of the forest, its wooden beams and stone hearth built from the very materials of the woods. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila sat by the fireplace with her grandmother. The fire crackled softly, casting a warm glow around the cozy room. Her grandmother, with a voice like honey, began to tell a story of the whispering woods and the wonders it held. The room was filled with the scent of cinnamon and pine, mingling with the earthy aroma of the burning wood, creating an atmosphere that felt both magical and grounding. Deep in the heart of these woods, her grandmother began, lies the enchanted willow, an ancient tree with leaves that shimmer like silver in the moonlight. It is said that the willow holds a secret, a magical ability to reveal hidden truths to those who seek with a pure heart. Her words painted vivid pictures in Lila's mind, her imagination weaving images of the mystical tree and its secrets, each leaf a portal to a world unseen. Lila listened intently, feeling the weight of her grandmother's words in her heart. Her grandmother continued, "But beware, my dear. The path to the enchanted willow is one of discovery and transformation. It is a journey not just through the woods, but through one's own heart." As her grandmother spoke, Lila's heart swelled with a mixture of excitement and apprehension, the kind that accompanies the cusp of a great adventure. As the fire's warmth began to lull her into a gentle slumber, Lila's mind was filled with dreams of the enchanted willow. She could hardly resist the pull of adventure that the tale had kindled within her. The whispers of the woods seemed to echo in her dreams, calling her to seek out the truth hidden within the silvery leaves. The very next morning, with a soft blanket of mist hugging the ground, Lila set off into the whispering woods. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the melody of birds greeting the dawn. She wore her favorite cloak, a deep green that blended seamlessly with the forest, and carried a small satchel, its contents unknown even to her, for her grandmother had packed it with care. The satchel felt reassuringly heavy against her side, a tangible reminder of her grandmother's love and wisdom. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the path beneath her feet was soft with moss, and the air grew cooler, filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, leading her further into its embrace. Each step seemed to draw her closer to the heart of the woods, where the air was thick with the promise of secrets waiting to be uncovered. The whispering woods were not just a backdrop to Lila's journey. They were a tapestry of life, woven with stories that had unfolded over countless generations. The trees stood like ancient sentinels, their bark etched with the passage of time. The forest floor was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, a testament to the cycle of life that thrived within this magical realm. The brook that meandered through the woods was a lifeline, its waters clear and cool, nourishing the flora and fauna that called this place home. Lila soon came across a brook, its waters clear as crystal, whispering secrets as it danced over smooth stones. She paused, kneeling by its edge, and glimpsed her reflection. Her eyes wide with wonder, her heart beating in time with the forest's rhythm. As she watched the water, she felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if the brook was a thread in a tapestry of memories that stretched far beyond her own experience. Just then, a soft rustling caught her attention. From the underbrush emerged a small fox, its fur a vibrant red, eyes sharp and curious. The fox tilted its head, as if assessing the girl before it. In its gaze, Lila saw a spark of intelligence and mischief, a glimpse of the spirit of the woods personified. "Hello there," Lila greeted softly, her voice carrying the warmth of her heart. The fox, as if understanding her gentle nature, approached cautiously, its eyes meeting hers in a moment of silent conversation. Lila reached into her satchel and pulled out a small piece of bread, offering it to the fox, who sniffed it curiously before accepting the gift. The fox's acceptance felt like an initiation, a silent agreement to guide her on the path she had chosen. With a flick of its bushy tail, the fox turned, glancing back at Lila as if to say, "Follow me." Intrigued, Lila rose and followed the fox along the brook's edge, deeper into the forest where the light grew dimmer, the trees taller, and the air more mysterious. The forest seemed to hold its breath in anticipation, each rustle and creak a part of a symphony that only the truly attuned could hear. As they journeyed together, Lila found herself wondering about the fox. Was it merely a creature of the woods, or did it hold a deeper connection to the magic of the whispering woods? She watched as it moved with grace and purpose, its presence both comforting and enigmatic. The fox seemed to know the forest intimately, as if it were an extension of its own being. Lila felt a kinship with the creature, sensing that they were both drawn to the mysteries that lay at the heart of the forest. The fox led her to a hidden grove, where the enchanted willow stood in all its splendor. It was a magnificent sight, its trunk thick and gnarled with age, its branches stretching high into the sky. The leaves shimmered with a silvery light, even in the gentle daylight, as if touched by the moon itself. The grove was a sanctuary, its air charged with a magic that seemed both ancient and eternal. Lila approached the tree with reverence, her heart filled with awe. She could feel the magic in the air, a gentle thrumming that resonated through her very being. The fox sat at the base of the tree, watching her with wise eyes. As she neared the willow, she noticed tiny creatures, moths with wings of iridescent blue, flitting around its branches, their delicate dance, a celebration of the tree's enduring magic. As Lila placed her hand upon the rough bark of the willow, she felt a warmth spreading from her fingertips, a connection forming between her and the ancient tree. She closed her eyes, letting the magic of the willow envelop her. In that moment, it was as if the tree itself was breathing, its essence wrapping around her like a gentle embrace. In that moment, visions began to dance behind her closed eyelids. She saw the village of Fern Hollow, its people going about their daily lives, unaware of the wonders hidden within the forest. She saw her grandmother, her wise eyes filled with love and a hint of sadness that Lila hadn't noticed before. The sadness carried the weight of unspoken stories, of sacrifices made and dreams deferred. And then she saw herself, not as the girl standing by the tree, but as someone who had grown, who had learned, who had changed. She saw herself as a bridge between the village and the magical world of the woods, a caretaker of secrets and stories. The vision was both empowering and humbling, revealing the potential for greatness that lay within her. The visions shifted, showing her the vast tapestry of the forest's history. She saw ancient gatherings held beneath the willow's branches, where the villagers of old sought guidance and wisdom. She witnessed the ebb and flow of the seasons, each bringing its own beauty and challenges. And most poignantly, she saw a young woman who bore a striking resemblance to her grandmother, standing in the same grove, her expression one of determination and hope. Lila opened her eyes, the visions fading, but leaving behind a profound sense of connection. The enchanted willow had shown her not only her own potential, but also the threads that bound her to the past and the future. Her path was clear, a journey of understanding and growth that transcended her own life and touched the lives of those around her. With a grateful heart, Lila sat beneath the willow, the fox by her side, and pondered the journey that lay ahead. The forest around her seemed to hum with approval, as if acknowledging the choice she had made. She felt the presence of countless others who had stood where she stood, who had faced their own trials and emerged stronger for it. As the sun began its descent once more, painting the sky with the colors of dusk, Lila knew it was time to return to Fern Hollow. She thanked the fox who had guided her so faithfully and made her way back through the forest, her heart lighter and her spirit renewed. The path seemed to welcome her return, the leaves whispering their encouragement as she passed. When Lila returned to her grandmother's cottage, the fire was already crackling warmly in the hearth. Her grandmother looked up from her knitting, her eyes twinkling with knowing. The room was filled with the soft glow of candlelight, casting gentle shadows that flickered in time with the fire's dance. "And did the willow speak to you, my dear?" she asked, her voice gentle and understanding. Lila nodded, a serene smile playing on her lips. "Yes, it did. It showed me who I can be, what I can do. It showed me the magic of the world and the magic within myself." Her words were spoken with a newfound confidence, a quiet assurance that resonated with the truth of her experience. Her grandmother embraced her, whispering, "The journey is just the beginning, Lila. The magic of the willow is within you now, and it will guide you, just as it has guided others before you." Her embrace was a circle of love and protection, a reminder that Lila was never truly alone. That night, as Lila lay in bed, the moon's light spilling across her room, she felt a deep peace within her heart. She knew that the forest, with all its secrets and wonders, would always be there, a part of her, as much as she was a part of it. The whispers of the woods were no longer just stories. They were a part of her very being, a melody that played softly in the background of her thoughts. The next morning, Lila awoke with a sense of purpose. She decided to explore the village, not just as a resident, but as someone who carried the forest's magic within her. Her first stop was the village square, where the villagers gathered to trade goods and stories. The market was a vibrant tapestry of colors and sounds, with stalls brimming with fresh produce, handmade crafts, and the chatter of people exchanging news. Lila noticed a group of children playing near a fountain, their laughter ringing out like a melody that harmonized with the babble of the water. She approached them, her heart light with the joy of witnessing their innocence. One of the children, a boy with a mop of curly hair, looked up at her with wide eyes. "Lila, can you tell us a story about the woods?" he asked, his voice filled with eager anticipation. She smiled, sitting cross-legged on the cobblestone path. "Let me tell you about the enchanted willow and the secrets it holds," she began, weaving the tale with the same magic her grandmother had used. The children listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder as they imagined the shimmering leaves and the wisdom hidden within. As she spoke, Lila noticed the villagers pausing to listen, drawn in by the tale. She realized that she was not just sharing a story. She was rekindling the connection between the people of Fern Hollow and the magic of the Whispering Woods. The realization filled her with a sense of fulfillment, knowing that her role was not just to protect the forest's secrets, but to share them, to inspire and foster a sense of wonder in those around her. In the days that followed, Lila embraced her newfound role with devotion. She spent her mornings visiting the villagers, listening to their tales and learning from their experiences. Her afternoons were dedicated to exploring the forest, guided by the fox who had become her constant companion. Together, they discovered hidden nooks and secret paths, each one revealing another layer of the forest's magic. One afternoon, as she wandered with the fox, she stumbled upon an old stone circle, its ancient stones covered in moss and lichen. Intrigued, Lila traced her fingers over the stones, feeling the echoes of long-forgotten ceremonies and rituals. She sat in the center, closing her eyes and letting the forest's energy wash over her. In that moment, she understood that the stones were a reminder of the deep connection between the village and the forest, a bond that she was now a part of. As the seasons changed, so did Lila. She grew more confident, her understanding of the world and her place within it deepening with each passing day. The villagers began to seek her out, their trust in her growing as they recognized the wisdom she had gained. Her grandmother watched with pride, knowing that Leela was fulfilling her destiny, becoming the bridge between the world of magic and the world of man. On a chilly winter's night, as snowflakes danced outside the window, Leela sat by the fire with her grandmother once more. The fire's warmth wrapped around them, its light casting a golden glow in the room. Her grandmother spoke softly, her words a gentle reminder of the journey Lila had undertaken. "The forest has chosen you, my dear," she said, her voice filled with love and respect. "You are its guardian now, and it will guide you as you guide others. Remember, the magic of the willow is a part of you, and it will always be there to light your way." Lila nodded, her heart full of gratitude and determination. She knew that her journey was far from over, but she was ready for whatever lay ahead. The forest, with all its secrets and wonders, would always be there, a part of her as much as she was a part of it. As she prepared to leave her grandmother's side, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. There was one more place she needed to visit before the snow melted and spring returned to the woods. She set out early one morning, her breath visible in the crisp air, her footsteps crunching softly over the snow-laden path. The fox, ever her faithful companion, padded silently by her side. They made their way to the edge of the village, where an ancient stone bridge arched gracefully over the brook. Lila had often crossed this bridge, but today it seemed different, imbued with a sense of history and continuity. She paused at the center, resting her hands on the cool, weathered stone, and looked out over the frozen landscape. In that moment, she felt the presence of the forest, the village, and the generations that had come before her. She understood that she was not only a guardian of the woods, but also a part of a larger story, one that spanned time and space, linking the past, present, and future in a delicate dance. The realization filled her with a profound sense of belonging, a deep connection to all that was and all that would be. With a renewed sense of purpose, Lila turned back toward Fern Hollow, the fox trotting faithfully at her side. Together, they returned to the village, ready to face the challenges and joys that awaited them, knowing that the magic of the Whispering Woods would always guide their way. And so, as the seasons continued their eternal cycle, Lila's journey unfolded, a testament to the power of courage, love, and the timeless magic of the world around her. The Whispering Woods, with all its secrets and wonders, would forever be a part of her story, just as she was a part of its enduring legacy. Story 4. In the quaint village where Lila's journey began, the air was saturated with the scent of honeysuckle, a fragrance that lingered like a sweet whisper in the gentle breeze. The village lay nestled among rolling green hills and whispering woods, a serene tapestry where cobblestone pathways meandered between thatched-roof cottages. Each home was adorned with window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms, their colors a vivid testament to the life that thrived in this harmonious place. Villagers moved at a gentle pace, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, where time was marked not by clocks, but by the blooming of wildflowers and the changing hues of the sky. Lila, with her untamed curls and eyes as bright as a midsummer sky, was a child of the earth. Her laughter often echoed through the meadows, a melody as light and carefree as the wind that tousled her hair. Known to the villagers as a spirited soul, she saw the world through a lens of wonder and curiosity. Her days were a tapestry of simple pleasures, collecting dew-kissed wildflowers at dawn, watching clouds shape-shift into fantastical creatures, and listening to the brook's endless chatter. Yet beneath her carefree exterior, a yearning simmered. A spark of curiosity danced in her eyes like fireflies on a summer night. Beyond the village's edge lay the mysterious enchanted glade, a place where reality and dreams entwined. Lila's grandmother, a woman whose presence was as comforting as a warm hearth, had woven tales of the glade into Lila's childhood. Her stories were rich with the scent of lavender and the warmth of her voice, painting the glade as a place of both wonder and caution. The villagers spoke of the glade in hushed tones, their voices tinged with reverence and a hint of fear. To them, it was a realm of shimmering lights and ethereal melodies, a place where the brave of heart might uncover secrets not meant for mortal ears. Lila listened, her heart fluttering with a desire she couldn't quite articulate, a pull toward the unknown that whispered to her soul. One crisp morning, as the world was bathed in the gentle light of dawn, Lila set out on her adventure. The village was still, the air filled with the promise of a new day. She followed a narrow path that wove through the woods, where the trees stood tall like ancient guardians, their branches whispering secrets in the language of rustling leaves. The forest was alive with the symphony of its inhabitants, the cheerful trills of birds, the rustle of leaves underfoot, and the distant murmur of a brook hidden from view. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest seemed to embrace her, its shadows and sunlight weaving a tapestry of dappled patterns on the forest floor. She recalled her grandmother's stories, each word a thread connecting her to the past, and felt a kinship with her ancestors, who had walked this path before her. Her grandmother had always spoken with an enigmatic smile, hinting at the wonders she had encountered, yet never revealing too much, a legacy Lila was now eager to unravel. The path eventually opened into the enchanted glade, a realm where reality seemed to hesitate, allowing the fantastical to seep through. The grass was a shimmering tapestry of silver, and flowers of every hue bloomed in a riot of color, their petals catching the sunlight like facets of precious jewels. A gentle stream meandered through the glade, its waters singing a melody that was both haunting and beautiful, each note a whisper of forgotten dreams. As Lila stepped into the glade, she was greeted by a peculiar sight. From behind a cluster of ferns emerged a small creature, no taller than her knee, with the body of a rabbit and ears like feathered wings. Its eyes sparkled with a mischievous light, a reflection of the glade's whimsical nature. "Welcome, traveler," it chirped, its voice as soft and inviting as a summer breeze. "I am Pippin, guardian of the glade. What brings you to our enchanted home?" Lila smiled, her heart lifting at the creature's warmth. "I seek to understand the secrets of this place," she replied, her voice filled with wonder and a hint of trepidation. Pippin nodded knowingly, a twinkle in its eye, and beckoned her to follow. Together they wandered through the glade, where wonders unfolded at every turn. They passed a grove of trees whose leaves played music as the wind rustled through them, each note a drop of pure joy. Fireflies danced in the air, creating patterns of light that flickered like stars in the twilight. Lila felt as if she had stepped into a dream, where every color was more vivid, every sound more melodious. As they explored, Lila encountered other enchanting creatures, a family of foxes with fur that shimmered like moonlight, and a wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes deep with the wisdom of centuries. Each encounter filled her heart with a sense of belonging, as if she had discovered a hidden part of herself within this magical world. Yet the glade also posed gentle challenges. At one point, they came upon a bridge woven from vines, suspended over a bubbling brook. The bridge swayed with the breeze, and Lila hesitated, fear prickling at the edges of her courage. "Trust in the path," Pippin encouraged, its eyes twinkling with reassurance. "The glade rewards those who embrace their fears." Taking a deep breath, Lila stepped onto the bridge. With each step, her confidence grew, and she marveled at the way the vines seemed to guide her feet, supporting her with unwavering strength. On the other side, she felt a warmth blossom in her chest, a newfound bravery that pulsed like a gentle heartbeat. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with a tapestry of purples and oranges, Lila knew it was time to return to her village. But as she turned to leave, she noticed a path she hadn't seen before. It was lined with luminescent flowers that glowed softly in the twilight, leading deeper into the heart of the glade. Curiosity piqued, Lila glanced at Pippin, seeking guidance. "This path," Pippin said softly, "leads to the heart of the glade. Few venture there, for it reveals truths and dreams that dwell deep within." Lila hesitated, the pull of the unknown tugging at her heart. She felt an almost magnetic draw to the path, as if it called to a part of her she had yet to understand. But the fading light reminded her of the promises she made to return before nightfall. With a nod to Pippin, she promised herself she would return someday, ready to face whatever truths awaited her. Before she left, Pippin presented her with a small, glowing stone. It was smooth to the touch, and as she held it, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. "Take this as a reminder," Pippin said, "that courage lies within you, and the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit alight with the magic of the glade, Lila bid farewell to her new friends. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the stone clutched in her hand, she felt a quiet strength settle within her. The glade had shown her that courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to step forward despite it, and that exploration was a journey of the heart as much as the feet. When Lila returned to her village, she was greeted by the familiar sights and sounds of home. Yet something within her had changed. She held the stories of her adventure close, like a secret whispered by the wind, and shared with her fellow villagers the gentle wisdom she had gained. In the weeks that followed, Lila noticed a change in how she viewed her village. The place she had known all her life now seemed alive with potential, each corner holding a story waiting to be told. She began to see the familiar landscape with new eyes, finding beauty in the ordinary, as if the glade had lent its magic to her world. Lila's newfound courage inspired others. The villagers, once so timid of the glade's mysteries, began to gather around her, eager to hear of her adventures. They were captivated by her tales, which were filled not only with wonder, but with lessons of bravery and the richness of the unknown. It was not long before others ventured into the woods, their hearts buoyed by Lila's stories. One evening, as the village gathered around a communal fire, Lila's grandmother approached her, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "I see the glade has chosen you too," she said, her voice a soft murmur under the crackling of the flames. "It's been many years since I walked those paths, but I still carry its magic within me." Lila's eyes widened, a new understanding dawning on her. "Why did you never tell me what you found there?" she asked, her voice a mix of curiosity and affection. Her grandmother chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Some things are meant to be discovered in their own time. The glade has a way of revealing itself to those who are ready to see." The firelight danced in Lila's eyes as she pondered her grandmother's words. She realized that the journey she had taken was not just about uncovering the glade's mysteries, but also about discovering her own strength and the bond she shared with those who had ventured before her. The following day, as dawn's first light kissed the horizon, Lila found herself drawn to the village's edge once more. The memory of the luminescent path lingered in her mind, a promise of untold dreams and truths. With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, she knew it was only a matter of time before she would venture back into the glade, ready to explore the paths she had left behind. For now, Lila embraced the present, her village, her family, the newfound role as a storyteller. Her adventures had woven a new narrative into the fabric of village life, one that spoke of courage, discovery, and the magic that quietly existed within every heart. And so, as stars twinkled overhead and the village settled into slumber, Lila lay beneath her blankets, the glowing stone resting on her bedside table. She drifted into dreams filled with the wonders of the enchanted glade, knowing that the magic of that place would always be a part of her, guiding her with its gentle light. In the quiet of the night, the glade's melody played softly in her heart, a lullaby of courage and wonder that promised new adventures with every dawn. With that comforting thought, she slipped into a peaceful sleep, embraced by the warmth of her memories and the promise of dreams yet to come. Story. The Whispering Woods. In a small village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there was a girl named Leora. Her eyes sparkled like morning dew, and her laughter was as bright as the first blush of dawn. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who knew the secrets of herbs and the stories of old, in a cozy cottage where ivy climbed the walls and the scent of lavender drifted through the open windows, mingling with the aroma of fresh bread baking in the hearth. The cottage, with its weathered wooden beams and thatched roof, was a haven of warmth and love. The walls were adorned with dried herbs and flowers, a testament to her grandmother's knowledge of healing and the cycles of nature. Every corner of the home whispered stories of generations past, echoing with the laughter and tears of those who had come before. Every evening, Leora would sit by the hearth, her fingers weaving together strands of wool as her grandmother spun tales of the Whispering Woods, a forest so ancient and vast that it seemed to hold the very essence of time within its roots. The villagers spoke of its mysteries in hushed tones, wondering about the secrets its shadows kept. They believed the forest was alive, its trees and creatures acting as guardians of a world beyond human understanding. One chilly autumn evening, as the leaves painted the ground in shades of amber and gold, Leora's grandmother handed her a small, delicate item wrapped in worn, soft cloth. "This," her grandmother said, her voice a gentle melody, "is a compass unlike any other. It does not point north, but instead guides the heart to what it truly seeks." Leora carefully unwrapped the cloth, revealing a compass with a beautifully filigreed casing, its needle glimmering with an inner light that seemed to dance with the flickering firelight. She marveled at its craftsmanship, the metal cool against her fingertips. "How does it work?" she asked, eyes wide with wonder. "It will show you the way to the heart's desire," her grandmother replied, her gaze thoughtful and serene. "But remember, the path it reveals may not be the one you expect." That night, Leora lay awake in her small attic room, the moonlight spilling through the window to cast silver patterns on the wooden floorboards. She held the compass close, feeling its gentle pulse, as if it were alive and waiting for her to take the first step toward her destiny. The next morning, as the sun cast a golden glow over the village, Leora set out to explore the whispering woods. The compass hung around her neck, its weight a comforting presence. She walked past fields where wildflowers swayed in the gentle breeze and into the forest, where the trees stood tall and majestic, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, a reminder of the ever-turning wheel of the seasons. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the light shifted, dappling the ground in intricate patterns. Birds sang above, their melodies weaving through the branches like a tapestry. Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her, the worries of the world fading away with each step she took. Her heart, once restless, seemed to calm in the presence of the ancient trees. The compass guided her along a path she had never seen before, one that twisted and turned, leading her deeper into the heart of the forest. There, she discovered a glen where the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and a gentle stream babbled over smooth stones, its waters clear and cool to the touch. In the center of the glen stood a tree unlike any other Leora had ever seen. Its bark was silver, shimmering in the sunlight, and its branches stretched up to the sky like arms reaching for the heavens. As she approached, she noticed that the leaves rustled softly, even though there was no breeze. It was as if the tree was speaking, sharing its ancient wisdom with those who would listen. Intrigued, Leora sat beneath the tree, her back resting against its trunk. She closed her eyes and listened, letting the whispers of the leaves fill her mind. As she sat there, she began to understand the language of the forest, a language of harmony and balance, of growth and renewal. The forest spoke of cycles and connections, of life and death, and the eternal dance between them. Suddenly, a small, timid voice broke the tranquility. "Hello," it called, barely louder than the rustling leaves. Leora opened her eyes to see a creature peering at her from behind the tree. It was a fox, its fur a rich auburn that glowed in the sunlight, and its eyes bright with curiosity. The fox stepped closer, its movements graceful and cautious. "Hello," Leora replied, her voice soft and welcoming. The fox sat down, curling its tail around its paws. "I've never seen a human here before," it said, its voice gentle and musical. "What brings you to the Whispering Woods?" Leora showed the fox her compass. "I'm following this," she explained. "It guides the heart to what it truly seeks." The fox tilted its head, its eyes thoughtful. "And what is it that your heart seeks?" Leora paused, considering the question. "I suppose I'm seeking something I don't yet understand," she admitted, her voice a mix of hope and uncertainty. The fox nodded, as if it understood. "Then perhaps you and I are on the same journey," it said, a hint of mischief in its eyes. "I, too, am searching for something. Perhaps we can help each other." As they set off together, Leora noticed how the fox seemed to navigate the forest with a natural grace, its movements weaving a silent dance amidst the shadows of the trees. She realized the fox carried an air of wisdom beyond its years, a guardian of the forest's secrets, and she was grateful for its company. Their path took them through a narrow valley, where the sun barely peeked through the dense canopy overhead. The air was cool and damp, filled with the scent of moss and earth. Leora's heart quickened as she spotted a patch of luminescent mushrooms, their glow casting an ethereal light on the forest floor. The fox nudged her gently, encouraging her to appreciate the wonders that lay hidden in the darkness. At the heart of the valley, Leora and the fox discovered an ancient stone circle, weathered and covered in vine. The stones stood like silent sentinels, guardians of a time long past. Leora felt a pull within her, a connection to the ancient energies resonating from the stones. Many say this place is where the forest's heart beats strongest, the fox murmured, its eyes reflecting the glow of the mushrooms. It is said that those who listen with their hearts can hear the whispers of the ancients. Leora closed her eyes, her senses tingling with the energy that surrounded her. She felt a deep bond with the forest, an understanding that she was part of something much larger than herself. It was a moment of profound clarity, where her heart's desires seemed to align with the rhythm of the earth. As they continued their journey, Leora and the fox encountered a series of hidden groves, each a world unto itself. In one, the trees were draped with silvery webs that shimmered like gossamer veils in the sunlight, home to spiders that danced across their intricate handiwork. In another, a waterfall cascaded down a rocky cliff, its waters forming a pool that mirrored the sky above, creating a sanctuary of reflection and tranquility. With each discovery, Leora felt the forest revealing more of its secrets, as though it trusted her with its ancient knowledge. The fox, too, seemed to grow more at ease, its playful nature emerging as it darted through the underbrush, leading Leora to wonders she could scarcely have imagined. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, the fox shared a tale of its own, a story of a lost family and the yearning to find them. Leora listened, her heart aching with empathy, for she too knew the pangs of longing for something elusive. In that moment, she saw not just a guide in the fox, but a companion with its own journey and dreams. Inspired by the fox's story, Leora decided to share her own memories, of nights spent by the hearth, of tales woven by her grandmother's soothing voice, and of the love that wrapped around her like a warm blanket. The fox listened intently, its eyes reflecting the golden hues of the meadow, understanding the bond that tied Leora to her home and the weight of her journey beyond it. Their friendship deepened, forged by shared stories and silent understanding. As they traveled, Leora found herself growing more attuned to the forest's rhythms. She learned to identify the calls of different birds, to read the signs left by passing animals, and to recognize the plants her grandmother had taught her about, feeling their healing energies coursing through her fingertips. On one particularly misty morning, they stumbled upon a hidden grove where the trees were bent and twisted into natural archways. The air was heavy with the scent of pine and the soft melody of a hidden brook. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, they found a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was adorned with runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. Curiosity piqued, Leora opened the box to find a collection of small, translucent stones, each one pulsing with a gentle luminescence. The fox looked on with wonder. "These stones," it whispered, "are said to hold the dreams of the forest. They are gifts for those who truly listen." Leora picked up one of the stones, feeling its warmth seep into her palm. As she held it, images began to dance in her mind, visions of the forest through the ages, from the first seedling breaking through the soil to the towering giants that now swayed in the breeze. She saw the creatures who called the forest home, their lives intertwined in a delicate balance of give and take. The fox watched her with a knowing smile. "Keep them close," it advised. "They will guide you when the path seems lost." One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange, Leora and the fox arrived at the edge of a lake. The water was still and clear, reflecting the colors of the sunset in its depths. As they stood by the shore, the fox spoke, its voice tinged with a hint of sadness. "This is where my journey ends," it said, looking out over the water. "Thank you, Leora, for sharing this journey with me. You have shown me the beauty of companionship and the joy of discovery." Leora felt a pang of sadness at the thought of parting ways. "Will you be all right?" she asked, her voice gentle. The fox nodded, a soft smile on its lips. "I will be. This is where I belong, and you, Leora, must continue your journey. There is still much for you to discover." Leora hugged the fox, feeling the warmth of its fur against her cheek. "Thank you for everything," she said, her heart full of gratitude. As Leora watched the fox disappear into the forest, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. She knew that their paths had crossed for a reason, and she was grateful for the friendship they had shared. With a newfound sense of purpose, Leora continued her journey, the compass guiding her through the forest. As she walked, she reflected on her experiences, realizing that the journey itself had been what her heart truly sought, a journey of friendship, discovery, and understanding. Finally, as the moon rose high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the forest, Leora emerged from the woods. She felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing that the forest had taught her more than she could have ever imagined. Returning to her village, Leora shared her tales with her grandmother, who listened with a knowing smile. "The forest has a way of showing us what we need to see," her grandmother said, her eyes twinkling with wisdom. Leora nodded, understanding the truth of her grandmother's words. She realized that the journey had changed her, teaching her the importance of listening to her heart and embracing the beauty of the world around her. And so, every evening, Leora would sit by the hearth, her heart full of the memories of her journey, and weave new stories, stories of the whispering woods, of friendship and discovery, and of the magical compass that guided her heart. The whispers of the forest continued to fill her dreams, a gentle reminder of the journey she had taken and the lessons she had learned. And as she drifted off to sleep each night, she felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that the journey of the heart was one that would last a lifetime. 36. In a quaint and quiet village nestled between rolling emerald hills and shimmering streams, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her garden, where sunflowers nodded lazily in the breeze and the scent of lavender hung sweetly in the air. Leora had often felt a whispering call from the past, a gentle nudge that tugged at the edges of her consciousness. Her grandmother, a wise woman who seemed to know the secrets of the earth and sky, had once shared stories of their ancestors, guardians of an ancient legacy that had long been forgotten. These tales, softly spoken beside the warmth of the kitchen hearth, painted pictures of wondrous artifacts imbued with magic and meaning. One golden morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the dewdrops on her garden leaves, Leora discovered a curious object half buried in the soil. It was a small, intricately carved box of warm mahogany, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to dance in the light. Her heart skipped with a sense of familiarity, as if the box had been waiting for her all along. With gentle care, she brushed away the earth and opened the box. Inside lay a delicate necklace, its pendant a translucent stone that shimmered like captured starlight. As her fingers traced the cool surface, a warm glow enveloped her, and she felt a connection to something far greater than herself. It was as if the voices of her ancestors whispered through the ages, guiding her toward an understanding that had eluded her until now. Eager to uncover the story behind this enchanting find, Leora sought the wisdom of the village elder, a kind-hearted sage named Tavian, known for his deep knowledge of the old ways. His cottage was a haven of serenity, filled with the comforting aroma of herbs and the soft, flickering light of candles. Tavian listened intently as Leora recounted her discovery, nodding with a knowing smile. "Ah, my dear," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You have found the Heartstone, a symbol of unity and strength passed down through generations. It holds the essence of our heritage and the wisdom of those who came before us." The elders shared tales of their ancestors, a community bound by friendship and harmony, who revered the natural world and lived in balance with its rhythms. The Heartstone, he explained, was a reminder of their values, kindness, courage, and the enduring power of love. As Leora listened, she felt a deep sense of belonging, as if the threads of her life were weaving into a tapestry that spanned across time. The lessons of her ancestors resonated within her, teaching her that true strength lies in the bonds we forge and the love we share. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to her garden, the Heartstone resting warmly against her chest. She began to see her world through different eyes, the vibrant colors of the flowers, the gentle rustle of the leaves, the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. Each moment was a gift, a reflection of the legacy she now carried forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Leora sat beneath the old willow tree, its branches swaying softly in the evening breeze. She felt at peace, embraced by the gentle glow of the heartstone, a beacon of the love and wisdom that flowed through her veins. In that tranquil moment, she understood that the journey of discovery was not just about uncovering the past, but about embracing the present with gratitude and grace. The legacy of her ancestors was alive within her, a guiding light that would illuminate her path and inspire others to seek the beauty in their own stories. And so, with the stars twinkling like distant ancestors watching over her, Leora closed her eyes, her heart full and content. She had found her place in the world, a place of connection, understanding, and endless possibilities. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that the legacy of the Heartstone would continue to glow brightly, a timeless testament to the enduring power of love and unity. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled among the rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Although her life seemed ordinary, she possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her home. From a tender age, Willow had felt a deep connection to nature, as if the very essence of the forest coursed through her veins. She would spend countless hours wandering through the trees, listening to their gentle whispers and marveling at the intricate tapestry of life that flourished beneath their boughs. One fateful day, as Willow sat beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, she heard a faint murmur that seemed to beckon her deeper into the forest. Intrigued, she followed the call, her heart pounding with excitement and a touch of apprehension. As she ventured farther into the woods, the sounds of the world she knew faded away, replaced by a symphony of unfamiliar melodies, the rustling of leaves, the gentle trickle of a hidden stream, and the melodic trills of birds she had never encountered before. Suddenly, Willow found herself standing before an ancient, gnarled tree unlike any she had ever seen. Its twisted branches seemed to reach out to her, beckoning her closer. Without hesitation, she placed her hand upon its weathered bark, and in that moment, the world around her shimmered and shifted. Willow gasped as she found herself transported to a realm where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred. This was the hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where magic thrived and the impossible became possible. As she explored this wondrous realm, Willow encountered beings she had only heard of in fairy tales. Playful sprites darting amongst the wildflowers, wise old tree guardians whose bark had been etched with the stories of centuries, and gentle creatures that seemed to be made of living leaves and petals. One such being, a kindly old willow tree named Rowan, took Willow under his gentle guidance, teaching her the ways of this enchanted realm and the secrets of the natural world. He revealed to her the existence of a powerful, ancient artifact, the emerald seed, which had the ability to restore balance and harmony to any ecosystem it touched. Rowan explained that the emerald seed had been stolen by a group of mischievous sprites who, in their playful ignorance, had disrupted the delicate balance of the forest. Without the seed's power, the once vibrant realm was slowly withering, its magic fading with each passing day. Willow, her heart filled with determination, vowed to embark on a quest to recover the emerald seed and restore the hidden world to its former glory. With Rowan's guidance and the friendship of a merry band of woodland creatures, she set off on a journey that would test her courage, her wit, and her unwavering connection to the natural world. Along the way, Willow faced challenges that seemed insurmountable. Treacherous ravines, tangled briar patches, and cunning riddles posed by the trickster sprites. Yet, with each obstacle she overcame, her bond with the forest grew stronger, and her understanding of the intricate web of life deepened. In one particularly harrowing encounter, Willow found herself trapped in the lair of a fearsome wyvern, a beast whose very breath could wither the mightiest of trees. But it was her compassion and her ability to communicate with the natural world that saved her. She calmed the wyvern's rage by offering it a soothing melody woven from the songs of the forest, reminding the creature of its own connection to the living world. Finally, after countless trials and tribulations, Willow came face to face with the mischievous sprites who had stolen the emerald seed. To her surprise, they were not malicious beings, but rather playful and curious creatures who had simply underestimated the power they held. With patience and understanding, Willow explained the importance of the seed and the delicate balance it maintained within the hidden realm. Moved by her words and her unwavering friendship, the sprites agreed to return the emerald seed, vowing to be more mindful of their actions in the future. As Willow held the glowing seed aloft, its verdant light swept across the realm, restoring the vibrant colors and rejuvenating the withering plants. The hidden world within the forest was once again alive with magic and wonder. But Willow's journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had grown from a wide-eyed child into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart firmly rooted in the natural world and her spirit emboldened by the friendships she had forged. As she made her way back to the familiar paths of her village, Willow carried with her the lessons she had learned, the importance of balance, the power of understanding, and the unbreakable bonds that connect all living beings. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the hidden realm, serving as a bridge between the world of humans and the enchanted realm within the forest. She shared her wisdom with all who would listen, teaching them to appreciate the wonders of nature and to tread lightly upon the earth. And in the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, Willow would sit beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, listening to the whispers of the forest and smiling at the memories of her extraordinary journey, a journey that had transformed her into a true child of the wild, forever connected to the beating heart of the natural world. Story 8. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world of gentle hills cloaked in emerald grasses, and rivers that sang softly as they wove through forests of towering, silver-barked trees. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that carpeted the land in vibrant hues of pink and gold. On this peaceful planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminarian, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight and eyes the color of the sky at dawn. Nara was a gentle soul, content with the simple pleasures of life, harvesting the sweet fruits that grew abundant on her family's orchard and listening to the wind whisper stories through the leaves. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on a planet named Aegis, a very different life existed. Aegis was a world of towering crystalline spires and bustling energy fields. Its skies were perpetually aglow with the vibrant hues of its many moons, and the constant hum of technological marvels filled the air. Here lived a being called Zeke, an Aegisan, with a body of shimmering metallic hues and eyes that flickered with the iridescent light of distant galaxies. Zeke was a curious inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and dreaming of the vastness beyond his own planet. His heart yearned for adventure, for the stories hidden among the stars. One day, while testing a new starship engine, an unexpected surge of energy hurled Zeke across the galaxy, landing him, rather unceremoniously, on the tranquil plains of Luminara. The crash was gentle, as far as landings go, cushioned by the soft grasses and the forgiving earth of Luminara. Nara, tending to her orchard, heard the distant thud and decided to investigate. As she approached the strange, gleaming vessel, she saw Zeke emerging, looking bewildered and a little charred around the edges. Nara's heart was filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. She had never seen anyone like Zeke before, but her natural kindness prevailed as she offered a hand in greeting, her soft glow a beacon of warmth and welcome. Zeke, grateful and a little embarrassed, accepted the gesture, his metallic skin cooling in the gentle breeze. Communication was their first challenge. The languages of their respective planets were as different as the worlds themselves. At first, they resorted to gestures and expressions. Nara pointed to the sky, then to Zeke's ship, raising her eyebrows in question. Zeke nodded, illustrating with his hands the trajectory of his unplanned journey. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a friendship began to blossom. Nara took Zeke to her home, where her family received him with open arms, offering food and a place to rest. Zeke, touched by their hospitality, marveled at the simplicity and beauty of their life. He began to share stories of his world, using holographic images from a pocket device, painting pictures of crystalline cities and technological wonders. As days turned into weeks, Zeke worked on repairing his ship, often with Nara by his side, her gentle presence a balm to the frustration that sometimes accompanied his efforts. Nara, in turn, showed Zeke the beauty of Luminara, from the hidden groves where crystal butterflies danced, to the serene lakes that reflected the skies like mirrors. One evening, as they sat by the fire, the stars twinkling overhead, Zeke shared a hologram of his family, the soft light casting a glow over their faces. Nara, with her empathetic heart, saw the longing in Zeke's eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, understanding without words the ache of distance and the pull of home. Their friendship deepened through shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, threatened to damage the ship further. Together, they worked tirelessly, Nara using her knowledge of the land to gather materials that Zeke fashioned into makeshift repairs. In those moments of urgency, their differences melted away, leaving only the shared goal and the bond of friendship. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. They learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities. Nara admired Zeke's ingenuity and his courage to explore the unknown, while Zeke cherished Nara's wisdom and her ability to find beauty in simplicity. Finally, the day came when Zeke's ship was ready to return to Aegis. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over them both. Zeke promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the gentle world of Luminara. Nara gifted him a small vial of Luminara's fragrant blossoms, a reminder of the peace and friendship he had found. As Zeke's ship ascended, cutting a bright path across the sky, Nara watched, her heart full. She knew that their friendship, forged through understanding and shared trials, would remain a shining star in her heart, guiding her always. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered not only the stars, but the true meaning of friendship. A bond that, like the stars themselves, would endure across time and distance, lighting the way for their hearts. Story 9. In the dim, purple-hued light of a distant galaxy, where stars twinkled like cherished secrets, lay the planet Etheria. Its skies were a tapestry of swirling nebulae, painting the heavens in shades of lavender and gold. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust lilies, and gentle breezes whispered through the crystalline forests, singing lullabies to those who listened closely. On this enchanting world lived a gentle being named Leora, whose translucent wings shimmered with the colors of dawn. Leora belonged to the Etherians, a species known for their deep empathy and melodic voices that could calm even the fiercest of storms. She spent her days tending to the celestial gardens, her heart in tune with the rhythm of the universe. Far across the cosmos, on the arid planet of Terok, dwelled a sturdy and pragmatic creature named Kor. The Terrakians were a resilient people, with skin like polished stones and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ancient sands. Kor was a skilled engineer, adept at crafting machines that hummed with life, bringing water and sustenance to his harsh world. Fate, in its whimsical way, drew these two unlikely souls together. It began with a distress signal, faint and crackling with static, sent from Kor's starship as it faltered above the atmosphere of Etheria. Leora, ever attuned to the needs of others, heard the distant call as though it were a note in her heart's own song. Without hesitation, she soared into the sky, her wings catching the wind like an artist's brush capturing light. When Kor awoke, he found himself in a glade bathed in twilight, surrounded by the soft glow of luminescent flora. Leora was there, her presence as serene as a lullaby, tending to the small wounds he had sustained. Despite her gentle demeanor, Kor felt an unfamiliar tension in his chest. The Terrakian customs were steeped in practicality and stoicism, and he was uncertain how to interpret the warmth emanating from his rescuer. "Thank you," Kor rumbled, his voice like distant thunder, as he sat up slowly. "I owe you my life." Leora smiled, a gesture that seemed to illuminate the entire glade. "No debt, only friendship," she replied, her voice as soft as the breeze that carried stardust. Her words, though foreign to Kor, resonated deep within him, like the echo of a forgotten melody. Their initial days together were marked by gentle misunderstandings. Leora's world was one of harmony and intuition, while Kor's was governed by logic and precision. Yet as they navigated these differences, each found unexpected beauty in the other's perspective. Leora learned to appreciate the elegant simplicity of engineered creations, while Kor discovered the profound wisdom in the natural symphony of Etheria. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The starship, still nestled among the celestial gardens, needed extensive repairs if Kor were to return home. Together, they labored under the starlit sky, Leora's delicate fingers weaving circuits like strands of silk, while Kor's sturdy hands crafted components with unwavering skill. Each night they would sit by a small fire, the crackling flames whispering tales of their worlds, as they shared meals of sweet nebula fruits and hearty Tarakian grains. It was during one of these quiet evenings, as the fire painted their faces in warm hues, that Kor spoke of the droughts plaguing Tarak. "Our water supplies are dwindling," he confessed, his voice heavy with concern. "We need new technologies to sustain life." Leora gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting the glow of distant stars. "Perhaps there is a way to blend our world's wisdom," she suggested softly. "Your technology, my connection with nature. Together, we can create something new." The idea took root, growing as they continued their work. They designed a device that harnessed the moisture from Etheria's atmosphere, refining it using the engineering principles of Tarak. As they tested their creation, the first droplets of pure water trickled into a waiting vessel, shimmering like liquid diamonds. In that moment, both understood the true magic of their friendship, the merging of hearts and minds, transcending the boundaries of their worlds. They realized that differences were not barriers but bridges, leading to discoveries neither could have achieved alone. With the starship finally repaired, Kor prepared to return to Tarak, his heart torn between the desire to stay and the duty to his people. Leora, sensing his inner conflict, placed a hand over his, her touch a gentle promise. "This is not farewell, but a new beginning," she assured him. "Our friendship is a journey that will continue to unfold, no matter the distance." As Kor ascended into the cosmos, Leora's wings shimmered in farewell, a beacon of light guiding him home. The starship's engines hummed with the melody of their shared dreams, carrying with it the promise of renewal for Tarak. Back on his home planet, Kor implemented the new technology, transforming the arid landscapes into thriving oases. The Tarakians marveled at the change, their gratitude a song that echoed across the sands. Meanwhile, on Etheria, Leora continued to nurture the celestial gardens, her spirit enriched by the lessons of friendship and unity. The stars above twinkled in approval, their light a gentle reminder of the bond that now spanned galaxies. And so, under the vast, watchful sky, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. Their hearts, once separate as the stars themselves, now beat in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and love in a universe filled with endless possibility. Story 10. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the breeze and the stars twinkled like scattered jewels across the night sky, lay the quaint village of Amberleaf. The villagers went about their days tending to their gardens, knitting warm scarves and baking sweet pies, all under the watchful eye of the ancient oak, known to everyone as Grandfather Tree. Its branches stretched wide, sheltering the village with a leafy embrace, and its roots ran deep into the stories of the land. One crisp autumn evening, as the villagers gathered around their hearths, a peculiar thing began to happen. The moon, usually a serene silver guardian, began to flicker like a candle caught in a draught. The children giggled at first, thinking it a playful trick of the light, but as the flickering grew more pronounced, an air of mystery settled over Amberleaf. A young girl named Lyra, with eyes as bright as the morning sky, and a curiosity that matched the twinkle of the stars, felt a gentle tug at her heart. She had always been drawn to the mysteries of the woods, often exploring its hidden nooks with her best friend, Pip, a clever squirrel who often chattered tales of his own adventures. "Something's amiss, Pip," Lyra whispered as they sat beneath the comforting boughs of Grandfather Tree. "The moon should not dance like that." Pip nodded, his tiny paws twitching with excitement. "Perhaps it's a message," he suggested, his voice a soft patter, much like raindrops on autumn leaves. "A puzzle for us to solve." And so, with a basket packed with warm bread and a flask of spiced apple cider, Lyra and Pip set out to discover what could be causing the moon's unusual behavior. The path through the forest was lined with glowing mushrooms that cast a gentle light, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, grounding them with each step. As they wandered deeper into the woods, they stumbled upon a small clearing where a circle of stones lay bathed in moonlight. At the center stood a creature, a gentle creature of legend known as a moon fox, its fur shimmering like liquid silver. Its eyes were pools of night, reflecting the world with an otherworldly glow. "Welcome, seekers of truth," the moon fox greeted, its voice a melody that seemed to resonate with the very heart of the forest. "I have been waiting for your arrival." Lyra and Pip exchanged a glance, their minds buzzing with questions. "Do you know why the moon flickers?" Lyra asked, her voice a blend of awe and determination. "Indeed," the moon fox replied, curling its tail gracefully around its paws. "The moon's light is woven with the dreams of those who dwell beneath it, but lately the threads have been tangled by a forgotten wish, a yearning left unanswered." Lyra pondered this, her fingers tracing the basket's woven handles. "How can we untangle it?" The moon fox closed its eyes, as if seeking wisdom from the stars. "Seek the Keeper of Echoes," it advised, "in the cave by the river's bend where stories of old linger like whispers on the wind. There you will find the answer you seek." Thanking the moon fox, Lyra and Pip continued their journey, guided by the gentle hum of the forest. The river's bend was not far, its waters murmuring secrets as they tumbled over smooth stones. The cave mouth yawned like an ancient secret, inviting yet mysterious. Inside, the air was cool and carried the scent of damp earth and forgotten tales. Flickering shadows danced along the walls as they ventured deeper, until they reached a chamber where the walls seemed to shimmer with echoes of the past. There, perched atop a rock, was the Keeper of Echoes, a wise, old owl with feathers that glistened like the pages of a well-loved book. Its eyes, deep and knowing, regarded the visitors with gentle curiosity. "You seek to mend the moon's light," the keeper said, its voice a soft rustle of parchment. "To do so, you must unravel the wish that binds it." Lyra nodded, her heart steady and her mind clear. "How do we find this wish?" The Keeper of Echoes unfurled a wing, revealing a tapestry of light woven from countless echoes. "Listen," it instructed, "and let the whispers guide you." Lyra and Pip leaned in, their ears attuned to the soft murmur of echoes. Among the myriad voices, they discerned a quiet longing, a wish for kindness, whispered long ago by a lonely star who yearned to shine brightly for all to see. "The star's wish," Pip murmured, understanding dawning in his bright eyes. It wished to share its light and warmth with the world. Lyra's heart swelled with compassion. "Then let us fulfill this wish," she declared, her voice carrying the strength of the forest. Guided by the keeper's wisdom, they collected a handful of sparkling dew from the river's edge, infused with laughter and love. As they sprinkled the dew upon the moonlit stones, the air shimmered with magic, weaving the star's wish into a new tapestry of light. The moon ceased its flickering, glowing with a steady, gentle brilliance that bathed the world in a warm embrace. The villagers of Amberleaf, snug in their beds, dreamed sweet dreams filled with comfort and peace. As Lyra and Pip returned home, the moon fox appeared once more, its eyes alight with joy. "You have restored the moon's light and fulfilled a forgotten wish. The world is brighter for your kindness." Lyra smiled, feeling the warmth of friendship and the power of dreams. "We did it together," she said, her voice carrying the promise of future adventures. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Lyra and Pip settled down by their hearth, the crackling fire a gentle lullaby. The village of Amberleaf slumbered peacefully, wrapped in the tender glow of a mystery solved and a wish granted, ready to welcome the dreams of another day. Story 11. The Enchanted Acorn. In a village cradled by rolling hills and dense, whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her home was a modest cottage at the edge of the forest, where she lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who knew the secrets of herbs and the language of the trees. Every morning the sun would spill its golden light over the village, painting the rooftops and cobblestones in warm hues. The villagers would greet Lila with smiles as she skipped down the path to the forest, her heart eager for the day's adventures. One crisp autumn morning, As the leaves danced to the ground in fiery oranges and reds, Leela set out for the forest with an extra skip in her step. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Her grandmother had told her about a special grove deep within the woods, where the trees grew taller than anywhere else, their roots entwining to form arches and tunnels that seemed to hum with ancient magic. Lila's journey took her along a winding path, past babbling brooks and rustling thickets. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As she walked, she hummed a tune her grandmother often sang, a melody as old as the trees themselves. It was a song of the forest, of the creatures that dwelled within, and of the changing seasons. After what felt like hours of exploring, Lila reached the grove. It was unlike anything she had ever seen. The trees stood like sentinels, their branches weaving together to form a natural cathedral. Shafts of light pierced through the leaves, illuminating patches of moss and fallen leaves with a golden glow. As Lila wandered deeper into the grove, she noticed something unusual. Nestled amidst the roots of the largest tree was a peculiar acorn. It was unlike any acorn she had seen before, shimmering with an iridescent sheen that seemed to pulse with its own light. Curiosity sparked within her, and she reached out to pick it up. The moment her fingers closed around the acorn, a gentle warmth spread through her hand, traveling up her arm and into her heart. It was as if the acorn was alive, and it spoke to her in a language she could not understand but felt deeply. A sense of calm and belonging washed over her, and she knew this acorn was special. With the acorn safely tucked in her pocket, Lila continued her exploration, her thoughts swirling with wonder. As she moved through the grove, she began to notice subtle changes. The trees seemed to lean closer, their leaves whispering secrets she could almost hear. The ground beneath her feet felt softer, as if welcoming her presence. Eventually, Lila found a cozy spot beneath a particularly grand oak, its branches forming a canopy above her. She sat down, leaning against the trunk, and closed her eyes, letting the peacefulness of the grove envelop her. The rhythmic rustling of leaves lulled her into a gentle slumber. In her dreams, Lila saw visions of the forest as it once was, vibrant and teeming with life, where creatures of all kinds lived in harmony. She saw the seasons change, the leaves turning from green to gold, then blanketing the ground in a soft, white hush before bursting forth in new life once more. She saw the grove as a place of gathering, where creatures came to share stories and wisdom passed down through the ages. When Lila awoke, the sun was dipping low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor. She stretched and stood, feeling refreshed and invigorated. As she made her way back home, the acorn nestled in her pocket seemed to hum with quiet contentment. The next day, Leela returned to the grove, drawn by a yearning she couldn't quite explain. She spent her days exploring its hidden nooks and crannies, discovering secret paths, and listening to the forest's melodies. With each visit, she felt more attuned to the world around her, as if the acorn had awakened something within her. One afternoon, as she wandered through the grove, she heard a soft rustling behind her. Turning, she found herself face to face with a fox, its fur a brilliant copper that glistened in the dappled sunlight. The fox regarded her with eyes that sparkled with intelligence and a hint of mischief. "Hello, little one," the fox said, its voice smooth and gentle like a breeze through the leaves. "I see you have found the heart of the forest." Lila blinked in surprise, her heart skipping a beat. She had never heard an animal speak before. "The heart of the forest?" she echoed, glancing down at the acorn in her pocket. The fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Yes, that acorn holds the essence of this grove. It is a gift, bestowed upon those who are worthy and who seek to protect the balance of nature." Lila's eyes widened, her heart swelling with a mixture of awe and responsibility. "What should I do with it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The acorn has chosen you," the fox replied, stepping closer. "It will guide you. Listen to its song and let it lead you where you are needed." With that, the fox turned and disappeared into the underbrush, leaving Lila alone with her thoughts. She held the acorn in her palm, feeling its gentle warmth and the quiet strength it bestowed upon her. As the days turned to weeks, Lila found herself becoming more attuned to the needs of the forest. She noticed the subtle shifts in the wind, the whispers of the leaves, and the songs of the birds. She realized that the grove was not just a place, but a living entity that needed care and protection. One morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in soft pastels, Lila awoke with a sense of urgency. The acorn felt warm and insistent in her pocket, as if urging her to action. She quickly dressed and made her way to the grove, her heart pounding with anticipation. When she arrived, she found the animals of the forest gathered in a circle beneath the grand oak. Deer, rabbits, birds, and even the mischievous fox were there, their eyes fixed on her with a mixture of hope and expectation. "The balance has shifted," the fox said, stepping forward to address the assembly. "A change is coming, and we must act to preserve the harmony of our home." Lila listened intently, her fingers gently caressing the acorn. She felt its energy pulse in response, and she knew it was time to act. With the acorn as her guide, Lila led the animals on a journey through the forest, seeking out the places where the balance had been disrupted. She found streams that had been clogged with fallen branches, meadows overtaken by brambles, and trees that had been weakened by disease. With each challenge, Lila and the animals worked together, using their unique skills and strengths to restore the natural order. The deer used their antlers to clear away debris from the streams, while the birds spread seeds to rejuvenate the meadows. Lila, with her growing knowledge of the forest, tended to the trees, using her grandmother's teachings to heal their wounds. As they worked, Lila found herself growing and changing. She became more confident, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She realized that she was not just a visitor in the forest, but a part of it, an integral piece of the delicate tapestry of life. Eventually, their efforts bore fruit. The forest began to thrive once more, its colors vibrant and its songs joyous. The animals gathered once again beneath the grand oak, their eyes shining with gratitude and camaraderie. "You have restored the balance," the fox said, its voice filled with warmth and pride. "The forest is in your debt, Lila." Lila smiled, her heart swelling with a mixture of happiness and humility. "It was the acorn that showed me the way," she said, holding it up for all to see. The fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Yes, but it was your kindness and wisdom that brought us together. The acorn chose well." As the sun began to set, casting the grove in a warm golden light, Lila felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. She knew that she had found her place in the world, and that the forest would always be a part of her, just as she was a part of it. With a grateful heart, Lila returned home, the acorn a constant companion in her pocket. She knew that there would be more challenges to face, but she was ready to meet them with courage and friendship. And so the days passed, each one filled with new discoveries and adventures. Lila continued to learn and grow, her bond with the forest deepening with each passing season. She shared her knowledge with others, teaching them to see the world through the eyes of the forest, to listen to its songs, and to cherish its secrets. In time, the village came to be known as a place of harmony and respect for nature, where people and creatures lived side by side, guided by the wisdom of the enchanted acorn. And every night, as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky and the forest whispered its lullaby, Lila would sit by the window, the acorn in her hand, and feel the gentle pulse of the heart of the forest, knowing that she was home. Story 12. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and dense, whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara had a curious mind and a heart as open and welcoming as the meadow at dawn. Her days were filled with the hum of village life, where cobblestone paths wound between thatched cottages and fragrant gardens. One crisp autumn afternoon, as Clara wandered through the cobblestone streets, her attention was caught by a peculiar little shop she had never noticed before. Its sign, Whimsy Wonders, swung gently in the breeze, creaking with a promise of mystery. Clara, intrigued and unable to resist the allure of the unknown, stepped inside. The shop was a treasure trove of knickknacks and oddities, each item seemingly whispering tales of far-off lands and forgotten times. The air was tinged with the comforting scent of old books and lavender. As Clara explored, her fingers danced over a myriad of objects until they paused upon an unassuming, dusty mirror tucked away in a corner. The mirror was framed with vines of silver, and as Clara wiped away the dust, she noticed an inscription in elegant, flowing script that read, reflect not only what you see, but what you need to be. Intrigued, Clara gazed into the mirror. To her astonishment, the reflection smiled back at her before winking cheekily. "Hello there," chirped a soft, melodious voice. Clara blinked, wondering if her ears were playing tricks on her. "Don't be alarmed," the voice continued. "I've been waiting for someone like you." Clara, both curious and a little startled, leaned closer. "Who are you?" she asked. "I am the mirror of possibilities," the voice replied with a playful lilt. "And you, dear Clara, have a journey to undertake." Clara felt a thrill at the prospect of adventure. "A journey? Where to?" "To discover the magic within and around you," the mirror explained. "Follow the path through the whispering woods to the heart of the enchanted glade. There, you will find the answers you seek." With a sense of purpose swelling in her chest, Clara thanked the mirror and set off towards the woods, eager to uncover the wonders that awaited her. As she entered the whispering woods, the trees seemed to lean closer, their leaves murmuring secrets as the sun dappled the forest floor in golden patches. Clara's heart was light, her steps filled with anticipation. Along the way, she encountered a wise old owl named Oliver, perched on a low-hanging branch, his feathers ruffled in a thoughtful manner. "Greetings, young traveler," he hooted, his eyes twinkling like twin stars. "The forest speaks of your journey. May I accompany you?" Clara welcomed Oliver's company, grateful for his wisdom. Together, they wandered deeper into the woods, sharing stories and laughter that echoed amongst the trees. Soon they arrived at a bubbling brook, where a sprightly fox named Finn sat by the water's edge, his reddish coat gleaming in the sunlight. "Ah, companions for the road!" he exclaimed with a grin. "May I join this merry band?" Clara nodded, delighted to have another friend. With Oliver and Finn by her side, the journey felt even more magical. As they traversed the forest, the friends encountered a series of gentle challenges: an overgrown path that required patience to navigate, a riddle from a mischievous squirrel that demanded cleverness, and a bridge of stepping stones that called for teamwork and trust. Each obstacle was met with laughter and ingenuity, growing their bond stronger with every step. Clara marveled at the beauty of the world around her and the strength of friendship that lightened even the heaviest of tasks. Finally, they reached the enchanted glade, a place where the air shimmered with a soft, golden glow. Flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, their petals whispering ancient songs. In the center stood a magnificent oak tree, its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Clara approached the tree, feeling the warmth of the glade envelop her. The mirror's voice echoed in her mind, urging her to look beyond the surface. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, letting the tranquility of the glade seep into her very being. In that moment of stillness, she realized that the magic she sought was not a hidden treasure or a secret spell. It was the joy of friendship, the beauty of nature, and the wisdom gained through kindness and courage. The journey had woven these threads into the tapestry of her heart. As Clara opened her eyes, she felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She knew her life in Willowbrook would forever be enriched by the journey she had undertaken and the friends she had made. With her heart full and her spirit light, Clara thanked the enchanted glade for its gifts. Oliver and Finn, sensing her newfound understanding, smiled warmly. Together, they made their way back through the whispering woods, the path now familiar and welcoming. As they emerged from the trees, the village of Willowbrook lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of sunset. Clara knew she would carry the magic of the journey with her always, a reminder that true wonder lies in the connections we make and the beauty we find in every day. And so, with the gentle embrace of twilight settling around her, Clara returned home, her heart a little wiser and her spirit ever more vibrant. She tucked the memory of the journey safely in her heart, where it would continue to inspire dreams and adventures yet to come. And as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting their soft light over Willowbrook, Clara drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with whispers of wonder and the comforting presence of her newfound friends. Story 13. In a faraway land, nestled between towering mountains and rolling hills, lay the Whispering Woods. These woods were ancient, their roots stretching back to times untold, where the air hummed with secrets and the leaves murmured tales of old. Here, life unfolded in a delicate dance of harmony, where every creature, great and small, played its part in the grand tapestry of nature. As dawn spilled golden light across the forest floor, the morning dew sparkled like 1,000 tiny diamonds, clinging to the tips of emerald ferns. Birds of every hue and song flitted from branch to branch, their melodies weaving into a symphony that greeted the waking day. The scent of rich, damp earth mingled with the crisp aroma of pine and wildflowers, creating a tapestry of scents that told of the forest's vibrant life. In this enchanted realm lived a wise old owl named Orin. With feathers as soft as the evening mist, and eyes like pools of amber, Orin had watched over the whispering woods for many years. Perched high in an ancient oak tree, he was the guardian of wisdom, keeper of stories, and counselor to those seeking guidance. One peaceful afternoon, as the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a warm amber glow, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, carrying with it the soft whispers of the forest. As Orin prepared for his nightly vigil, a small, timid hare named Pippin approached. His fur was the color of freshly fallen snow, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and naivety. "Orin," Pippin began, his voice a soft tremor in the evening air, "there's been talk among the creatures that the balance of our forest is threatened. The stream no longer sings its lively tune, and the trees seem weary." Orin blinked thoughtfully, his expression serene yet attentive. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby, "the forest has rhythms and cycles, much like the seasons themselves. But you are wise to be concerned. Come, let us seek the counsel of the elders." Together, Orin and Pippin set off, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the fireflies that danced in the twilight. They traveled to a secluded glen where the elders of the forest often gathered, a council of ancient trees whose branches seemed to touch the sky. Here, the air was thick with the scent of moss and the soft lilt of a nearby brook that whispered its secrets to the wind. As they entered the glen, the elders stirred. The towering oaks and birches bowed their heads, their leaves rustling in recognition of Orin's presence. The forest had long relied on the wisdom of these elders, their roots deep in the earth, their wisdom woven through countless seasons. "Esteemed elders," Orin began, his voice carrying the weight of ages, "our young friend Pippin brings news of imbalance among our woods. We seek your insight and guidance." The eldest of the trees, a stately oak with gnarled branches and a trunk as wide as a river, spoke first. Its voice was a deep rumble, resonating through the earth. "We have felt the change, a subtle shift in the heart of our woods. It is as if the seasons themselves are whispering of things to come." Pippin's ears perked up, his curiosity piqued. "What could cause such a shift?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "Sometimes," the oak replied with gentle wisdom, "it is the smallest of creatures that hold the key to our harmony. Perhaps a creature has lost its way, or a forgotten promise needs to be fulfilled." Orin nodded, understanding the depth of the oak's words. "We must discover what has been overlooked," he said, "and restore the balance that holds our world together." With a newfound purpose, Pippin and Orin thanked the elders and set out to explore the forest, seeking answers in the hidden corners of their world. They paused by the stream, its waters now a mere trickle, where once it sang joyfully. Pippin crouched down, his reflection rippling in the shallow water, and noticed something peculiar, a tiny fish, struggling to swim against the diminished current. "Look, Orin," Pippin exclaimed softly, "this little one is in distress." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes taking in the scene. "Indeed," he said, "this stream is the lifeblood of our forest. Its song must be restored, for it nourishes all who dwell here." Realizing the importance of their task, Pippin and Orin followed the stream upstream, their journey taking them through sun-dappled clearings and shadowy groves. The air was alive with the hum of insects and the rustling of leaves, a gentle reminder of the forest's persistent life. As they journeyed on, they came upon a hidden glade, where the stream's source lay nestled among a ring of ancient stones. Here the stream was blocked by fallen branches and debris, a dam that had inadvertently formed, disrupting the flow of water. "Ah," Orin murmured, "here lies the heart of our trouble." Pippin, with determination shining in his eyes, began to clear the obstruction. He worked diligently, his small paws moving branches and stones aside, until the water began to flow freely once more, its song returning to the forest. As the stream resumed its joyful melody, a gentle ripple spread through the whispering woods. The trees sighed with relief, their leaves shimmering in gratitude, and the creatures of the forest emerged to celebrate the restored harmony. Orin and Pippin watched as the world around them came alive with newfound energy. Flowers unfurled their petals to greet the sun, and the birds' songs echoed more vibrantly through the trees. The forest was once again a symphony of life, its balance restored. "Thank you, dear Pippin," Orin said, his voice filled with warmth and pride. "Your kindness and perseverance have renewed our woods." Pippin beamed, feeling the warmth of the forest's gratitude envelop him. "I only followed your wisdom, Orin," he replied, his heart full of joy. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a gentle glow over the restored stream, the whispering woods settled into a peaceful slumber. The creatures of the forest, now in harmony with their world, nestled into their beds of leaves and moss as the gentle lull of the stream sang them to sleep. In the heart of the forest, where magic danced with reality, the lessons of balance and harmony were etched into the very fabric of life, whispered from generation to generation, ensuring that the whispering woods would remain a sanctuary of peace for all who called it home. Story 14. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Wishes. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, there lay a secret whisper, a tale told only in hushed tones by the elders by the fireside. This was the story of the Whispering Woods, where it was said that if you listened closely, you could hear the trees sharing secrets of ages past. And in the heart of these woods, hidden from plain sight, was a magical lantern that granted a single wish to those pure of heart. On a crisp autumn morning, when the air danced with golden leaves and the scent of damp earth, a young girl named Linnea set out on a journey. Linnea was an earnest soul, with curiosity woven into the fabric of her being. Her eyes, the color of moss after rain, sparkled with an inherent kindness that endeared her to all who knew her. It was said she had an uncanny ability to hear the whispers of the woods more clearly than anyone else. Linnea's journey began not out of whimsy, but necessity. Her village had been experiencing a peculiar drought. Though the skies often burst with clouds, rain seldom fell, and the once thriving gardens now lay withered. The villagers were anxious and disheartened, and Linnea, with her empathetic heart, felt their sorrow as if it were her own. As she walked, the forest embraced her, its canopy filtering the sunlight into a warm, green glow. The air was alive with the rustling of leaves and the soft chirping of hidden creatures. Linnea paused frequently, touching the rough bark of trees, feeling the pulse of life beneath her fingers, and listening for the whispers she had been promised as a child. It was during these pauses that she first heard it, a faint murmur like a song carried on the breeze. Linnea closed her eyes, her heart beating in time with the thrumming of the earth. The voice was gentle, like an old friend, inviting her deeper into the forest, guiding her toward the heart of the whispering woods. As she ventured further, the path grew less distinct, cloaked in a carpet of fallen leaves. The woods around her seemed to grow denser, more alive. There was a feeling of being watched, but not unkindly, an impression that the forest itself was aware and welcoming. Linnea soon found herself standing before a grand oak, ancient and wise, its branches stretching toward the heavens like a supplicant. Beneath this oak was a hollow, glowing faintly with an ethereal light. Kneeling, Linnea peered inside and gasped softly. There, nestled in the roots, was the Lantern of Wishes. The lantern was a marvel, crafted from a metal that glinted like the first light of dawn, its panels etched with scenes of endless forests and star-strewn skies. Within it, a gentle flame flickered, casting a warmth that seemed to seep into Linnea's very bones. She reached out, her fingers trembling slightly, and took the lantern in her hands. As soon as she did, the whispers around her grew stronger, clearer. The trees spoke of hope, of renewal, and of the power of a wish made with a pure heart. Linnea closed her eyes, thinking of her village, of her family and friends, and of the land that needed healing. With a steady breath, she whispered her wish, a wish for rain to nourish the earth, for life to return in abundance, for smiles to grace the faces of her loved ones. As her words faded into the air, the lantern's flame flared brightly, casting a golden glow that enveloped Linnea, filling her with a profound sense of peace. The transformation was immediate. The sky, once a mere canvas of gray, began to darken with deep rolling clouds. A low rumble echoed through the woods, and soon the heavens opened, releasing a gentle, life-giving rain. Linnea stood beneath the oak, feeling the cool drops on her skin, a smile spreading across her face as she watched the forest come alive around her. The rain fell steadily, soaking into the parched earth, coaxing the sleeping seeds to awaken. Flowers unfurled their petals, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of renewal. Linnea knew her wish had been granted, not just by the lantern, but by the spirit of the forest itself. As the rain continued, Linnea made her way back to the village, her heart light and her spirit invigorated. The villagers, seeing the rain, emerged from their homes, their faces lifting skyward in gratitude and joy. They welcomed Linnea with open arms, understanding that she had been the catalyst for this miracle. Days turned into weeks, and the village flourished once more. Gardens thrived, and the streams sang with newfound vigor. The villagers often gathered to hear Linnea's tale of the Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Wishes, a story that would be passed down for generations. Linnea, though, remained humble. She knew the true magic lay not just in the lantern, but in the connection between all living things, the earth, the trees, the rain, and the people who cared for one another. She understood that the greatest wishes were those made from love and hope. And so, as the years rolled on, Linnea continued to visit the Whispering Woods, her heart always open to its whispers, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the world around her. And on cool, starlit nights, when the village was quiet and the air was thick with dreams, she could be found by the fireside, retelling her tale, her voice a soothing melody that lulled even the most restless soul to sleep. In the end, the lantern taught not just Linnea, but all who heard her story, that true magic lies within the heart, where wishes are born and dreams take flight. Story 15. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, nestled within a gentle valley surrounded by whispering forests and emerald hills, there lived a young girl named Clara. Her days were filled with the simple joys of nature, chasing butterflies, weaving crowns from daisy chains, and watching the clouds drift lazily across the sky. But Clara was not like the other children who called Willowbrook home. She had a secret, a gift passed down through generations of her family, a magical ability to speak with the creatures of the forest. This gift was as precious as it was mysterious, and Clara treasured it deeply. She would often wander the woods, conversing with the birds, the squirrels, and the wise old owl who perched high in the ancient oak. Her closest friend, however, was a small, mischievous fox named Finnegan. With his rust-colored fur and twinkling eyes, Finnegan was a constant companion, always ready to share in Clara's adventures or offer a clever solution to any predicament. One golden morning, as the sun spilled its warm light through the leaves, Clara and Finnegan set off along a winding path that led deeper into the forest than they had ever ventured before. The air was alive with the scent of pine and the soft rustle of leaves, creating a symphony that seemed to beckon them onward. Clara felt a pull within her heart, a whisper of something magical and unknown, waiting just beyond her sight. As they walked, they came upon a clearing they had never seen. In the center stood a grand, ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with the wisdom of countless years. Clara could feel a gentle hum of energy emanating from it, thrumming through the ground and into her very bones. She approached the tree with reverence, her fingers grazing the rough bark as if greeting an old friend. "Do you feel it, Finnegan?" she whispered, her voice barely louder than the breeze. Finnegan nodded, his ears perking up attentively. "There's something special about this place, Clara. I can sense it, too." Just then, a soft glow caught Clara's eye. Nestled among the roots of the tree was a small, intricately carved box, its surface shimmering with a faint, ethereal light. Clara knelt to pick it up, the wood cool and smooth against her palms. As she opened the lid, a delicate melody spilled forth, filling the air with a hauntingly beautiful tune that seemed to echo from the very heart of the forest. Inside the box lay a small, crystal pendant, its facets catching the light and casting rainbows across the ground. Clara held it up, captivated by its beauty and the warmth that spread through her fingertips. "This is no ordinary trinket," Finnegan mused, his eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. "I believe it's a key to something greater, a doorway to another world. Clara's heart quickened with excitement and a touch of trepidation. She slipped the pendant around her neck, feeling its weight settle comfortably against her chest. "Shall we find out where it leads?" she asked, her voice a blend of curiosity and courage. With Finnegan at her side, Clara followed the path that seemed to unfurl before them, guided by the gentle pull of the pendant. The forest grew denser, the trees towering like silent sentinels, their leaves whispering secrets only the wind could understand. As they journeyed deeper, the air took on a shimmering quality, as if reality itself was bending and blurring at the edges. Finally, they emerged into a hidden glade, bathed in soft golden light. Before them stretched a vast lake, its surface as smooth and reflective as a polished mirror. In the center of the lake stood an island, lush and green, with a single, magnificent tower rising from its heart. The tower's spires glimmered in the sunlight, weaving a tapestry of light and shadow that danced across the water. Clara felt a tug of recognition, as if she had seen this place in her dreams. "This must be it," she breathed, her voice filled with awe, the hidden world the pendant was meant to reveal. Floating near the shore was a small wooden boat, its oars resting invitingly across its bow. Clara and Finnegan climbed in, the boat rocking gently beneath their weight. With each stroke of the oars they drew closer to the island, the pendant's glow intensifying until it was a beacon of light guiding their way. As they reached the shore, Clara stepped out onto the soft, moss-covered ground. The air was alive with the hum of magic, a tangible presence that seemed to wrap around her like a comforting embrace. Together, she and Finnegan made their way towards the tower, their footsteps silent on the plush earth. The tower's entrance was a grand archway, its doors carved with symbols and runes that hummed with ancient power. Clara traced her fingers over the carvings, feeling the energy pulse beneath her touch. With a deep breath, she pushed the doors open, revealing a spiraling staircase that wound up into the heights of the tower. With Finnegan close behind, Clara ascended the stairs, their footsteps echoing softly in the quiet. The walls were lined with tapestries depicting scenes of nature, lush forests, rolling hills, and serene lakes, all woven with threads of gold and silver that shimmered in the dim light. At the top of the staircase, they entered a circular chamber filled with light. The room was adorned with books and scrolls, shelves lined with mysterious artifacts, and a grand window that offered a breathtaking view of the world beyond. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which rested a book bound in leather, its cover embossed with the same symbols that adorned the tower's entrance. Clara approached the pedestal, her heart pounding with anticipation. As she opened the book, its pages filled with intricate illustrations and flowing script, she felt a rush of understanding wash over her. The book was a guide, a compendium of knowledge about the hidden world and the magic that flowed through it. "This is incredible," Clara murmured, her eyes scanning the pages with wonder. "It's as if this place was waiting for us, for me." Finnegan padded over, his eyes bright with curiosity. "The magic here is old and powerful, Clara. It feels like it belongs to you, to your family." As Clara delved into the book, she learned of the hidden world's history, a realm where nature and magic intertwined, where creatures of myth and legend roamed free. The pendant, she discovered, was a key not just to this world, but to the magic within herself, a legacy passed down through her ancestors. The hours slipped by as Clara absorbed the book's wisdom, the sun dipping lower in the sky until the chamber was bathed in the warm glow of twilight. As she closed the book, she felt a profound sense of connection and purpose, as if she had found a missing piece of herself. "We should return home," Finnegan suggested gently, his voice tinged with understanding. "But we can come back whenever you wish." Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and determination. She knew their journey was far from over, that the hidden world held more secrets waiting to be uncovered. But for now, she felt a deep sense of peace, knowing she was exactly where she was meant to be. As they descended the tower and made their way back across the lake, the pendant's glow softened, a gentle reminder of the magic that now flowed within Clara's veins. The forest welcomed them back with open arms, the trees whispering their approval as the path led them home. As they reached the edge of the village, the first stars appeared in the sky, twinkling like diamonds against the velvet night. Clara paused to look back at the forest, the pendant warm against her chest, a promise of adventures yet to come. With Finnegan by her side, Clara returned to the cozy cottage she called home. The hearth crackled with warmth, casting a soft glow across the room as she settled into her favorite chair. Finnegan curled up beside her, his eyes drooping with contentment. Clara's heart was full, her mind buzzing with the possibilities that lay ahead. She knew that whatever challenges she faced, she would do so with courage, wisdom, and the steadfast friendship of the creatures she loved. And so, as the fire crackled and the stars watched over them, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the hidden world and the magic that connected them all. Story 16. In a secluded corner of an ancient forest, where towering oaks and whispering pines created a canopy as old as time itself, there lay a hidden glen known only to the creatures who called it home. The glen was a place where the air shimmered with an ethereal glow, and the boundaries between the mundane and the magical seemed to dance like sunlight on a rippling brook. The inhabitants of this mystical glen included creatures both ordinary and extraordinary. Among them were the wise old tortoise, known as Tulin, who carried stories in the deep lines of his shell, the spirited young squirrel, Pippin, with eyes that sparkled like the stars, and the gentle deer, Mira, whose presence was as calming as a gentle breeze through the meadow. These creatures and many others lived in harmony, each playing their part in maintaining the delicate balance of their enchanted home. The forest was alive with the symphony of nature. The rustle of leaves created a soft melody in the wind, and the gentle trickle of a nearby stream provided a soothing undertone. The air was infused with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers, while shafts of golden sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. As the seasons turned, the forest transformed with them. Spring brought a vibrant tapestry of colors as blossoms unfurled, and the world was reborn in a riot of life. Summer followed with its warm, languid days, where the forest basked in the sun's embrace. Autumn arrived in a blaze of fiery hues, painting the leaves in shades of amber and crimson. Finally, winter cloaked the glen in a serene blanket of snow, the landscape hushed and still, as if the world itself were pausing to reflect. In this place of wonder, the creatures of the forest understood that each season brought its own kind of magic, a rhythm that sustained the world around them. They knew that the forest's harmony depended on each of them playing their part, and so they gathered at the turn of each season to share stories and wisdom, passed down through generations. On one such occasion, as the first snowflakes of winter began to drift lazily from the sky, the creatures of the glen assembled beneath the ancient oak, whose branches stretched like protective arms above them. The air was crisp and tinged with the promise of snow, while a gentle hush had settled over the forest, as if it too awaited the tales to be told. Tulin, the tortoise, slowly made his way to the center of the gathering, his movements deliberate and unhurried, much like the passage of time itself. As he settled himself, the creatures leaned in, eager to hear the tales he carried. "Dear friends," Tulin began in a voice as smooth and deep as the forest itself, "as the seasons turn and the world renews, we are reminded of the wisdom that binds us to this land. Just as the forest embraces change, so too must we." Pippin, the squirrel, chattered with excitement, his bushy tail twitching. "Tell us of the magic that keeps our home alive, Tulin. Tell us of the wonders we have yet to see." Tulin chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of leaves. "Ah, young Pippin, there is much magic in the world, if only we have eyes to see it. But let me share with you a tale of balance and harmony, a story of how we all play a part in the dance of the seasons." And so Tulin began his tale, weaving a story of a time long ago when the balance of the forest was threatened. It was a time when the sun grew too bold, and summer stretched on, refusing to yield to the gentle embrace of autumn. The streams dried up, and the leaves withered on the branch, leaving the creatures of the forest in dire need. In their desperation, the animals sought the counsel of the ancient oak, whose wisdom was as deep as its roots. "The sun has forgotten its place in the dance of the seasons," the oak rumbled, its voice like the creaking of old wood. "To restore balance, we must remind it of the beauty in change." It was then that a small, unassuming creature, the earthworm, spoke up. "Perhaps the sun needs to see the world through fresh eyes," he suggested, his voice humble, yet filled with quiet conviction. The creatures were puzzled, but the oak nodded in agreement. "Indeed, little one, you shall be our messenger." And so the earthworm embarked on a journey to the heart of the sun, carrying with him the stories of the forest, of spring's rebirth, summer's warmth, autumn's splendor, and winter's peace. As he whispered these tales to the sun, the great orb paused to listen, touched by the beauty of the world it had overlooked. Moved by the earthworm's gentle wisdom, the sun agreed to step back and allow the seasons to flow once more. Balance was restored, and the forest blossomed anew, each creature playing its part in the circle of life. As Tulin finished his tale, a soft murmur of appreciation rippled through the gathering. The snow continued to fall, blanketing the glen in a soft, shimmering quilt, and the air was filled with a sense of unity and peace. Mira, the deer, spoke in her gentle voice. "Let us remember the lesson of the earthworm, that even the smallest among us can bring about great change with kindness and wisdom." The creatures nodded in agreement, their hearts warmed by the shared story and the bond it reinforced. As they dispersed, the warm glow of the ancient oak seemed to embrace them all, a reminder of the enduring magic of their forest home. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined like the branches of the trees, the creatures of the glen continued to live in harmony, their lives a testament to the wisdom passed down through generations. A gentle reminder that balance and friendship were the true magic that sustained their enchanted world. Story 17. On the outskirts of a quaint little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there stood a small, thatched cottage where a gentle breeze often carried the scent of wildflowers. Inside the cozy abode lived an inquisitive young girl named Lila, known for her keen eyes that seemed to twinkle with the promise of adventure. Her days were spent exploring the meadows and forests, her heart open to the wonders that nature offered. One crisp autumn afternoon, as leaves danced in the wind like tiny golden fairies, Lila stumbled upon a peculiar object while wandering through the woods. It was a small, unassuming wooden box, intricately carved with patterns that resembled vines and stars. The craftsmanship was unlike anything Lila had ever seen. As she carefully opened the lid, a soft, warm light enveloped her, and she heard a gentle melody, like the tinkling of distant bells. Inside the box lay an old compass, its needle spinning lazily before settling on a direction that seemed to beckon her forward. The compass had an air of enchantment, and holding it filled Lila with a sense of curiosity and excitement. Intrigued by this newfound treasure, she decided to follow where the compass led, embarking on a journey that promised to be unlike any other. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, she was joined by a cheerful squirrel named Jasper, whose bushy tail seemed to wag with delight at every discovery. Jasper was a wise creature, always ready with a story or a riddle, and his companionship made the journey feel less daunting. His bright eyes and playful antics brought laughter to Lila's heart, and together they made an excellent team. The path guided by the compass led them through an ancient grove, where sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. Here, they met an owl named Sage, whose feathers shimmered in hues of silver and blue. Sage was a creature of profound wisdom, known to offer guidance to those who sought it. Her voice was soft and soothing, like the whisper of the wind through the trees. Sage listened intently as Lila shared her tale of the mysterious compass and the journey it had prompted. The owl nodded, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "The compass you hold is no ordinary object," Sage explained. "It is a guide to hidden truths and forgotten paths, leading those with open hearts to places of wonder and learning." With Sage's encouragement, Lila continued her journey, the compass pointing toward a towering mountain that seemed to touch the sky. Its peak was shrouded in mist, giving it an air of mystery and magic. As they climbed, the air grew cooler and the scent of pine filled their lungs. Despite the challenge, Lila felt invigorated, knowing that she was not alone. At the heart of the mountain, they discovered a serene glade, where a crystal-clear spring bubbled joyfully. In the center stood an ancient tree, its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Here, Lila faced her greatest challenge, a riddle inscribed on the tree's bark, left by those who had come before. The riddle spoke of understanding and kindness, of seeing beyond the surface to the heart of things. Lila sat beneath the tree, pondering its meaning, while Jasper and Sage offered their own insights. It was not strength or force that would unlock the riddle's secret, but rather the wisdom of compassion and the courage to see with the heart. In that moment of quiet reflection, Lila understood. The journey was not just about reaching a destination, but about the connections formed along the way, the friendships, the shared laughter, and the lessons learned. With this newfound understanding, the riddle's secret revealed itself, and the tree offered its gift, a shimmering leaf that glowed with a gentle light. The leaf was a symbol of the magic within the ordinary, of the wonder that lay in everyday moments. With it, Lila felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that her journey had changed her in ways she had never imagined. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lila, Jasper, and Sage made their way back to the village. The compass, now resting quietly in Lila's pocket, had fulfilled its purpose, guiding her not only through the forest but also toward a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Back in her cottage, Lila placed the compass and the glowing leaf on her windowsill, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep, the gentle melody of the compass lingered in the air, a lullaby of adventure and wonder, promising that the world was filled with magic for those willing to seek it with open hearts. And so, in the warmth of her dreams, Lila knew that the journey was just the beginning, and that she would always carry the wisdom and friendship she had discovered along the way, like a light guiding her through the darkest nights. Story 18. In the heart of a quiet village, nestled between rolling emerald hills, there lived a curious young girl named Marin. Her hair caught the light like spun gold, and her eyes sparkled with the adventurous spirit of 1,000 untold stories. Each night, as the world around her settled into the gentle embrace of twilight, Marin would sit by her window, gazing at the distant, mysterious wood that lay beyond the hills, a wood whispered about in tales of wonder and enchantment. One evening, as the moon rose full and bright, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Marin felt a tug at her heart, an irresistible call to explore the unknown. Wrapped in a cloak the color of midnight, she ventured out into the cool, crisp night, her breath making little puffs of mist that danced in the moonlight. The path to the enchanted wood was soft underfoot, carpeted with leaves that rustled like whispers sharing secrets with the wind. As Marin approached the edge of the forest, she paused, taking in the sight before her. The trees stood like ancient sentinels, their trunks adorned with moss that shimmered in shades of emerald and gold, while their branches wove together to form a canopy that twinkled with tiny lights, fireflies that flickered like stars brought to earth. Marin stepped into the wood, her heart beating with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the scent of pine and earth and something sweetly floral. As she wandered deeper, she marveled at the wonders around her. Mushrooms that glowed softly with a gentle luminescence, pools of water that reflected the moon like polished silver, and vines that twined like dancers in a graceful embrace. It wasn't long before Marin encountered her first whimsical creature. Lounging lazily atop a mossy boulder was a small, furry being with eyes as bright and curious as her own. Its fur was a patchwork of colors, each hue blending into the next like a watercolor painting. The creature, sensing Marin's presence, tilted its head and gave a friendly chirp. "Hello there," Marin said softly, not wanting to startle her new acquaintance. "What a magical place this is." The creature responded with a series of musical trills and gestures, leading Marin to a nearby glade where the trees parted to reveal a sky awash with starlight. There she found herself surrounded by a gathering of creatures, each more fantastical than the last. There were tiny, winged beings that flitted about like living jewels, and gentle, antlered creatures whose eyes held a depth of wisdom that belied their playful demeanor. As the night unfolded, Marin found herself drawn into the rhythm of the forest. The creatures shared their stories, not in words but in melodies and movements, each tale a tapestry woven from dreams and memories. In return, Maren shared her own dreams, her voice a soft thread that wove its way into the fabric of the night. But the true magic of the wood lay in the challenges it presented, gentle tests that revealed Maren's strengths. There was a narrow stream that needed crossing, its waters bubbling over smooth stones. With the help of a friendly turtle whose shell gleamed like polished jade, Maren found a path across, her steps sure and steady. Then there was a riddle posed by a wise old owl, its feathers dusted with moonlight. The riddle spoke of courage and the heart's true desires. Maren pondered the owl's words, and with quiet confidence found the answer not in her mind, but in the truth she carried within her heart. As the first light of dawn began to brush the sky with delicate hues of pink and gold, Maren knew it was time to return. The creatures gathered around her, their presence a warm farewell, promising that the wood would always welcome her back. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit renewed, Maren made her way home, the path now familiar and dear. Back in her village, Maren slipped into her cozy room just as the sun peeked over the horizon. She sat by her window, the memory of the night's adventure glowing within her like a beacon. The enchanted wood had gifted her not only with wondrous sights and new friends, but with a deeper understanding of courage. The courage to explore, to embrace the unknown, and to find strength in the gentle bonds of friendship. And so, as Maren drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams were filled with the music of the forest, the laughter of its creatures, and the comforting knowledge that wherever she roamed, she carried a piece of the enchanted wood with her, a place of magic where courage and wonder walked hand in hand. Story 19. In a secluded corner of the world, where the golden rays of the sun kissed the verdant hills, there lay a quaint village named Willowbrook. Nestled amidst an emerald valley, the village seemed to have sprung out of a storybook, with its cobblestone paths winding through cottages adorned with thatched roofs and blooming gardens. The air was perpetually laced with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the gentle murmur of a brook that meandered lazily, its waters glistening under the sun's warm embrace. The heart of Willowbrook was its people, a close-knit community that thrived on kindness and camaraderie. In the center of the village stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching wide as if to embrace the sky. This oak, known as the Whispering Tree, held a secret known only to the villagers. It was a portal to a hidden world, a realm where magic breathed life into the ordinary. One sunny morning, a young boy named Finn discovered something peculiar while playing by the brook. He was a bright-eyed lad with tousled chestnut hair and an insatiable curiosity that often led him on adventures through the woods and meadows. On this particular day, the brook whispered secrets more enticing than ever before. The pebbles seemed to shimmer under the water's surface, and as Finn leaned closer, he noticed a peculiar stone nestled among them. It was a small, iridescent orb that glowed softly, pulsating with a gentle warmth. Intrigued, Finn reached out and plucked the stone from the water. As he turned it over in his hand, a tingling sensation coursed through his fingers, spreading up his arm and filling him with an inexplicable sense of wonder. The stone felt alive, humming with an energy that beckoned him toward the Whispering Tree. With the stone cradled in his palm, Finn approached the ancient oak. Its bark, rough and time-worn, seemed to resonate with the same energy as the stone. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, carrying with it a faint melody that danced through the air. As Finn stood beneath the tree's canopy, he felt a connection, as though the tree acknowledged his presence and the stone he held. Compelled by an unseen force, Finn placed the stone at the base of the tree. Instantly, the air shimmered, and a soft, golden light enveloped him. The ground seemed to dissolve beneath his feet, and he found himself floating, suspended in a world of light and color. When the glow subsided, Finn stood in a place unlike any he had ever known. He was in a lush forest, but not like the one back home. Here the trees towered impossibly high, their bark glistening like polished silver. The leaves were a kaleidoscope of colors, shifting and changing with each breath of wind. A symphony of bird calls and the gentle rustle of foliage filled the air, creating a harmonious melody that seemed to flow through the very fabric of the forest. Finn wandered in awe, his heart swelling with a joy he couldn't quite comprehend. As he explored, he came upon a clearing where a group of creatures gathered. They were unlike anything he had ever seen, with the grace of deer and the wisdom of old souls reflected in their eyes. Their bodies shimmered with an ethereal glow, and their presence exuded a warmth that made Finn feel instantly welcome. One of the creatures, with a mane of silvery blue that cascaded down its back, approached Finn. Its voice was a gentle whisper, like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Welcome, young traveler," it said. "You hold the Stone of Whispers, a gift from our realm to yours." Finn listened intently as the creature explained the stone's significance. It was a key, a link between the worlds of magic and reality. Each bearer of the stone was chosen for their pure heart and their willingness to see beyond the ordinary. The stone granted its keeper the ability to hear the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature and all its creatures. "But why me?" Finn asked, his voice a mixture of wonder and uncertainty. "I'm just a boy from Willowbrook." The creature smiled, a serene expression that filled Finn with warmth. "It is precisely your heart, filled with curiosity and kindness, that has drawn the stone to you. Your journey is just beginning, and with it, you will learn the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom that lies within." With those words, the creature led Finn deeper into the forest, introducing him to the wonders of this hidden world. He met creatures that sung melodies so pure they brought tears to his eyes, and witnessed plants that danced and twirled with the rhythm of the wind. Each encounter taught him something new, weaving a tapestry of knowledge and understanding that enriched his heart and mind. Days turned into weeks, and Finn found himself growing not only in knowledge, but also in spirit. He learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to feel the pulse of life in every leaf and every breath of wind. The creatures became his friends, teaching him lessons of empathy, patience, and the power of unity. Yet even in this magical realm, challenges arose. One day, a shadow fell over the forest, a creeping darkness that threatened to snuff out the light and joy that had embraced Finn. A great storm was brewing, conjured by a force that sought to disrupt the harmony of the hidden world. Finn felt the stone grow warm in his pocket, and he knew that it was calling him to act. With his friends by his side, he journeyed to the heart of the storm, where the darkness swirled like a living entity. It was a daunting sight, but Finn's heart was steady, fueled by the love and wisdom he had gathered. With a deep breath, Finn stepped forward, holding the Stone of Whispers aloft. The creatures around him joined in, their voices rising in a melody that resonated with the very essence of the forest. Together, they sang a song of hope, a song of light that pierced through the darkness. As the melody reached its crescendo, the storm began to falter, its fury dissipating in the face of such pure and unyielding harmony. The clouds parted and sunlight poured down, bathing the forest in a golden glow. The darkness retreated, vanquished by the unity and courage of Finn and his newfound friends. In that moment, Finn understood the true power of the Stone of Whispers. It was not just a key to a magical world, but a symbol of the connection between all living things. It reminded him of the strength found in friendship and the light that could be kindled even in the darkest of times. With the storm abated and the forest restored to its former glory, Finn knew it was time to return to Willowbrook. His heart was full, enriched by the experiences and friendships he had forged. As he bid farewell to his magical companions, the creature with the silvery blue mane spoke once more. "Remember, dear Finn, the whispers of the world are always there for those who choose to listen. Carry this wisdom with you, and let it guide your heart and actions." With those parting words, Finn felt the gentle pull of the stone, drawing him back through the portal. The world of silver trees and singing creatures faded, replaced by the familiar sight of the whispering tree and the village of Willowbrook. Finn stood beneath the ancient oak, the stone still warm in his hand. He looked around, feeling the whispers of the world in the rustling leaves and the babbling brook. Willowbrook was unchanged, yet Finn saw it with new eyes, understanding the magic that lay in the simple beauty of his home. The village welcomed him with open arms, and as he shared his tale, the villagers listened with rapt attention. Finn's journey had changed him, but it had also woven a new thread of wonder into the fabric of Willowbrook. The Stone of Whispers had found its place, not just in Finn's heart, but in the hearts of all who listened. As the sun set over the valley, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Finn sat by the brook, the stone cradled in his hand. He closed his eyes, listening to the whispers of the world, a gentle symphony that promised new adventures and the enduring magic of friendship. And so, as night embraced the village, Finn drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the wonders yet to come and the whispers that would forever guide his heart. The story of Finn and the Stone of Whispers became a cherished tale in Willowbrook, a reminder of the magic found in the simplest of places and the power of a kind heart. The end. Story 20. Once upon a time, in the serene village of Willowbrook, nestled gently amidst rolling hills and whispering pines, there lived a curious young soul named Milo. Milo was known for his boundless imagination and a heart that yearned for adventure. His days were filled with tales of far-off lands and uncharted territories, read by the warm glow of candlelight. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was sweet with the scent of fallen leaves, Milo discovered an old, weathered map tucked away in the attic. It was a map unlike any he had seen before, with swirling lines and colors that seemed to dance before his eyes. At its center was marked a place called the Enchanted Glade, a place no one in Willowbrook had heard of, for it lay just beyond the edge of imagination. Milo's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. With a gentle resolve, he decided to follow the map. Packing a small satchel with provisions, a trusty compass, and his favorite book of poems, he set out just as the morning sun began to peek over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. As Milo ventured beyond the familiar meadows, the world around him began to change. The trees grew taller, their leaves shimmering with a silvery sheen, as if kissed by moonlight even in daylight. The air was filled with the soft tinkling of distant chimes, a melody that seemed to guide his steps. It wasn't long before Milo encountered his first whimsical creature. Perched on a low branch was a creature no bigger than his hand, with wings that glistened like dew-covered cobwebs. It was a lumapuff, a creature known in legends for its gentle luminescence and wisdom. The lumapuff blinked at Milo with eyes as round as marbles, then spoke in a voice that sounded like a breeze through chimes. "Brave traveler, why do you seek the enchanted glade?" Milo, though startled by the talking creature, replied earnestly, "I seek to know what lies beyond the stories I read, to discover the wonders of the world with my own eyes." The lumapuff nodded, a soft glow emanating from its tiny form. "Then follow the light of your heart, and you shall find what you seek," it said before flitting off into the canopy, leaving a trail of shimmering light. Encouraged by the lumapuff's words, Milo continued his journey deeper into the forest. The path twisted and turned, leading him through fields of flowers that sang in soft harmonies, and across streams that sparkled with colors unseen in his village. Each step was a discovery, each moment a new chapter in his unfolding adventure. As the sun began to dip beyond the horizon, painting the sky with shades of lavender and tangerine, Milo came upon a gentle challenge. A bridge, old and wooden, stretched across a quietly flowing river. Upon it sat a ponderous turtle bard, its shell adorned with tiny bells and trinkets that jingled softly as it moved. The turtle bard regarded Milo with wise, kind eyes. "To cross this bridge, young traveler, you must share a tale or song of your journey thus far," it intoned, its voice deep and resonant like the tolling of distant bells. Milo, with a heart full of experiences in the warmth of the day's adventures, recited a poem he had composed during his travels. It spoke of the silvery leaves, the singing flowers, and the luminous creatures he had met. As he finished, the turtle bard nodded approvingly, stepping aside to let him pass. "Your words carry the courage of your journey," the turtle bard said. "May they guide you to your destination." With gratitude and a light heart, Milo crossed the bridge. The path led him finally to the Enchanted Glade, a place where time seemed to stand still. It was a circular clearing where the grass glowed softly with its own light, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and jasmine. In the center stood a grand, ancient tree, its branches stretching up towards the stars that now twinkled in the night sky. Milo sat beneath the tree, feeling a profound sense of peace and fulfillment. He had ventured into the unknown, faced gentle challenges, and discovered not just the wonders of the world, but also the courage within his own heart. As the moon cast its silver light over the glade, Milo felt a deep connection to everything around him. The whispers of the leaves, the glow of the grass, and the distant song of the lumapuffs filled him with a contentment he had never known. When morning came, Milo made his way back to Willowbrook, the map tucked safely in his satchel. He returned not just with stories to tell, but with a newfound understanding of the beauty of exploration and the quiet strength that comes from a journey well taken. And so as the fire crackled gently in the hearth and the village settled into the soft embrace of night, Milo shared his tales by candlelight, inspiring others to listen to the call of adventure, to step beyond the familiar, and to find their own enchanted glade. In the end, Milo's journey was not just about discovering a magical place, but about the courage to explore the unknown, a lesson that warmed the hearts of all who heard his story. And as they drifted into dreams, lulled by the soothing cadence of his voice, they too began to dream of paths untraveled and wonders yet to be discovered. Story 21. In a galaxy far, far away, there lived a young star navigator named Kira. With her luminous lavender skin and delicate antennae, she hailed from the peaceful planet of Alari, where the gentle folk lived in harmony with nature. One fateful day, Kira's scout ship was caught in a cosmic storm, sending her careening off course and crash-landing on a remote desert world called Zarthos. As she emerged from the wreckage, she found herself face to face with an unlikely companion, a gruff, burly creature named Rix. Rix was a Zarthian, a proud race of warriors known for their fierce independence and unwavering courage. With his tough, leathery skin and piercing yellow eyes, he cut an imposing figure, and his initial reaction to Kira's arrival was one of suspicion and hostility. "You've trespassed on Zarthian territory, alien," he growled, brandishing his plasma rifle. Kira, taken aback by his aggression, tried to reason with him. "Please, I mean no harm. My ship was damaged in the storm, and I seek only shelter and assistance in repairing it." But Rix was unmoved, his deep-rooted mistrust of outsiders clouding his judgment. "You expect me to believe your lies? For all I know, you could be a scout for an invading force." Seeing no alternative, Kira reluctantly agreed to allow Rix to take her into custody until she could prove her peaceful intentions. Little did they know that this rocky start would mark the beginning of an extraordinary friendship. As they journeyed across the harsh, unforgiving landscape of Zarthos, Kira and Rix found themselves facing one challenge after another. Sandstorms ravaged their path, predatory beasts lurked in the shadows, and their supplies dwindled perilously low. Through it all, they were forced to rely on each other's unique strengths and abilities. Kira's vast knowledge of star charts and navigation systems proved invaluable, while Rix's combat skills and resourcefulness kept them safe from harm. Slowly but surely, their initial misunderstandings and prejudices began to melt away, replaced by a newfound respect and understanding. Kira marveled at Rix's unwavering courage and resilience, while Rix found himself enchanted by Kira's gentle spirit and boundless curiosity. In their darkest moments, they offered each other solace and support. When Kira despaired of ever finding her way home, Rix's gruff words of encouragement gave her the strength to carry on. And when Rix was gravely injured fending off a vicious sandworm, Kira's tender care and healing touch saved his life. Through their shared struggles and triumphs, an unbreakable bond formed between them, a bond that transcended species, culture, and even the vastness of the cosmos itself. At last, they reached the outskirts of a Zarthian settlement, where Kira's damaged ship could be repaired. As they prepared to part ways, there was a heaviness in their hearts, for they had come to cherish the friendship they had forged against all odds. With tears glistening in her eyes, Kira embraced Rix tightly. "Thank you, my dear friend, for showing me the true meaning of courage, loyalty, and understanding." Rix, his gruff exterior softened by their shared experiences, returned her embrace. "And thank you, Kira, for reminding me that true strength lies not in weapons or might, but in the compassion and wisdom of the heart." As Kira's ship lifted off, leaving a trail of stardust in its wake, both she and Rix knew that their lives had been forever changed by their extraordinary journey together. Though separated by light years, the bond they shared would burn brightly, a beacon of hope and friendship that transcended the boundaries of space and time. Story 22. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the gentle babbling of the river elms, there stood an unassuming cottage. Its weathered wooden beams and crooked chimney whispered tales of its age to anyone who passed by. This was the home of young Clara, a girl with eyes as warm as chestnuts and a heart brimming with curiosity. Clara lived with her grandmother, a kind old woman with silver hair and a voice as soothing as a lullaby. Grandmother often spoke of the magic that lay hidden in everyday objects, a notion that Clara found both intriguing and comforting. One chilly autumn evening, as the wind wove through the trees and the leaves danced to its tune, Clara discovered something quite peculiar tucked away in the attic. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface polished to a deep sheen that caught the light of the setting sun. The box had no lock, but as Clara traced her fingers over its delicate engravings, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her hand, as if the box was alive with a secret of its own. With a soft click, the lid opened to reveal a collection of tiny, shimmering stones, each one glowing softly with its own hue. Clara's breath caught in her throat. She had stumbled upon one of her grandmother's tales, a treasure filled with magic. As she reached for a stone, a soft, lilting voice echoed in the attic. "Ah, a new keeper of the stones." Clara turned to find herself face to face with a tiny creature, no larger than a field mouse, with wings as translucent as gossamer and eyes that twinkled like stars. "I am Wisp," the creature announced with a bow, "and I am here to guide you." Clara, though startled, felt an immediate sense of trust toward Wisp. "What are these stones?" she asked, her voice a mixture of awe and wonder. "These," Wisp explained, "are the stones of whimsy. Each holds a unique enchantment, waiting to reveal the hidden wonders of the world to those who dare to seek them." With Wisp's encouragement, Clara selected a stone that glowed a soft emerald green. As she held it, the world around her began to transform. The walls of the attic faded away, replaced by a landscape of rolling emerald fields and skies painted with the hues of dawn. "Where are we?" Clara asked, her heart fluttering with excitement. "This is the Valley of Echoes," Wisp replied. "Here, you will embark on a journey to discover the magic within yourself and the wisdom that lies in every heart." As they walked through the valley, they encountered a variety of enchanting creatures, each with their own unique charm. There was Bramble, the wise old tortoise, who carried the weight of centuries on his back and spoke in riddles that danced like sunlight on the water. And there was Lila, the cheerful rabbit with fur as soft as clouds, who hopped along with them, sharing tales of laughter and joy. The journey was not without its challenges. At the heart of the valley lay the Whispering Woods, a place of mystery where shadows held secrets and paths twisted and turned like a labyrinth. To find their way through, Clara had to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. It was here that the true magic of the Stones of Whimsy revealed itself. As Clara held the emerald stone close, she felt a calmness wash over her. The whispers in the woods became clearer, guiding her with gentle nudges and softly spoken truths. "Trust your instincts, dear Clara," Bramble advised with a knowing smile. "The woods are a mirror of your mind. Clear your thoughts, and the path will reveal itself." With Bramble's guidance and Wisp's unwavering support, Clara learned to quiet her mind, to listen deeply, and to see beyond the surface of things. She realized that the greatest magic lay not in the stones themselves, but in the wisdom they helped her uncover within. As they emerged from the Whispering Woods, the valley opened up to reveal a sight that took Clara's breath away. A vast lake, its waters shimmering like liquid silver under the moonlight. This was the heart of the valley, a place where dreams and reality danced in harmony. Clara knew her journey was coming to an end, but the lessons she had learned would stay with her forever. She turned to her friends, her heart full of gratitude. "Thank you for guiding me," she said softly. "I've discovered so much more than I ever imagined." Wisp fluttered close, his eyes sparkling with pride. "Remember, Clara, the magic of the Stones of Whimsy is within you now. Let it guide you always." And with that, Clara found herself back in the attic, the stones resting peacefully in their box, as if they had never moved. But she knew better. She had traveled to a world of wonder and returned with a heart full of wisdom. As she tucked the box away, a gentle warmth spread through her. the kind that lingered like the last notes of a lullaby. Clara smiled, knowing that the magic of the stones of whimsy would always be with her, guiding her through the wonders and challenges of life. With the embers of the hearth casting a soft glow around the room, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the echoes of the valley and the gentle whispers of the woods. And in the quiet of the night, the little cottage cradled her in its embrace, a haven of warmth and wonder in the heart of Willowbrook. Story 23. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a quaint little village surrounded by lush, whispering woods, there was a small cottage with a garden that glowed with every imaginable hue of flowers. Inside this cozy abode lived a gentle soul named Finn. Finn was a tender-hearted young man with a mop of curly brown hair, eyes that mirrored the serene blue of a summer sky, and a smile as warm and inviting as a sunbeam. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves began their soft descent onto the cobblestone paths, Finn decided to tidy up his grandmother's attic. His grandmother, a wise woman with stories etched into the lines of her face, had often spoken of the attic as a treasure trove of forgotten wonders. As beams of light filtered through the dusty windows, Finn discovered an old, intricately carved wooden box tucked away in a shadowy corner. Its surface was engraved with swirling patterns of stars and moons, and as Finn ran his fingers over the cool wood, he felt an inexplicable pull to open it. With a gentle creak, the lid of the box lifted to reveal a shimmering, golden feather that seemed to pulsate with a gentle glow. It was unlike anything Finn had ever seen. As he held it, the feather felt warm and alive, as if it harbored a secret longing to be known. Suddenly, the feather shimmered with a soft, musical chime, and Finn heard a whisper in his mind. "Seek the hidden, find the truth." Intrigued and a little bewildered, Finn decided to show the feather to his grandmother. She sat by the hearth, wrapped in a patchwork quilt, her knitting needles clicking softly. As Finn entered the room, she looked up with eyes twinkling with wisdom. "Ah," she murmured, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "The feather of wonder. It's been in our family for generations. It holds the power to reveal the unseen and guides the worthy to their destiny." Finn's heart fluttered with excitement and curiosity. "But how does it work, grandmother?" he asked, gently caressing the feather's golden barbs. She leaned in closer, her voice a soft melody. "The feather will lead you on a journey, dear Finn. You must trust it, and in turn, trust yourself. But remember, the journey is not always about what you find, but what you learn along the way." With his grandmother's words echoing in his mind, Finn decided to embark on a journey. He packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of warm tea, and a thick woolen scarf. As he stepped out into the crisp morning air, the feather glowed softly, pointing him toward the forest at the edge of the village. The forest was a realm of enchantment, with towering trees that whispered ancient secrets and a carpet of leaves that crunched softly underfoot. As he ventured deeper, the feather's gentle glow guided him through winding paths and over babbling brooks. It wasn't long before he encountered his first companion, a tiny, sprightly squirrel named Quibble, with fur as soft as velvet and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Hello there," Quibble chirped, bounding down from a branch. "I see the feather has found you. It seems we're destined to travel together. My friends call me Quibble, and I know these woods better than anyone." Finn grinned, delighted by the unexpected company. "I'm Finn, and the feather has indeed chosen me. I'd be grateful for your guidance, Quibble." With Quibble scampering by his side, Finn continued his journey through the forest. The air was rich with the scent of pine and the sweet, earthy aroma of fallen leaves. The sun streamed through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. As they ventured further, they encountered a gentle, wise old owl named Eldrin perched on a branch above, his feathers a tapestry of grays and browns. Eldrin blinked slowly, as if considering the travelers before him. "Ah, the feather of wonder," he hooted softly. "I see it has chosen you, young Finn. If you seek wisdom, you must listen closely to the voices of the forest. They will guide you as the feather intends." With Eldrin's words, Finn realized that his journey was not only a physical one, but also a quest for understanding. He listened intently to the rustling of leaves, the chatter of woodland creatures, and the soft sighs of the breeze. Each sound seemed a part of a grand symphony, whispering secrets of the world around him. One evening, as the sun began to set and painted the sky with hues of pink and orange, Finn and his companions reached a serene, moonlit glade. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the heavens. The feather glowed brightly, urging Finn closer. As he approached, he noticed a small hollow cavity at the base of the tree, shimmering with an ethereal light. Inside the hollow lay a beautiful silver locket, nestled among soft moss. As Finn lifted it gently, the locket opened to reveal a tiny mirror that reflected not just his image, but the essence of his heart, his hopes, dreams, and fears. It was then Finn understood the feather's true gift, the ability to see within himself, to recognize his strengths, and embrace his vulnerabilities. With this newfound insight, Finn felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. He realized that the journey had taught him more than he ever imagined, that life was not just about seeking the extraordinary, but finding wonder in the simple, everyday moments. As Finn and his companions made their way back to the village, the feather's glow dimmed, content in having fulfilled its purpose. Finn returned to his grandmother's cottage, the locket resting against his heart. His grandmother welcomed him with a warm embrace, her eyes alight with pride and understanding. "You've discovered the greatest magic of all, dear Finn," she said softly. "The magic within yourself." And so, Finn's journey ended, but his heart remained forever open to the wonders of the world around him. With each passing day, he cherished the lessons he had learned and the friendships he had forged, knowing that true magic lies not in what we seek, but in how we see the world. And as the soft glow of the hearth flickered in the cozy little cottage, Finn drifted off to sleep, his dreams filled with the gentle whispers of the forest and the comforting warmth of his grandmother's love. Story 24. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Clara. Willowbrook was a place where the air smelled of honeysuckle, and the gentle babble of brooks sang lullabies to those who cared to listen. The villagers were warm-hearted folks, always ready with a smile and a helping hand. Clara was a curious soul, with eyes the color of a storm-tossed sea and hair like autumn leaves. She spent her days wandering the woods, collecting wildflowers, and imagining tales of adventure. Her best friend was a wise old tortoise named Tobias, who had lived in Willowbrook longer than anyone could remember. Tobias had a shell that shimmered like worn copper in the sunlight, and a slow, steady way of speaking that made every word seem important. One crisp morning, as a soft breeze rustled through the trees, Clara and Tobias set off on one of their usual explorations. As they strolled along a path carpeted with golden leaves, Clara noticed something glinting beneath a large oak tree. She knelt down and discovered an old, tarnished key, intricately carved with symbols she'd never seen before. Intrigued, Clara showed the key to Tobias, whose eyes twinkled with a knowing light. "This is no ordinary key, my dear," he said in his deep, gravelly voice. "It is said that such keys can open the door to wonders unseen, but where it leads is a mystery." Clara felt a thrill of excitement flutter in her chest. "We must find the door it opens," she declared, her voice filled with determination. And so, Clara and Tobias embarked on a journey through Willowbrook and beyond, guided only by the whispers of the forest and the twinkling stars at night. Along their way they encountered many friends, each with unique gifts. First they met Luna, a gentle fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that sparkled with mischief. Luna could hear the murmurs of the wind and guided them through the dense, labyrinthine woods with the grace of a dancer. She led them to a hidden glade where the air was thick with the scent of jasmine and the sky was a tapestry of twinkling stars. Next, they were joined by Hugo, a jovial squirrel with a bushy tail and a knack for finding the most delectable acorns. Hugo had an uncanny sense of direction and led them across a bubbling brook, over a bridge made of twisting vines, and through a meadow where fireflies danced like tiny lanterns. The journey was long and filled with wonders, but Clara's heart was steadfast. She felt alive with the thrill of discovery, her senses attuned to the beauty surrounding her. Each step was a melody, each breath a promise of magic yet to unfold. Finally, after days of travel, they reached the edge of an ancient forest, where the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering secrets of old. In the heart of this forest lay a forgotten door, half buried in ivy and moss. The door was carved from wood as dark as night, adorned with the same intricate symbols as Clara's key. With a deep breath, Clara inserted the key into the lock. The door swung open silently, revealing a hidden sanctuary. Inside was a garden ablaze with colors unimaginable, a place where flowers sang in the breeze and streams of honeyed light danced through the air. In the center of this magical haven stood a wise old owl, perched upon an ancient stone altar. His feathers were like spun gold, and his eyes held the wisdom of the ages. "Welcome, dear ones," he hooted softly. "You have found the Garden of Whispers, a place of peace and endless wonder." Clara felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of belonging and joy. She realized that the journey itself had been the true treasure, for it had brought her closer to her friends and to the beauty of the world. The garden was a gift, a reminder of the magic that lay in every corner of life, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts. The wise owl nodded, as if reading her thoughts. "Remember, Clara, that the key to the greatest wonders lies not in force or possession, but in the gentle wisdom of friendship and the courage to follow one's heart." With these words echoing in her mind, Clara knew she would always carry the magic of this journey within her. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, she and her companions returned to Willowbrook, their spirits forever enriched by the adventure they had shared. And from that day on, the villagers of Willowbrook often spoke of the girl who had unlocked the hidden garden, a tale that would be told by the fireside for generations to come. Clara, Tobias, Luna, and Hugo remained the best of friends, their bond unbreakable, their lives filled with the gentle joys of discovery and the quiet magic of everyday wonder. And as the stars blinked down upon the sleepy village, all of Willowbrook seemed to sigh with contentment, wrapped in the warmth of friendship and the promise of dreams yet to be fulfilled. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams as bright and boundless as the garden she had found. Story 25. In the heart of a timeless forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind, and the air was always tinged with the scent of pine and blooming lilacs, there lay the quaint village of Luminara. Here, nestled among tall, ancient oaks and softly babbling brooks, lived creatures and folk who cherished peace and harmony. Little cottages with thatched roofs and chimneys puffing gentle curls of smoke dotted the landscape, and a cobblestone path wound through the village like a silver ribbon. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the villagers would gather around the great oak in the village square. The great oak, with its sprawling branches and leaves that shimmered with an otherworldly glow, was the heart of Luminara. It was said to be as old as the stars themselves, and was home to many magical beings who watched over the village. One such evening, as the villagers sat under the twinkling stars sharing stories and laughter, a peculiar incident came to light. The air was filled with the sweet scent of freshly baked bread, and the melodic chirping of crickets when Elder Bramble, a wise old gnome with a beard as white as snow and eyes that twinkled with mischief, rose to address the crowd. "Dear friends," he began, in a voice as warm and comforting as a cozy blanket, "it seems we have a bit of a mystery on our hands." The villagers leaned in closer, curiosity piqued. Elder Bramble continued, "It appears that every morning, when the first light of dawn touches the village, a trail of sparkling dust is found leading from the great oak to the edge of the whispering woods. No one knows how it gets there or what it means." The villagers murmured among themselves, intrigued by this latest enigma. The trail of dust was indeed a curious happening, for it shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow and seemed to hum with a gentle, magical energy. Among the villagers sat a young boy named Finn, with hair as golden as the sun and a heart full of wonder. Finn was known for his keen eyes and even keener mind, always asking questions and seeking answers. He had a special way of seeing the world, noticing details that others might miss. Intrigued by the mystery, Finn decided then and there to unravel the secret of the sparkling trail. The next morning, long before the roosters crow, Finn awoke to the soft, silvery light of dawn filtering through his window. He dressed quickly, his heart thumping with excitement, and tiptoed out of his cottage, careful not to wake his sleeping family. As he reached the village square, the world was still and silent, wrapped in the gentle embrace of the early morning. The great oak stood tall and majestic, its leaves whispering softly in the breeze. Finn knelt by the base of the tree and examined the trail of dust. It was even more beautiful up close, each speck glimmering like a tiny star. Determined to discover the source, Finn followed the trail as it wound its way through the village, past the cottages and gardens, and into the edge of the whispering woods. The woods were a place of magic and mystery, where the trees grew so tall their tops seemed to touch the heavens, and the air was thick with the scent of moss and wildflowers. As Finn walked deeper into the woods, he noticed the trail of dust growing brighter, as if urging him onward. Suddenly, he heard a gentle rustling from the bushes beside him. Out stepped a creature with fur as soft and white as freshly fallen snow, and eyes that twinkled like the stars. It was a moonhare, one of the magical creatures that inhabited the forest. Moonhares were known for their wisdom and kindness, and this one seemed particularly wise. "Greetings, young Finn," the moonhare said, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you are following the trail of stardust." Finn nodded, his eyes wide with wonder. "Yes, I want to know where it leads and why it appears every morning." The moonhare smiled gently. "Ah, a curious heart is a brave heart. The trail of stardust is a gift from the star weavers, who dance in the sky each night, weaving dreams and wishes into the fabric of the universe. At dawn, they descend to the earth to bless the great oak, ensuring the balance of magic and life in Luminara." "But why does it lead into the woods?" Finn asked, intrigued. "The trail you see," the moonhare continued, "is a path for those who seek wisdom and understanding. It leads to the Grove of Echoes, a place where the whispers of the past can be heard and the future can be glimpsed." Finn's heart fluttered with excitement. "Can you show me the way?" The moonhare nodded, turning to lead Finn deeper into the woods. As they walked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. The leaves rustled in a gentle symphony, and beams of sunlight danced through the branches, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. Finally, they arrived at a clearing, bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. In the center stood a circle of ancient stones, each one covered in intricate runes that shimmered like moonlight. This was the Grove of Echoes. Finn stepped into the circle, feeling a warmth spread through him as the magic of the place enveloped him. The air hummed with energy, and he closed his eyes, listening to the whispers that floated on the breeze. Visions danced before his mind's eye, images of the star weavers twirling gracefully among the stars, their laughter like the tinkling of silver bells. He saw the village of Luminara, its people living in harmony, their lives intertwined with the magic of the great oak. When Finn opened his eyes, he felt a sense of peace and understanding. The mystery of the Stardust Trail was no longer a puzzle, but a beautiful reminder of the connection between the heavens and the earth, between dreams and reality. The moonhare watched him with a knowing smile. "You see, young Finn, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Sometimes, the answers we seek are not as important as the journey we take to find them." Finn nodded, his heart full. He thanked the moonhare for its guidance and began the walk back to the village, the morning sun rising higher in the sky, casting a golden light over the land. When he returned to the villagers were beginning to stir, their morning routines starting anew. Finn gathered them around the great oak and shared the story of his adventure, of the moonhare and the star weavers, and the magic that connected them all. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their hearts warmed by the tale. And though the mystery of the Stardust Trail was revealed, it left them with a deeper appreciation for the wonders of their world. From that day forward, the Trail of Stardust became a cherished sight, a reminder of the magic that surrounded them and the importance of curiosity and adventure. Finn grew up to be a wise storyteller, sharing his tales with new generations, inspiring them to seek their own paths and discover the magic within themselves. As the years passed, the village of Luminara continued to thrive in harmony with the great oak and the magical beings of the forest. And on clear nights, when the stars twinkled overhead and the air was filled with the scent of lilacs, the villagers would gather once more to listen to Finn's stories, their hearts light and their spirits lifted by the gentle mysteries of their enchanting world. Story 26. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Meadowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering streams, there lived a gentle young girl named Clara. Clara had hair like spun gold and eyes that glimmered like the first morning dew. Her days were filled with tending to her grandmother's herb garden, reading stories under the old oak tree, and dreaming about the wonders of the world beyond her little village. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun bathed the village in a soft, golden light, Clara stumbled upon something unusual while gathering herbs. Tucked beneath the sprawling roots of the ancient oak was a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was dusty and looked as though it had been waiting for someone to discover it for quite some time. Curious, Clara gently lifted the box, feeling its cool, smooth surface. As she opened it, a faint, sweet melody chimed softly in the air, as if the very essence of the forest had whispered a secret into her ear. Inside, wrapped in a piece of faded velvet, was an ornate silver key. The key was peculiar, with its bow shaped like a delicate leaf, and its shaft etched with tiny, swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued by her find, Clara decided to seek the wisdom of her grandmother, who was known in Meadowbrook for her knowledge of the village's legends and lore. Her grandmother's cottage was filled with the comforting aroma of lavender and honey, and as Clara stepped inside, she felt the warmth of the fire crackling merrily in the hearth. "Ah, Clara, my dear," her grandmother greeted her with a smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. "What brings you here with such excitement?" Clara carefully placed the box and its mysterious contents on the table. "I found this by the oak tree, Grandmother. Do you know what it is?" Her grandmother examined the key with thoughtful eyes, tracing the designs with her fingers. "This, my dear, is no ordinary key. It is said to belong to the Enchanted Glade, a hidden place within the forest where time moves differently, and where those who enter find what their hearts truly seek." Clara's heart fluttered with a mix of wonder and anticipation. "Can I go there, Grandmother? Can I see it for myself?" Her grandmother nodded, a gentle smile playing on her lips. "But remember, Clara, the glade reveals itself only to those with a pure heart and a wise mind. You must listen closely to the whispers of the forest and let them guide you." Determined and filled with a sense of adventure, Clara set off towards the heart of the forest, the key safely nestled in her pocket. The path was soft beneath her feet, covered in a tapestry of amber leaves that rustled like the softest lullabies. Birds sang sweetly from the treetops, their melodies weaving through the air like a gentle breeze. As Clara ventured deeper into the woods, she met her first helper, a wise old owl named Oliver. With feathers as soft as the night sky and eyes that sparkled with ancient wisdom, Oliver perched on a low branch, watching her with curiosity. "Good day, young Clara," hooted Oliver, his voice smooth and soothing. "I see you carry the key to the Enchanted Glade. The path ahead is filled with wonders, but also with hidden challenges. Allow me to accompany you and share my knowledge." Grateful for the company, Clara nodded. Together they continued their journey, the forest around them growing denser and more mysterious with every step. The sun filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the ground, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Their next encounter was with a spirited squirrel named Pip, who darted through the underbrush with boundless energy. Pip's fur was as red as autumn leaves, and his eyes were bright with mischief and kindness. "Hello there," Pip chirped, pausing to nibble on an acorn. "I know these woods like the back of my paw. If you need help finding your way or a little laughter to lighten your journey, I'm your squirrel." Clara laughed, delighted by Pip's cheerful demeanor, and welcomed him into their little band. Together they made their way through the forest, sharing stories and laughter, and growing closer with each passing hour. As they approached the edge of the Enchanted Glade, they came upon their first challenge. A gentle stream wound its way through the forest, too wide to jump across and with no bridge in sight. Clara paused, pondering how they might cross without disturbing the natural beauty around them. Oliver, with his vast wisdom, suggested, "Sometimes the answer lies in seeing things from a different perspective." Perhaps if we listen closely, the forest will guide us. Clara closed her eyes, listening to the symphony of the forest. The babbling of the stream, the rustling leaves, and the whispering wind seemed to form a melody, a gentle tune that spoke of patience and harmony. Slowly, an idea began to form. "We can use the fallen branches and leaves to weave a small raft," Clara suggested, her voice calm and thoughtful. "If we work together, we can create something strong enough to carry us across." Pip scampered off to gather twigs and leaves, while Oliver used his sharp beak to help weave them together. Clara guided the process, her hands deftly tying the pieces with vines. Before long, they had crafted a small but sturdy raft. With careful steps, they placed the raft on the water, and one by one they crossed the stream, their hearts light with the joy of their shared accomplishment. As they reached the other side, the forest opened up into a clearing bathed in a soft, shimmering light. There, at the heart of the glade, stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and blooming flowers. The air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and Clara felt a sense of peace wash over her. "The enchanted glade," Oliver said softly, his voice filled with awe. "It is more beautiful than I ever imagined." Clara approached the archway, her heart filled with gratitude and wonder. As she held up the silver key, it glowed warmly in her hand, and the archway shimmered with a soft, golden light. She stepped through, followed closely by Oliver and Pip. On the other side, they found a place where time seemed to stand still. The glade was a paradise of lush greenery and vibrant colors, with a gentle breeze that carried the songs of unseen birds. In the center of the glade was a crystal-clear pond, its surface smooth like glass, reflecting the sky above. As Clara gazed into the water, she saw not only her own reflection, but also the reflection of her dreams and hopes, shimmering like a tapestry of possibilities. She realized that the journey had taught her more than she ever imagined, and that true magic lay not in the destination, but in the friends she had made and the wisdom she had gained along the way. Oliver and Pip stood beside her, their eyes bright with happiness. "The glade has shown you what your heart needed to see," Oliver said gently. "The key was not just to unlock this place, but to unlock the strength and love within you." Clara smiled, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. She knew that this journey had changed her, that she had grown in ways she never thought possible. And as they turned to leave the glade, she felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that the memories of this magical adventure would stay with her always. Hand in hand, the three friends made their way back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. As they emerged into the soft light of the setting sun, Clara knew that she would always cherish the lessons of the enchanted glade and the dear friends who had been by her side. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara returned to Meadowbrook, her heart full of love and the promise of new adventures yet to come. And in the gentle embrace of night, she fell into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the wonders that awaited her in the days ahead. Story 27. In the gentle twilight of the Andromeda cluster, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on a velvet sky, there drifted a small, unassuming spacecraft named the Celestia. Its hull, a patchwork of repair and resilience, glowed with a soft, pearlescent sheen, reflecting the distant luminescence of distant galaxies. Aboard this vessel, two beings of different worlds found themselves entwined in a journey that would forever alter their destinies. One was a Xinthian named Lyra, known for her emerald skin that shimmered under the faintest light and eyes that held the deep hues of the cosmos. Xinthians were renowned for their wisdom and tranquility, their lives dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge and harmony. Lyra's gentle nature often masked a curious spirit, always yearning to understand the mysteries of the universe. The other was a Rukarnian named Pax, whose species hailed from a world of ever-shifting sands and towering crystalline spires. With scales that mirrored the golden hues of a desert sunrise and a hearty laugh that could fill the spacious voids of the ship, Pax embodied the courage and strength of his people. Rukarnians valued bravery and loyalty, qualities that resonated deeply within Pax's heart. Their paths crossed under peculiar circumstances. Lyra had embarked on a mission to study the rare cosmic butterflies of the Nebula of Whispers, while Pax was tasked with delivering a crucial message to the High Council of the Star Union. A wayward comet, however, sent their respective vessels spiraling off course, leading them both to seek refuge on the same lifeless moon. Their initial meeting was fraught with misunderstanding. Lyra, in her quiet contemplation, found Pax's boisterous energy overwhelming, while Pax mistook Lyra's reserved demeanor for aloofness. Yet, necessity bound them together. The moon was barren, and their only hope lay in combining their resources and skills to repair the Celestia, a serendipitous discovery that neither had expected. As the days passed, the two began to navigate the intricate dance of companionship. Lyra shared her knowledge of the cosmic butterflies, her voice soft and melodic as she described the creatures that danced through the stars on delicate wings. Pax, in turn, recounted tales of his homeland, where the wind sang through the crystalline spires and the sand whispered secrets of ancient times. Their bond was tested when a violent solar storm threatened to engulf the moon. The sky crackled with electric fury, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. In the face of danger, Lyra and Pax found strength in each other's presence. Lyra's calm logic guided them to safety, while Pax's unwavering courage inspired them to persevere. Together they huddled inside the Celestia, the storm raging outside like a beast desperate to be heard. In those moments of shared silence, their hearts spoke a language beyond words, an unspoken promise of trust and friendship. They realized that their differences were not barriers, but bridges to understanding, each complementing the other in ways they had never imagined. As the storm subsided, leaving a tranquil stillness in its wake, Lyra and Pax emerged from the celestial cocoon of their ship. The moon, once stark and lifeless, now glowed under the gentle embrace of a newly risen star. Together, they worked tirelessly to repair the Celestia, their hands moving in harmony, guided by a newfound synergy. With the ship restored and ready for departure, a bittersweet realization dawned upon them. Their journeys would soon diverge, yet the bond they had forged was unbreakable. As they stood on the threshold of the universe, the stars watching like silent guardians, they exchanged tokens of friendship, Lyra gifting Pax a vial of stardust from her world, and Pax presenting Lyra with a small, intricately carved crystal from his home. In a final embrace, they whispered promises to meet again, somewhere among the stars. As the Celestia soared into the infinite expanse, Lyra and Pax found solace in the knowledge that friendship transcends the boundaries of worlds and species, a beacon of light guiding them through the vastness of the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the universe, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond of understanding, trust, and endless possibilities, woven together in the tapestry of the cosmos. Story 28. In a realm where enchantment whispered through every breeze, there lived a young rabbit named Thistle. Her world was the Brambleglen Forest, a place brimming with wonders both grand and small. One crisp autumn morning, Thistle woke to find her favorite wildflower patch had mysteriously vanished overnight. The soft earth lay bare, without a single petal in sight. Puzzled, she set out to investigate, her curiosity leading her deeper into the forest's whimsical depths. As Thistle hopped along the winding trails, she noticed other strange occurrences. Toadstool rings had rearranged themselves into odd patterns, and the usually songful birds were strangely silent. A sense of magic hung thick in the air, but with an unsettling twist. Thistle's path soon crossed with that of Radish, a kindly old hedgehog known for his wisdom. "Why, Thistle, you seem troubled," Radish said, his quills rustling with concern. Thistle explained the peculiar events, and Radish stroked his furry chin. "Ah, I believe the forest sprites may be behind these tricks. They are mischievous little fellows, but mean no harm." Intrigued, Thistle asked how she might find these sprites. Radish smiled and gestured towards an ancient willow tree. "Seek out Willow, the gentle dryad. She will guide you." With renewed determination, Thistle thanked Radish and bounded towards the towering willow. As she approached, the tree seemed to stretch and yawn, its branches unfurling to reveal a kind, wrinkled face. "Welcome, little one." Willow's voice was soft like rustling leaves. "You seek the sprites, don't you?" Thistle nodded, explaining the strange happenings. Willow chuckled, a sound like wind chimes. The sprites grow restless as winter nears. Their pranks are harmless ways to amuse themselves. But how can I find them? Thistle asked eagerly. Willow leaned closer, her mossy hair brushing Thistle's ears. Listen closely, and you may hear their giggling on the breeze. Follow the laughter, and keep your senses keen. With those words, Willow retreated back into her bark, leaving Thistle to ponder her advice. The young rabbit closed her eyes and focused her hearing. At first, there was only the forest's natural symphony, the chirping of birds, the whisper of leaves. Then, faintly, she detected a tinkling sound like distant bells. Thistle's ears swiveled, and she took off in the direction of the merry peals of laughter. Darting through ferns and leaping over roots, Thistle followed the giggling deeper into the forest's heart. The laughter grew louder until, at last, she stumbled into a sunlit meadow. Hovering amidst the wildflowers were dozens of glowing sprites, no bigger than fireflies. They zipped and twirled through the air, leaving sparkling trails in their wake. At the sight of Thistle, their laughter intensified. "You there!" Thistle called out, catching her breath. "Have you been causing all the strange happenings in the forest?" The sprites swirled closer, their faces alight with mischief. In a chorus of tinkling voices they admitted to the pranks, moving the flowers, rearranging the toadstools, and hushing the birdsong. "But why?" Thistle asked, trying not to sound scolding. One particularly bright sprite floated before her. "We only meant it as fun, to enliven the dreary autumn days. Didn't mean any harm, little rabbit." Thistle considered this, recognizing the sprite's good intentions behind the mischief. A warm feeling blossomed in her chest. "While your games were clever," she said gently, "they caused quite a stir. Perhaps next time you could find jollier ways to spread your cheer, ones that don't disrupt the forest so." The sprites seemed to consider this, glancing amongst themselves with glimmering eyes. Finally, they nodded in agreement, their bodies winking like distant stars. True to their word, the sprites kept their frolics innocent from then on. Thistle often spotted them weaving ribbons between branches, arranging vibrant leaf patterns along the trails, or singing with the birds in bubbling choruses. And though autumn's chill prevailed, there was always a pocket of warmth and wonder to be found in Brambleglen Forest, thanks to the sprites' whimsical games and Thistle's understanding heart. Story 29. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming moonflowers, there lay a quaint little village named Star Shadow. This village was unlike any other, nestled snugly beneath a canopy of twinkling stars that seemed to wink down at the villagers every night. The homes were crafted from ancient trees, with roofs made of woven leaves that shimmered silver under the moonlight. Star Shadow was a place where magic was as common as the breeze that rustled through the leaves. Gentle pixies flitted about, their wings trailing glimmers of light, while talking animals offered advice to those wise enough to listen. The villagers went about their days with a quiet contentment, knowing that their lives were woven with enchantment. One crisp autumn evening, as the village was settling into the tranquil embrace of dusk, something peculiar began to happen. The stars, usually steadfast and bright, began to blink out one by one, leaving patches of inky darkness across the sky. It was as if the night itself was taking slow, deliberate breaths. The villagers gathered in the central square, their faces alight with curiosity and a hint of worry. Among them was a wise old owl named Professor Thistle, known for his vast knowledge and gentle demeanor. Perched on a branch above the crowd, he adjusted his spectacles with a thoughtful hoot. "This is quite unusual indeed," he mused, his eyes reflecting the flickering starlight. "But fret not, my friends, for in every mystery lies a solution, waiting patiently to be discovered." The villagers nodded, comforted by Professor Thistle's words. Among them was a bright-eyed young girl named Lila, known for her keen observation and inquisitive nature. She had a knack for noticing things that others overlooked, a gift she cherished deeply. "I'll help, Professor Thistle," Lila offered eagerly, her voice as soft as the night breeze. "Maybe the answer is right in front of us, waiting to be seen." Professor Thistle nodded approvingly. "A fine idea, Leela. Let us observe closely and see what the night reveals." With that, Leela set out on her quest, her heart alight with determination. As she wandered the moonlit paths of Star Shadow, She noticed the familiar sounds of the forest, the gentle rustling of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, and the soft chirp of crickets harmonizing with the night. It was then she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. At the edge of the village, near the babbling brook, stood a circle of mushrooms that glowed faintly with an ethereal light. In the center of the circle, a group of tiny creatures danced, moon sprites, their silvery forms flickering like candle flames. Lila watched in awe as the sprites twirled and leaped, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. It was a joyous sight, but Lila's sharp eyes noticed something else. A faint trail of stardust leading from the circle into the depths of the whispering woods. Curiosity piqued. Lila followed the glittering trail, her footsteps light and careful. The path wound through the trees, leading her deeper into the forest where the air was cooler and the shadows deeper. Here, the stars were obscured by the thick canopy above, and the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. As Lila ventured further, she noticed something unusual. The gentle hum of the forest had changed. It was as if the very trees were whispering secrets, their leaves rustling with an urgency that urged her forward. Finally, she reached a clearing, bathed in silver moonlight. At its center stood an ancient stone circle, its surface etched with runes that glowed faintly with an inner light. Seated within the circle was a creature unlike any Lila had ever seen, a star weaver, with eyes as deep as the night sky and a mane of shimmering starlight. The star weaver looked up as Lila approached, its gaze warm and welcoming. "Ah, a seeker of truth," it said, its voice like a gentle lullaby. "You have followed the star's call." Lila nodded, her heart pounding with a mix of awe and excitement. "The stars in Star Shadow have begun to disappear," she explained. "I followed the stardust here. Can you help us understand why?" The star weaver smiled, a soft, knowing smile. "The stars are not gone, dear child. They are simply resting. You see, even stars need time to gather their light, to shine brighter for those who watch them." Lila listened intently, understanding dawning in her eyes. "So the stars are just taking a break. They'll return soon?" "Indeed," the star weaver replied. "But there is more. The moon sprites you saw, they dance to keep the stars' light alive, weaving their magic into the night. They need your help to continue their dance." Lila's heart swelled with purpose. "How can I help?" she asked eagerly. "Simply by sharing your light," the star weaver said, its voice a gentle caress. "Your belief, your joy, your love for the stars, all of these feed their light. Share your stories, your laughter, and your dreams. In doing so, you will help the stars shine once more." With a grateful nod, Lila promised to do just that. She returned to Star Shadow, her steps light and her spirit lifted. She gathered the villagers, sharing what she had learned from the Star Weaver. Together, they sang songs, told stories, and danced beneath the starry sky, their laughter echoing through the whispering woods. As they celebrated, the stars began to blink back into existence, one by one, until the sky was a dazzling tapestry of light once more. The villagers watched in awe, their hearts filled with wonder and gratitude. Professor Thistle, perched on his branch, observed the scene with a contented hoot. "And so, with wisdom and friendship, the mystery was solved," he said softly. "A reminder that even the smallest of us can make a difference in the world." As the night settled in, the villagers of Star Shadow returned to their homes, their hearts warm and their spirits bright. Lila lay in her bed, gazing up at the now sparkling sky, a gentle smile on her lips. She knew that whenever the stars needed her, she would be there, ready to share her light. And so, the village of Star Shadow continued to thrive, a place where magic and kindness wove together in harmony, where the stars shone brightly thanks to the love and warmth of its people. In the end, the whispering woods whispered on, cradling Star Shadow in its gentle embrace, a place where mysteries unfolded like petals, revealing the beauty of friendship and the power of belief. The villagers slept soundly, comforted by the knowledge that their world was woven with magic, and that their hearts were forever connected to the stars. Story 30. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum lullabies in the gentle breeze, there lay the quaint village of Moonbrook, nestled under the sheltering branches of ancient oaks, its cobblestone paths twisted like the quiet streams that wound through the forest. Lanterns hung at every corner, their soft glow casting warm pools of light that danced over the stones like playful fairies. In this serene setting, a peculiar mystery had begun to unfold. For several nights, the villagers awoke to find their beloved artifacts. Small trinkets, wooden carvings, and even the village's treasured moonstone had gone missing. Each morning, the villagers would gather in the square, their voices a gentle murmur of confusion and concern. At the heart of this community was young Finn, a curious, kind-hearted boy with a penchant for uncovering secrets. Finn had tousled auburn hair and eyes the color of moss after a fresh rain. His best friend, a plump little squirrel named Pip, was never far from his side. Pip had a knack for finding acorns and trouble in equal measure. Finn was determined to solve the mystery and restore peace to Moonbrook. He spent his days observing the village, noting anything that seemed out of place. He noticed how the birds sang a little softer, as if whispering secrets only they knew, and how the wildflowers seemed to lean towards the east, as if drawn by some unseen force. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Finn decided to seek the counsel of wise Olwen, the village elder. Olwen lived in a cottage that seemed to grow out of the forest itself, its walls covered in ivy and its roof adorned with moss. Inside, the air was filled with the soothing scent of chamomile and sage. Olwen, with her silvery hair and eyes that twinkled like stars, welcomed Finn with a gentle smile. "Ah, young Finn," she said, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "What brings you to my doorstep on this fine evening?" Finn explained the mystery of the missing artifacts, his voice a mix of concern and determination. Olwen listened carefully, nodding as she considered the situation. "The forest has its own secrets, dear Finn," she said thoughtfully. "Sometimes it takes a keen eye and an open heart to see what others cannot." Olwen handed Finn a small polished stone that shimmered with a faint silvery light. "This is a moonstone," she explained. "It has the power to reveal what is hidden. Use it wisely, and it may guide you to the answers you seek." Thanking Olwen for her wisdom, Finn set out into the night with Pip scampering around his feet, the moonstone nestled safely in his pocket. The forest was alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures, their calls a symphony that filled the air. The moon, a luminous orb in the star-studded sky, cast a gentle glow over the path ahead. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Finn noticed how the moonstone began to pulse with a soft light, growing brighter with each step. It was leading them, he realized, drawing them toward something hidden in the shadows. Eventually, they came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. At its center stood a majestic old oak, its branches reaching skyward like welcoming arms. Beneath the tree, a tiny figure moved, a creature unlike any Finn had seen before. It was a kithling, a gentle forest spirit with eyes that gleamed like dew-kissed leaves. The kithling looked up, startled by their presence but not frightened. Finn approached slowly, speaking in a soothing voice. "Hello," he said. "We mean you no harm. My name is Finn, and this is Pip. We're from the village nearby." The kithling nodded, its expression softening. "I am Talia," it said in a voice as delicate as the breeze. "I've been borrowing your treasures, but only because I needed them for something special." Curiosity piqued, Finn asked what Talia needed the items for. The kithling gestured around the clearing, and Finn saw countless glimmering strands woven among the branches of the oak, a web of light that danced with a magical glow. "I am weaving a tapestry of dreams," Talia explained. "It holds the hopes and wishes of the forest creatures, but I needed objects filled with love and care to complete it." Understanding now, Finn smiled. "Perhaps we can help you," he offered. "The village treasures are dear to us, but if you let us know what you need, we can find a way to share them." Talia's eyes sparkled with gratitude, and she agreed to work with the villagers. Together, they devised a plan to use the moonstone to create replicas of the treasures, allowing Talia to continue her work without depriving the village of its cherished items. With this newfound understanding, Finn and Pip returned to the village, where they shared their discovery with the other villagers. The next morning, under the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to meet Talia and see the wonder she had created. As Talia wove the final strands of her tapestry, the villagers gasped in awe. The tapestry shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, reflecting the dreams and hopes of all who had contributed to its creation. It was a testament to the power of friendship and cooperation, a reminder that even the smallest gestures could create something truly magical. With the mystery solved and the village united in a newfound spirit of camaraderie, peace returned to Moonbrook. Finn, Pip, and Talia became fast friends, their bond a gentle reminder of the wonders that could be found in the most unexpected places. As the sun set once more, casting a golden glow over the whispering woods, Finn lay in his bed, the gentle rustle of leaves lulling him to sleep. His heart was full, and he knew that whatever mysteries the future held, he would face them with curiosity, kindness, and the unwavering support of his friends. Story 31. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Her heart was as bright as the morning sun, and her spirit as curious as the cats that prowled the cobblestone streets. Every night, she would gaze out of her attic window at the forest that bordered her home, a forest so dense and mysterious that it seemed to hold the secrets of the world within its emerald embrace. One particularly breezy evening, as the sky blushed with hues of pink and gold, Lyra felt an irresistible tug at her heart. She decided that the next morning she would venture into the forest, a place where no villager dared to tread, claiming it was enchanted and unpredictable. With dawn's first light, Lyra packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and her favorite book of fairy tales. Her mother, noticing her preparations, simply smiled and said, "Trust the forest, my dear, and it will guide you." With her mother's words as her compass, Lyra stepped into the forest. The moment she crossed its threshold, the air seemed to shimmer and twinkle. The trees whispered secrets to one another, their leaves rustling in a gentle breeze that carried the scent of pine and wildflowers. Sunlight dappled the forest floor, creating a mosaic of light and shadow. As Lyra meandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, velvety moss. In the center of this clearing stood a peculiar tree, its bark the color of moonlight, and its branches adorned with blossoms that seemed to glow with an inner luminescence. Perched upon one of these branches was a creature Lyra had only heard of in stories, a silvery fox with eyes of the deepest blue. "Welcome, Lyra," the fox spoke, its voice as gentle as a lullaby. "I am Sylvan, the guardian of this forest. What brings you to our realm?" Lyra, though initially startled, felt a wave of calm wash over her. "I seek to discover the wonders within," she replied with a smile. Sylvan nodded approvingly. "Then let us explore together." As they wandered, the forest revealed its wonders. They passed through groves where the trees sang in harmony, their trunks vibrating with a melody only heard by those with open hearts. They encountered streams that flowed not with water, but with liquid crystal, casting rainbows into the air with every splash. Along their path, they met creatures of whimsy and charm, fluttering luminescent butterflies that painted the air with trails of stardust, and chirping songbirds with feathers that shimmered like opals. At one point, they reached a meadow where the grass swayed rhythmically, as if dancing to an unheard tune. It was here that Lyra faced her first gentle challenge. A family of tiny winged creatures, no larger than her thumb, were struggling to lift a heavy acorn back to their home atop a nearby tree. Recognizing their plight, Lyra knelt down and said softly, "Let me help you." With delicate care, she lifted the acorn and placed it among the branches, earning a chorus of grateful chirps. "Kindness is a strength," Sylvan remarked, his eyes twinkling with approval. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with shades of lavender and rose, Lyra and Sylvan found themselves at the edge of a serene lake. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the sky's colors in a breathtaking display. Together, they sat in companionable silence, the tranquility of the moment wrapping around them like a warm blanket. "Lyra," Sylvan said after a while, "you have shown great courage and kindness. Remember, the forest will always welcome you, for you have become a part of its heart." With Sylvan's words echoing in her mind, Lyra knew it was time to return home. As she retraced her steps, the forest seemed to bid her farewell, its whispers now familiar and comforting. When Lyra emerged from the woods, the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Her mother was waiting, her face a picture of warmth and love. Did you find what you were looking for? She asked. Lyra nodded, her eyes sparkling with the light of newfound knowledge. I found more than I ever imagined, she replied, embracing her mother. That night, as Lyra snuggled under her quilt, she felt the weight of the day settle into a peaceful slumber. She had ventured into the unknown with courage and returned with a heart full of wonder. And though she drifted off to sleep, the essence of the forest lingered within her, a gentle reminder that the world was vast and magical, waiting to be explored by those brave enough to take the first step. Story 32. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a small, unassuming shop called Whimsy and Whispers. This shop was owned by the kindly old merchant, Mr. Thistlewood, known for his collection of peculiar trinkets and dusty tomes. His shop was a favorite among the villagers, not only for the oddities it housed, but for the warmth and stories that one could always find within its walls. One crisp autumn morning, a gentle breeze rustling the golden leaves, a young boy named Oliver wandered into Whimsy and Whispers. Oliver was a curious soul, often found with his nose buried in a book or exploring the hidden corners of the village. Today, his eyes were drawn to a peculiar object sitting on a high shelf, glinting in the soft morning light filtering through the shop's frosted windows. "Ah, you found the Mirror of Murmurs," Mr. Thistlewood said, noting Oliver's interest. "It's quite special, you know. They say it reflects not just what you see, but what you feel." Intrigued, Oliver asked if he could take a closer look. Mr. Thistlewood obliged, carefully lowering the mirror and handing it to the boy. It was small, with an ornate silver frame etched with delicate vines and flowers. When Oliver peered into it, he saw not only his own reflection, but a swirling mist that seemed to dance with color and light. "Keepest a box," Thistlewood said with a twinkle in his eye. "It might lead you to places you've never imagined." With the mirror cradled in his hands, Oliver thanked Mr. Thistlewood and stepped out into the brisk air. As he walked through the village, the mirror whispered softly, like a gentle breeze through the trees. Drawn by its murmurs, he followed its guidance to a path leading into the woods. The woods were alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant calls of birds. As Oliver ventured deeper, he noticed the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground was soft beneath his feet, carpeted with fallen leaves. His journey led him to a clearing where the trees parted to reveal a serene pond, its surface mirroring the sky above. Here, sitting by the water's edge, was a small, furry creature with wide, friendly eyes and a bushy tail. It was a squirrel named Hazel, known among the forest creatures for her wisdom and kindness. "Hello, Oliver," Hazel greeted, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I've been expecting you. The Mirror of Murmurs has chosen you for a reason." Surprised but comforted by Hazel's gentle demeanor, Oliver asked what he was meant to do. "The mirror shows not just what is, but what could be," Hazel explained. "There is a place that needs your help, a place where shadows have dimmed the light." With Hazel as his guide, Oliver embarked on a journey through the forest, the mirror's whispers leading the way. They passed through groves where the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers and streams sang as they tumbled over smooth stones. The forest was a world of wonder, filled with life and beauty. As they traveled, Hazel shared stories of the forest and its inhabitants, her voice weaving a tapestry of friendship and harmony. Oliver listened intently, his heart swelling with a sense of belonging and purpose. Their journey led them to a hidden glen cloaked in shadow. The trees here were tall and ancient, their branches entwined to form a canopy that blocked the sky. The air was cool and still, and the path ahead seemed uncertain. "It is here that the challenge lies," Hazel said, her eyes serious but kind. "The shadows have grown because the light has been forgotten. We must find a way to bring it back." Oliver pondered Hazel's words, recalling the stories of the forest, the balance of light and shadow. He realized that the answer lay not in force, but in understanding and wisdom. Kneeling by the edge of the glen, Oliver held up the Mirror of Murmurs. As he did, the swirling mist within began to clear, revealing images of light dancing among the branches, of laughter and warmth shared beneath the trees. "The light is within us," Oliver whispered, understanding dawning in his heart. "We must share it. Let it shine." With Hazel by his side, Oliver began to sing a gentle melody, a song of hope and friendship. The notes floated through the glen, touching the hearts of the trees and the creatures hidden in the shadows. One by one they joined in, their voices blending in a harmonious chorus that swelled and echoed through the forest. As the song grew, the shadows began to recede, replaced by a soft golden light that bathed the glen in warmth. The trees seemed to sigh in relief, their leaves shimmering with newfound vitality. The challenge overcome, Oliver sat by the pond once more, the mirror in his lap. He gazed into its depths, seeing not just his own reflection, but the light of understanding that now burned brightly within him. "You have done well," Hazel said, her eyes warm with pride. "The forest will remember your kindness and courage." With the sun setting on the horizon, casting the world in hues of pink and gold, Oliver made his way back to the village. As he walked, the mirror continued to whisper, its voice now a gentle reminder of the journey he had taken, the friends he had made, and the light he had found within himself. Back in Willowbrook, Oliver placed the Mirror of Murmurs on his bedside table, its presence a comforting reminder of the extraordinary world just beyond his doorstep. That night, as he drifted into a peaceful sleep, he knew that the light of friendship and understanding would always guide him, no matter where his journey might lead. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the gentle murmur of the mirror, Oliver's heart was light, filled with the warmth of the forest's embrace and the wisdom he had discovered along the way. Story 33. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and lush, whispering forests, there lay a small, snug cottage with a thatched roof and windows that glowed warmly in the evening twilight. This was the home of a young girl named Clara and her grandmother, a wise woman known for her gentle smile and a twinkle in her eye that hinted at secrets older than the stars. The village was a place where magical creatures and humans lived in harmony. Small, ethereal beings known as the Whisperlings flitted about, sharing stories and songs that echoed through the air like the softest of chimes. It was a village where the ordinary mingled seamlessly with the extraordinary, and where every day held a touch of magic. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, Clara sat by the fireplace, listening to the comforting crackle of burning logs. Her grandmother was knitting a scarf, her needles clicking gently, while a pot of spiced cider simmered on the hearth, filling the room with its warm, sweet aroma. "Grandmother," Clara began, her voice soft and curious, "have you noticed anything strange happening in the village lately?" Her grandmother paused, her eyes lifting from her knitting. "Strange, you say? What have you noticed, my dear?" Clara leaned forward, her gaze thoughtful. "It's just little things. The Whisperlings seem more restless, and I've heard whispers of objects going missing from people's homes. Simple things like buttons or teaspoons, yet everyone's puzzled." Her grandmother nodded slowly, her expression pensive. "Ah, yes. I've heard similar murmurs. It seems we might have a mystery on our hands." Clara's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Do you think we could solve it, grandmother?" The old woman chuckled softly, her voice a gentle melody. "With keen eyes and open hearts, my dear, I believe we can." The following morning, Clara set out with determination in her step and a woven basket in hand, ready to gather clues and insights. The air was crisp and fresh, carrying the scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy undertones of rich soil. As she wandered through the village, Clara observed the world around her with the care of an artist studying a canvas. She noticed how the Whisperlings darted about, their usual carefree dances replaced by hurried flutters. She listened to the villagers' conversations, their words like puzzle pieces waiting to be arranged into a coherent picture. In the heart of the village stood the ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Beneath its shade, Clara found her old friend, Finn the fox, whose bright eyes twinkled with mischief and wisdom. "Hello, Clara," Finn greeted her with a flick of his fluffy tail. "Out on an adventure, I see?" Clara smiled, crouching down to scratch behind Finn's ears. "Indeed, Finn, there's a mystery afoot, and I could use your help." Finn's ears perked up with interest. "A mystery, you say? Tell me more." Clara recounted the strange occurrences and missing items, her words weaving a tapestry of curiosity and wonder. Finn listened intently, his nose twitching as he pondered the situation. "I might have an idea," Finn said at last, his voice thoughtful. "There's a place deep within the forest where the Whisperlings gather in times of trouble. It is said to be a sanctuary of sorts, a place where magic is drawn to those in need." Clara's heart quickened with excitement. "Could we find this place, Finn?" The fox nodded, his gaze steady and reassuring. "With your keen eyes and my nimble paws, I believe we can." The two friends set off, leaving the village behind and venturing into the emerald depths of the forest. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air hummed with the songs of birds and the rustle of leaves. As they walked, Clara felt the gentle pulse of magic in the air, a reminder that the world was alive with mysteries waiting to be unveiled. After some time, they arrived at a glade where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like fingers clasped in friendship. In the center of the glade, a pool of water shimmered, its surface reflecting the sky above like a mirror of dreams. As they approached, the Whisperlings emerged from the foliage, their tiny forms shimmering with iridescent light. They hovered around Clara and Finn, their voices a harmonious chorus of bell-like tones. "Welcome, seekers of truth," the Whisperlings chimed in unison, their words gentle and welcoming. "What brings you to our sanctuary?" Clara stepped forward, her heart full of hope. "We've come to understand the strange happenings in our village. Can you help us?" The Whisperlings exchanged glances, their eyes wide with understanding. "The magic of the forest has been unsettled," they explained. "A playful spirit has awakened, drawn to the village by the warmth of human kindness. It means no harm, but its mischief has caused some confusion." Clara nodded, her mind piecing together the puzzle. "Is there a way to communicate with this spirit, to ask it to return the missing items?" The Whisperlings twirled in the air, their light casting gentle shadows on the ground. "The spirit responds to joy and laughter. If you can create a moment of pure happiness, it may be willing to listen." With a plan forming in her mind, Clara thanked the Whisperlings and returned to the village with Finn by her side. Together, they gathered the villagers in the square, sharing their findings and the need for a celebration of joy. That evening, under a sky studded with stars, the village came alive with laughter and music. Lanterns hung from trees, casting a warm glow over the gathering. The villagers danced and sang, their hearts light and their spirits high. As Clara twirled in the moonlight, she felt a gentle breeze brush against her cheek like a whisper of gratitude. In that moment, she knew the playful spirit was watching, its heart touched by the joy it had unwittingly inspired. The next morning, the village awoke to find the missing items returned, each placed with care and a hint of playful mischief. The villagers marveled at the mystery resolved and the unexpected gift of happiness it had brought. As Clara sat by the fireplace once more, her grandmother smiled at her with pride. "You see, my dear, sometimes the answers we seek are found in the simplest of things, kindness, joy, and the bonds we share with each other." Clara nodded, her heart full of warmth and contentment. The mystery had been solved, not through force or confrontation, but through the gentle magic of understanding and friendship. And so as the village settled into the peaceful embrace of night, Clara drifted into sleep, her dreams filled with the laughter of Whisperlings and the comforting presence of those she loved. The world outside her window was quiet and still, a testament to the harmony restored through the simple act of spreading joy. And in that cozy cottage, with the fire crackling softly and the stars watching over all, Clara's story was but one of many in a world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, and where every heart held the power to create a little magic of its own. Story 34. Once upon a time, in a little village nestled among the emerald hills of a land forgotten by time, there lived a young girl named Leora. The village was a quaint place, with cobblestone paths winding between cottages with thatched roofs and gardens bursting with wildflowers. Birds sang in the mornings, and the air always carried the scent of honeysuckle and pine. Leora was known for her gentle spirit and her unfaltering curiosity about the world around her. One day, while wandering through the woods that bordered her village, Leora stumbled upon something extraordinary. The sun cast dappled shadows through the leaves, and the forest floor was alive with the rustle of creatures unseen. when suddenly she noticed a glimmer beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. Digging carefully with her hands, she uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift when the light touched them, and a small latch held it securely shut. Leora sat back on her heels, brushing dirt from her fingers, and gazed at her find with wide eyes. The box seemed to hum with a quiet energy, resonating with a warmth that seeped into her palms as she held it. Excited and a little apprehensive, she carried it home, where she could examine it further in the comfort of her cozy room. Her room was her sanctuary, filled with books and curiosities she'd collected over the years. The walls were painted the color of the sky just before dusk, and her bed was piled high with quilts her grandmother had made. A single window let in the afternoon light, which danced across the room in golden pools. Leora placed the box on her desk and sat before it, her heart fluttering with anticipation. With a gentle click, the latch opened beneath her fingers. Inside the box, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a small, crystalline orb. It was clear as a mountain spring, yet within its depths swirled colors like the northern lights. As Leora lifted the orb from its resting place, she felt a tingling sensation spread from her fingers up her arms, and she gasped in wonder. At that moment, the orb began to glow softly, casting a warm light that filled the room. The colors within it shifted and danced in a mesmerizing display, and Leora could feel a connection to something much larger than herself, something ancient and wise. The orb seemed to whisper to her, though she could not understand its words. Curious about this newfound treasure, Leora decided to seek out the village elder, a kind-hearted woman named Malus, who was known for her wisdom and knowledge of the old ways. Malus lived in a cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden that overflowed with herbs and flowers. The path to her home was lined with lavender, and the air was rich with its calming scent. As Leora approached, she found Malus tending to her garden, humming softly to herself. The elder's eyes, bright and clear as a summer sky, lit up with warmth upon seeing Leora. "Ah, child," she said, wiping her hands on her apron. "What brings you to my corner of the world today?" Leora held out the orb, still glowing softly in her hands. "I found this in the forest," she explained, her voice filled with wonder. "I thought you might know what it is." Malus took the orb from her, her fingers brushing lightly over its surface. She nodded slowly, a knowing smile spreading across her face. "This is a rare and powerful object," she said. "It is known as the heart of the forest. It is said to hold the wisdom of nature itself, and it can reveal hidden truths to those who are pure of heart." Leora listened intently, her mind alight with possibilities. "What should I do with it?" she asked, eager to learn more. Malus's eyes twinkled with mischief. "The heart of the forest chooses its own path," she replied cryptically. "Perhaps it has chosen you for a reason. But heed this, young one. Such gifts come with great responsibility. Trust in yourself and listen to what it whispers." With that, Malus handed the orb back to Leora, who felt its gentle warmth flow through her once more. Thanking the elder, she made her way home, her thoughts racing with excitement and curiosity. That night, as the village lay silent beneath a blanket of stars, Leora sat by her window, the orb cradled in her hands. She closed her eyes and let the warmth envelop her, feeling a sense of peace and connection that was both comforting and exhilarating. As she listened to the whispers of the orb, she felt a new understanding blossom within her, a sense of purpose, as though the world around her held secrets waiting to be uncovered. Over the following days, Leora carried the orb with her wherever she went. It seemed to guide her, leading her to places she had never noticed before, a hidden grove where the light danced in a kaleidoscope of colors, a babbling brook that sang a melody only she could hear. With each discovery, she felt her connection to the world around her deepen, and she found herself seeing beauty in even the simplest of things. But it wasn't long before Leora realized that she wasn't the only one interested in the heart of the forest. One afternoon, as she wandered through a meadow filled with wildflowers, she noticed a figure watching her from the tree line. It was a young boy, perhaps a little older than herself, with hair as dark as the midnight sky and eyes that glinted with mischief. Intrigued, Leora approached, and the boy stepped forward with a playful grin. "I've been watching you," he said, his voice light and teasing. You're the one with the magical orb, aren't you? Leora hesitated for a moment, then nodded, clutching the orb a little tighter. I found it in the forest, she replied. Who are you? The boy laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. My name is Calum, he said. I've heard stories about the heart of the forest. They say it can reveal hidden worlds and grant wishes to those who are worthy. Leora regarded him thoughtfully. There was something about Calum that seemed both familiar and strange, as if he were a part of the forest itself. What do you want with it? She asked, curious. Calum shrugged, a twinkle in his eye. Perhaps I can help you discover its secrets, he suggested. I've spent my whole life exploring these woods, and I know them like the back of my hand. Leora considered his offer. She could sense that Calum was sincere, and something about his carefree spirit resonated with her own. All right, she agreed, but we must be careful. Malus warned me that such gifts come with great responsibility. Together, they set off on a journey that would take them deeper into the forest than Leora had ever ventured before. The days passed in a blur of laughter and discovery as they uncovered hidden glades and ancient trees that whispered secrets to the wind. With each step, Leora felt her bond with the heart of the forest grow stronger, and she began to understand its language, the rustle of leaves, the murmur of streams, the song of the earth itself. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, they came upon a place unlike any they had seen before. It was a clearing surrounded by towering oaks, and in the center stood a stone circle, etched with runes that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. The air was alive with magic, and Leora could feel the orb thrumming with energy in her hands. Salem's eyes widened in awe. This is it, he breathed, the heart of the forest's magic. As Leora stepped into the circle, the orb began to pulse with a gentle rhythm, and she felt a sense of clarity wash over her. The whispers grew louder, filling her mind with images and emotions that she could barely comprehend. She saw visions of the forest through the ages, of creatures both wondrous and strange, of times long past and those yet to come. In that moment, Leora understood the true gift of the heart of the forest. It was not only a key to hidden worlds, but a bridge to understanding the intricate web of life that connected all things. She realized that she was a part of this great tapestry, and that her actions could shape the future in ways she had never imagined. With newfound resolve, Leora turned to Calum, who watched her with a mixture of admiration and respect. We must protect this place, she said, her voice filled with determination. The magic here is precious and must be preserved for generations to come. Calum nodded, his expression serious. I will help you, he vowed. Together we can ensure that the secrets of the forest remain safe. And so, Leora and Calum became the guardians of the heart of the forest, watching over its magic and ensuring that its wisdom was never forgotten. They spent their days exploring the hidden corners of the woods, learning from the land and sharing their knowledge with those who would listen. In time, their friendship blossomed into something deeper, a bond forged by shared dreams and a love for the world around them. They built a life together, one filled with laughter and adventure, always guided by the gentle light of the orb that had brought them together. Years passed, and the village grew and changed, but the magic of the forest remained strong, a testament to the enduring power of friendship and the wisdom of those who dared to listen to the whispers of the earth. And so, as the sun set behind the hills and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Leora and Calum stood hand in hand, gazing out over the land they had come to love. The heart of the forest glowed softly between them, a reminder of the journey they had taken and the magic they had found, not just in the world around them, but within themselves. And as they watched the fireflies dance among the trees, they knew that the true magic lay not in the orb itself, but in the connections it had helped them forge, the lessons it had taught them, and the love that would guide them through all the days of their lives. In the quiet of the forest, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, Leora and Calum found peace, knowing that the heart of the forest would forever beat in harmony with their own. And so, they lived out their days, guardians of a magic that transcended time, leaving behind a legacy of hope and wonder for all who would follow in their footsteps. And thus, the story of Leora and Calum, the heart of the forest, and the magic that binds us all, became a tale whispered through the ages, a gentle reminder of the beauty that lies within each of us, and the power of friendship to change the world. Story 35. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stars whispered secrets to the planets that circled them, there lay a small, shimmering galaxy known as the Nebula of Dreams. Within this galaxy, on a lush, emerald-hued planet called Viridian, there lived a creature named Luma. Luma was a glimmerkin, a species known for their gentle hearts and twinkling skin that glowed like starlight in the night. Luma spent her days tending to the luminous gardens of her planet, the air filled with the sweet scent of star blossoms. Her life was peaceful, yet she often gazed skyward with a sense of yearning, wondering about the stories hidden among the stars. One day, a silver craft descended from the heavens, a sleek vessel from a distant, arid world known as Pyros. From it emerged Zoran, a Pyronian with skin like molten bronze and eyes that flickered with the intensity of a sun. The Pyronians were known for their fiery temperament and unwavering determination, traits that often intimidated others. Zoran had come to Viridian on a mission to collect rare minerals to aid his struggling planet, but as he stepped onto the verdant terrain, he felt an unexpected calm wash over him. The air was cool and fragrant, a stark contrast to the searing winds of Pyros. Luma, curious and kind, approached Zoran with a welcoming smile. "Greetings, traveler from the stars. What brings you to our tranquil world?" Zoran, who was accustomed to brusque exchanges, was taken aback by her gentleness. "I seek minerals to help my people," he replied, his voice a deep rumble. Luma nodded, understanding the weight of his quest. "Our world is abundant in such gifts. I shall guide you." As they journeyed together through Viridian's luminescent forests, their differences became apparent. Luma moved with a graceful ease, her heart attuned to the rhythms of nature, while Zoran's steps were deliberate and heavy, driven by purpose and urgency. Their initial misunderstandings stemmed from these contrasts. Luma valued patience and harmony, while Zoran was driven by necessity and speed. Yet, as they traversed glittering streams and fields of glowing flora, they began to see the value in each other's perspectives. One evening, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, a sudden storm swept over the land. The winds howled and the skies flashed with violet lightning. Zoran, unaccustomed to such weather, felt a flicker of unease. Luma, sensing his discomfort, reached out, her touch soft and reassuring. "Fear not, friend. The storms here are fierce but brief. Let us find shelter together." In a nearby cavern they took refuge, and as the storm raged outside, Luma shared stories of her world. She spoke of the ancient harmony between the Glimmerkin and the land, of how they nurtured each other through the cycles of time. Zoran listened, his fiery spirit soothed by her words. In turn, he shared tales of Pyros, of the relentless sun and the resilient hearts of his people, who thrived against all odds. Through the night they spoke and listened, their understanding deepening with each shared story. The storm passed, leaving the air crisp and fresh, and with it, a newfound bond had formed between them. Their journey continued, and as they faced various trials, a treacherous river crossing, a misunderstanding with Viridian's wildlife, they learned to rely on one another. Luma's wisdom and empathy balanced Zoran's strength and determination, weaving a tapestry of friendship that was as strong as it was unexpected. Finally, they reached the mineral-rich mountains of Viridian, where Zoran collected what he needed. As he prepared to leave, he turned to Luma with gratitude shining in his eyes. "Your world has given me much more than I sought," he said. "I have found not just minerals, but a friend." Luma smiled, her skin glowing warmly. "And you have brought the light of your spirit to our land. Go with peace, Zoran, and may our paths cross again among the stars." With a heart full of newfound understanding, Zoran departed for Pyros, carrying not just minerals, but the lessons of patience, empathy, and friendship. Back on Viridian, Luma continued to tend her gardens, her heart richer for the encounter. And so, in the vastness of the universe, two souls from different worlds discovered that even across the greatest of distances, the true meaning of friendship could bridge any gap. Story 36. In the heart of the ancient evergreen wood, where the whisper of leaves could be mistaken for the gentle murmur of an old wise storyteller, lived creatures that thrived in the delicate balance of nature. The forest was a tapestry woven from threads of sunlight and shadow, where the air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the songs of birds formed a symphony of life. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm was a family of foxes, known for their fiery red coats that gleamed like embers in the dappled sunlight. The youngest, a curious fox named Fen, often asked questions that rustled through the woodland like a playful breeze. His eyes, as bright as polished amber, were always wide with wonder at the world around him. One crisp morning, as the first frosts of autumn painted the leaves in hues of gold and crimson, Fen's grandmother, the wise matriarch of the fox family, called him to her side. Her fur was silvered with age, and her voice carried the weight of many seasons. "Fen," she began, her tone gentle yet firm, "the forest is changing, as it always does. The balance of life and the rhythm of the seasons are things we must respect and understand." Fen nodded, his ears perked attentively. "I want to learn, grandmother. Tell me about the magic of the seasons." The old fox smiled, her eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "The magic of the seasons is a dance of harmony," she said, "a continuous cycle of birth, growth, decay, and renewal. Each creature, each leaf and drop of dew plays a part in this grand symphony." She gestured to the forest around them, where the crisp air carried the scent of change. In spring, the forest awakens, and life bursts forth in a kaleidoscope of green. Summer follows, warm and vibrant, nurturing all that grows. Then comes autumn, painting the world with a palette of fiery colors, reminding us to prepare for the quiet sleep of winter. Fen listened intently, his heart filled with a sense of awe and responsibility. "But grandmother," he asked, "how do we make sure the forest stays in balance?" "Ah," she replied, her voice a gentle breeze through the branches, "that is a lesson learned through observation and respect. We must live in harmony, taking only what we need and giving back more. The forest teaches us, if only we listen." With that, Fen's grandmother led him through the forest, where the crisp leaves crunched under their paws like the crackling of a distant fire. They visited the river, where the water murmured a timeless lullaby, and the breeze carried the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of snow. As they wandered, Fen noticed the squirrels gathering acorns, the birds flying in formation, and the gentle dance of the leaves spiraling to the forest floor. Each creature played its part, working together in a seamless concert of life. Suddenly, a gentle snowfall began, the flakes whispering down like soft secrets. Fen watched in wonder as the white blanket settled over the forest, transforming it into a serene wonderland. It was a magical sight, a reminder of the forest's enduring beauty and resilience. "Winter will soon be upon us," Fen's grandmother said, her breath visible in the chilly air. "It is a time of rest and reflection, a chance for the earth to replenish and prepare for the rebirth of spring." Fen nodded, understanding the lesson not just with his mind, but with his heart. The forest was a living tapestry, and he was a single thread within it, interwoven with countless others. Together they created a harmony that was both fragile and enduring. As the snow continued to fall, the forest hushed into a peaceful silence, and Fen felt a deep sense of belonging. He curled up beside his grandmother, her presence as comforting as the warmth of a softly glowing hearth. Under the gentle blanket of snow the forest slept, dreaming of the seasons yet to come. Fen, too, dreamt, his heart filled with gratitude for the wisdom of his grandmother and the eternal magic of the forest. And so, in the evergreen wood, life continued its timeless dance, a testament to the beauty of nature's cycles and the power of living in harmony with the world. Story 37. In the quaint village of Windy Hollow, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, stood an ancient house known as Hazel Hearth. Its walls were alive with ivy, and its windows gleamed like the eyes of a wise old owl. The townsfolk believed it to be enchanted, for it had witnessed countless seasons and seemed to breathe with the rhythm of the forest surrounding it. Here, by the gentle glow of a crackling fireplace, lived an elderly woman named Clara, known for her warm heart and twinkling eyes that held secrets of time itself. Clara was a beloved figure in Windy Hollow, her home a sanctuary for those seeking comfort and counsel. She possessed a unique gift, one that the villagers revered with awe and affection. Clara could speak to the winds, not in the way one might imagine, with words and sentences, but through a quiet understanding of the breezes that danced through the branches, the gusts that rustled leaves, and the gentle zephyrs that caressed the cheeks of children playing in the fields. The village children often gathered around her, eager for tales of adventure and magic. Clara would smile, her eyes twinkling like starlit skies, and tell them stories of faraway lands, hidden worlds within the woods, and the gentle spirits that watched over them. But there was one story she never shared, a tale woven from the threads of her own life, a journey that had transformed her long ago. It began on a crisp autumn morning when Clara was but a young girl, curious and bright-eyed. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and the sky was an endless canvas of blue. Clara had always felt a peculiar connection to the wind, a kinship that went beyond mere weather. It was as if the winds carried whispers meant just for her, secrets of lands unseen and times forgotten. One day, as she wandered through the woods, Clara stumbled upon an old oak tree with a trunk as wide as a cottage door. Its bark was etched with ancient patterns, and its branches stretched towards the heavens like welcoming arms. Nestled among its roots was a shimmering object, half buried in the rich, loamy soil. Clara knelt down, her fingers brushing against the cool surface of what appeared to be a mirror. But this was no ordinary mirror. Its frame was wrought from silver vines, and the glass seemed to shimmer with an inner light. As Clara gazed into the mirror, she felt a gentle breeze swirl around her, and the world seemed to shift. The woods faded away, and she found herself standing in a place unlike any she had ever known, a hidden realm of vibrant colors and ethereal beauty. The air was alive with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers, and the sky was a kaleidoscope of colors, shifting with the gentle movements of the wind. In this magical world, Clara met a being of pure light, a guardian of the winds named Zephyrian. With a voice like tinkling chimes, Zephyrian spoke of the hidden world within the natural environment, a realm where the elements danced in harmony and the spirits of nature thrived. But all was not well in this enchanted land. A shadow loomed, threatening to disrupt the balance and plunge the world into chaos. Zephyrian implored Clara for help, sensing the unique bond she shared with the winds. The guardian bestowed upon her a remarkable ability, the power to channel the winds at will. With this newfound gift, Clara embarked on a journey to restore harmony to the hidden world. Along the way, she encountered creatures both wondrous and wise, forming friendships that defied expectations. Her first companion was a mischievous sprite named Thistle, whose laughter was like the tinkling of bells. Thistle was a guardian of the forest, quick and clever, with a heart as wild and free as the winds themselves. Together, they ventured through enchanted groves and shimmering meadows, each step bringing Clara closer to understanding the true nature of her gift. Their path led them to the heart of the hidden world, a place where the winds converged in a symphony of sound and color. Here, they discovered the source of the shadow, a dark spirit named Umbra, who sought to control the winds and bend them to its will. Clara realized that the key to overcoming this challenge lay not in confrontation, but in understanding and unity. With Thistle's guidance, Clara reached out to Umbra, her voice gentle as a summer breeze. She spoke of harmony and balance, of the beauty found in diversity, and the strength in friendship. Umbra, touched by Clara's words and the purity of her heart, began to change. The darkness that had shrouded it lifted, revealing a spirit yearning for connection and belonging. Together, they forged a bond that transcended fear and mistrust, restoring balance to the hidden world. The winds sang once more, their melodies echoing through the trees and carrying a message of hope and harmony. As Clara's journey came to an end, she returned to Windy Hollow, forever changed by the experiences and friendships she had gained. The magical mirror, now a cherished keepsake, remained a reminder of the hidden world and the lessons it had taught her. Years passed, and Clara grew into the wise woman the villagers adored. She continued to listen to the winds, her heart open to the stories they carried. And though she never shared her own tale, its essence lingered in every word she spoke, every story she told, teaching the village children the importance of understanding, kindness, and the unbreakable bonds of friendship. And so, in the cozy warmth of Hazel Hearth, with the fire crackling softly and the winds whispering through the trees, Clara's legacy lived on, a testament to the transformative power of love and the enduring magic of the world around us. As night fell and the stars twinkled above, the village of Windy Hollow slept peacefully, cradled by the gentle embrace of the winds and the promise of a new dawn filled with endless possibilities. Story 38. In the quiet village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering meadows, there existed a tale that had been passed down through generations. It was said that deep within the heart of the ancient forest, a forest that bordered the village and stretched as far as the eye could see, lay a hidden world filled with wonders unimaginable to the common folk. Few dared to venture into its depths, for it was a place of magic and mystery, where time seemed to sway like the gentle branches of the trees. The sun was setting, casting a warm, golden glow over the village, as a young girl named Anwen sat on the porch of her grandmother's cottage. She was a girl of quiet strength and boundless curiosity, with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that mirrored the twilight sky. Her grandmother, a wise woman known for her stories, sat beside her, knitting a scarf in hues of deep forest green. "Tell me about the forest again, grandmother," Anwen pleaded, her voice a soft whisper carried by the evening breeze. Her grandmother paused, needles clicking softly in the gathering dusk. "Ah, the forest," she began, her voice rich and melodic. "It is a place of great wonder and secrets older than time itself. They say those who enter with an open heart might glimpse the world hidden beneath the canopy, a place where dreams dance freely and forgotten songs are sung by the wind." Anwen leaned closer, her heart thrumming with anticipation. "Have you ever seen it?" Her grandmother chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. "I've seen more than most, my dear. But the forest reveals itself only to those who are ready." As the stars began to sprinkle the sky like scattered diamonds, Anwen's imagination soared. She dreamed of what lay beyond the familiar paths, of the hidden world waiting to be discovered. And so, with the seed of adventure planted deep within her heart, she resolved to journey into the forest the very next day. Morning broke with a gentle sigh, the world bathed in the soft light of dawn. Anwen prepared for her journey, packing a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and her grandmother's scarf, freshly knitted and infused with warmth and love. As she approached the edge of the forest, a sense of wonder filled her. The trees loomed tall and ancient, their leaves rustling with secrets untold. She took a deep breath, stepping forward with a heart full of hope and a spirit eager for discovery. The forest welcomed her with open arms, the path winding beneath a canopy of emerald leaves. Sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Anwen walked with quiet determination, her senses attuned to every sound, the chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves, the distant murmur of a stream. As she ventured deeper, the forest seemed to shift, revealing glimpses of its hidden magic. There were flowers that glowed with a luminescent light, their petals whispering secrets to the wind. A gentle breeze carried the scent of wild herbs and sweet blossoms, wrapping Anwen in a comforting embrace. Hours passed, though time felt different here, stretching and bending like the branches overhead. Anwen paused by a small clearing, where a carpet of moss lay beneath a towering oak. She sat down, savoring the peace that enveloped her, when a soft, melodious sound drifted through the air. Curiosity piqued. Anwen followed the sound, her steps light and cautious. The music led her to a small glade, where a stream danced over smooth stones, its waters sparkling in the sunlight. And there, by the water's edge, sat a figure that seemed woven from the very essence of the forest. A young boy, his hair a cascade of leaves, and his eyes as deep and green as the forest itself. He looked up as she approached, a smile playing on his lips. "You found me," he said, his voice as gentle as the stream he sat beside. Anwen nodded, feeling an inexplicable connection to this boy, who seemed as much a part of the forest as the trees themselves. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The boy chuckled, the sound like the tinkling of bells. "I am the guardian of this place, the keeper of its secrets. But you, dear Anwen, have a spirit that resonates with the forest. It called you here." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her, as if she had been wrapped in the forest's embrace. "Is this the hidden world my grandmother spoke of?" The boy nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "It is a world within a world, a place where the magic of the forest flows unbounded, and you, Anwen, are part of its story now. As they sat together by the stream, Anwen felt a profound sense of belonging, as though she had found a piece of herself that had been missing. The boy shared tales of the forest, of creatures that danced in the moonlight and flowers that sang with the dawn. Each story wove a tapestry of magic and wonder, filling Anwen's heart with joy and awe. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Anwen knew it was time to return home. But she promised the boy she would return, her heart full of gratitude for the gift of friendship and discovery he had shared with her. The journey back was filled with a new sense of purpose and understanding. The forest seemed to hum with life, each step resonating with the promise of adventure and the wisdom she had gained. When she emerged from the forest, the village lay peaceful and quiet, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Her grandmother was waiting on the porch, her knitting set aside. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" her grandmother asked, a knowing smile on her lips. Anwen nodded, her heart full. "I found more than I ever imagined, grandmother. I found a place where magic lives, and a friend who showed me the beauty of the hidden world." Her grandmother laughed softly, wrapping Anwen in a warm embrace. The forest has a way of revealing what we need to see, and sometimes it shows us the magic that lies within ourselves. As Anwen settled into the comforting routine of life in Larkspur Hollow, she carried with her the lessons and friendships forged in the heart of the forest. She returned often to the hidden world, each visit a new chapter in an unfolding story of wonder and growth. And with each journey, she discovered that the magic of the forest was not just a place, but a part of her, a light that shone brightly in her heart and guided her through the days to come. And so, the tale of Anwen and the hidden world became a cherished story in Larkspur Hollow, a reminder that within each of us lies a spark of magic waiting to be discovered, a world of wonder just beyond the edge of the familiar. It was a story that would be told for generations, a testament to the power of curiosity, friendship, and the boundless possibilities of the world around us. Story 39. Once upon a twilight eve, when the forest was bathed in a warm amber glow, a young fox pup named Russet ventured from her cozy den. Her curious eyes shone like amber jewels as she explored the enchanting woodland realm that was her home. Russet bounded over twisted roots and ducked under low-hanging branches dripping with emerald moss. The air was rich with the earthy scents of decaying leaves and rain-soaked bark. A gentle breeze whispered through the canopy, carrying the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. As she crested a mossy knoll, Russet caught sight of a shimmering curtain of light dancing among the trees. Entranced, she padded closer, her paw steps muffled by the soft carpet of pine needles. The celestial ribbons of radiance swayed and pulsed in mesmerizing patterns. "Welcome, young one," a wizened voice spoke, startling Russet. An ancient oak tree, gnarled and stooped with age, creaked as it leaned down to address her. "Do not be afraid. I am a guiding spirit of this forest, and those are the aurora winds, dream weavers that bless our lands with their magic." Russet's jaw dropped as she gaped up at the towering oak. She had heard tales of the ancient tree guardians from her mother, but never imagined she would meet one herself. The oak chuckled, its deep laughter like the rumbling of distant thunder. "You seem surprised, little fox. We tree guardians have walked these woods since before your kind first set paw upon its soil. We are the keepers of ancient wisdom, passed down from seedlings to soaring giants, season after season, century upon century. Please, wise oak, tell me of the aurora winds." Russet entreated eagerly, utterly captivated. "Ah, the aurora winds." The tree guardian sighed wistfully. "They are the harbingers of spring, dancing upon the first warm breezes after winter's slumber. Their radiant swirls awaken the forest from its dormant state, coaxing new life to blossom forth in a riot of verdant color." As the oak spoke, the shimmering curtains undulated and transformed, morphing into whimsical shapes, unfurling ferns, fluttering butterflies, bursting flower buds. Russet gasped at the breathtaking display, her tail swishing in delight. "The aurora winds govern the delicate balance between the seasons," the tree continued. "Their magic stimulates growth and renewal, ensuring the forest continually renews itself in an eternal cycle of living and returning to the earth. We trees, plants, and all forest creatures are bound to their celestial rhythms. Russet watched, spellbound, as the prismatic lights wove intricate tapestries celebrating the bounty of nature, glittering dewdrops clinging to vibrant petals, birds taking flight on iridescent wings, crystalline waters bubbling over moss-covered stones. One day, when your time comes to an end, your spirit force will be reborn into this cycle, joining the hosts of your ancestors as guardians of the evergreen realms. The oak's voice turned solemn yet reassuring. We are all part of nature's grand tapestry, woven together in an eternal dance of death and rebirth, destruction and renewal. As long as the aurora winds blow, this equilibrium shall remain unbroken. Humbled by the ancient tree's sagely words, Russet bowed her head reverently. From that night onward, she regarded the forest and all its inhabitants with newfound reverence and respect. Whenever the dazzling aurora winds graced the woodland bowers with their celestial presence, she knew the timeless harmonies of nature's grand symphony would swell into rapturous life once more. Story 40. The Whispering Woods and the Luminous Feather. Once upon a time, nestled in the gentle arms of the rolling hills and hidden beyond a veil of mist, lay the village of Eldergrove. It was a quaint place where cobblestone paths twisted like ancient vines, and the rooftops of thatched cottages peeked out amid lush gardens and tall, swaying trees. Eldergrove was a haven for those who cherished the harmony of nature, and its people were known far and wide for their tales of wonder and enchantment. In this charming village lived a young girl named Lyra. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and her imagination was as boundless as the sky. Lyra was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could warm the coldest winter's day. She spent her days exploring the meadows and forests surrounding Eldergrove, always in search of adventure or a new story to share. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves danced like golden confetti in the breeze, Lyra set out on her daily wanderings. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth, and the sky was a soft shade of blue, dotted with lazy clouds. She followed a path that led her deeper into the Whispering Woods, a place where shadows played and light filtered through the branches like liquid gold. The Whispering Woods were so named because the trees seemed to speak in soft murmurs, sharing secrets only they knew. Lyra loved the woods more than anywhere else, for she felt they were alive with stories waiting to be told. As she walked, she listened to the rustling leaves and the distant song of a brook, feeling as if the forest was wrapping her in its gentle embrace. It was on this particular morning that Lyra stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled among the roots of a grand oak tree, she discovered a feather unlike any she had ever seen. It was luminous, glowing with a soft, ethereal light that seemed to pulse gently as if it were breathing. The feather was long and elegant, its colors shifting subtly with every movement, hues of sapphire, emerald, and gold. Lyra's heart skipped with excitement as she reached out to touch it. The moment her fingers brushed the feather, a warm sensation spread through her, as if a stream of liquid sunlight was coursing through her veins. She felt a strange but comforting connection, as if the feather was meant for her and her alone. With the feather gently clasped in her hands, Lyra decided to take it home, eager to unravel its mystery. As she returned to the village, the feather's glow seemed to brighten her path, casting a serene light that made even the shadows seem friendly. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and stars began to twinkle like diamonds in the velvet sky, Lyra sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage. The feather lay on the table before her, illuminated by the flickering flames. She pondered its origins and significance, feeling a deep sense of wonder. Her musings were interrupted by a soft knock at the door. It was her good friend, Oliver, a kind-hearted boy with a knack for finding beauty in the smallest of things. His sandy hair was tousled by the wind, and his cheeks were rosy from the chill of the night. "Lyra, you won't believe what I saw today," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. A rainbow that stretched from one end of the meadow to the other, and at its end, the most beautiful flowers bloomed, as if painted by the sky itself. Lyra smiled, her heart swelling with joy at her friend's enthusiasm. "Oh, Oliver, that sounds magical, but I have something to show you too." She beckoned him inside and showed him the feather. Oliver's eyes widened in awe as he gazed at the luminous object. "Where did you find this?" he asked, his voice hushed with reverence. "In the Whispering Woods," Lyra replied, her voice filled with wonder. "I think there's something special about it. I can feel it." The two friends sat by the fire, the feather casting a gentle glow that filled the room with warmth. As they talked late into the night, they shared stories and dreams, their laughter echoing softly within the cottage's walls. It was a night of magic and friendship, and both felt a deep sense of belonging. The next morning, Lyra and Oliver decided to return to the Whispering Woods to see if they could discover more about the feather. As they walked, the forest seemed to welcome them with open arms, the trees whispering their secrets in the wind. Deeper and deeper they ventured, until they reached a part of the woods they had never seen before. The trees here were taller, their trunks thick and ancient. The air was cool, and the light was filtered through a canopy of leaves, creating a world of emerald hues. It was here that they encountered an unexpected sight, a clearing bathed in sunlight, where the ground was covered in soft moss and wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching skyward like a grand cathedral, and perched upon one of the branches was a creature of dazzling beauty, a bird with plumage that shimmered with the same luminous glow as the feather Lyra had found. Its eyes were wise and kind, and as it gazed upon the two friends, a sense of peace enveloped them. The bird spoke, its voice a melodious song that resonated in their hearts. "Welcome, young ones," it said. "I am Eldara, guardian of these woods. The feather you hold is a gift, a symbol of the bond between your world and ours." Lyra and Oliver listened in awe as Eldara explained that the feather possessed a magic that could reveal the hidden wonders of the forest to those with pure hearts and open minds. It was a bridge between the seen and unseen, a key to unlocking the mysteries of nature. "The feather chose you, Lyra," Eldara continued, "because your heart is attuned to the whispers of the woods. It will guide you on a journey of discovery and friendship, a path that will change you and those around you." With these words, Eldara spread its wings and soared into the sky, leaving a trail of light that lingered like a gentle breeze. Lyra and Oliver watched in silence, their hearts filled with gratitude and wonder. As they made their way back to the village, the world around them seemed different. Colors were more vibrant, the air was sweeter, and the songs of birds and rustling leaves were melodies of joy. The feather, now tucked safely in Lyra's pocket, felt warm against her skin, a comforting presence that filled her with hope. In the days that followed, Lyra and Oliver embarked on many adventures, guided by the magic of the feather. They discovered hidden glens where fairies danced in moonlight, streams where fish leapt joyfully, and meadows where wildflowers sang the songs of the earth. With each new discovery, their bond grew stronger, and they shared their stories with the villagers of Eldergrove, who marveled at the wonders they described. The village became a place of renewed enchantment, as people of all ages found joy in the beauty of the world around them. Through their journey, Lyra learned that the true magic of the feather lay not in its glow or its power to reveal hidden realms, but in the connections it forged, between friends, between humans and nature, and within their own hearts. As the seasons changed and the years passed, Lyra and Oliver continued to explore the mysteries of the Whispering Woods, their friendship a testament to the enduring power of kindness and wonder. And so, in the gentle embrace of Eldergrove, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees, Lyra and Oliver's story became a tale of enchantment and wisdom, a reminder that the world is full of hidden wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to listen to the whispers of the woods. Story 41. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between whispering woods and a shimmering lake, there lived a young woman named Leora. Leora had bright eyes, the color of the morning sky, and hair that cascaded like a waterfall of autumn leaves. She spent her days weaving baskets from reeds by the lake, her fingers deftly crafting patterns that told stories of her people's past. Yet, despite the beauty she created, Leora felt an unexplainable restlessness in her heart. Change was unfurling around her like the first buds of spring, but she hesitated, fearing the unknown paths that lay ahead. The villagers often spoke of the enchanted glade, a mystical place where one could find clarity and transformation. But Leora, though intrigued, was hesitant to venture into the unknown. One crisp autumn morning, with the sun painting the horizon in hues of gold and crimson, Leora decided to seek the glimmering glade. She packed a small satchel with a loaf of bread and a flask of sweet honey water and set off into the woods. As she walked, the forest whispered ancient secrets, the leaves crunching beneath her feet like soft murmurs of encouragement. The path to the glade was winding and narrow, flanked by towering trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. Leora felt a gentle breeze kiss her cheeks, as if urging her forward. With each step, she felt the forest embracing her, the air filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant song of a stream. After what felt like hours, Leora reached the glade. It was a circle of lush green, bathed in dappled sunlight, where the air shimmered with a peculiar kind of magic. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent oak tree, its branches stretching expansively, leaves whispering tales of ancient wisdom. Beneath the oak, the ground was carpeted with soft moss, inviting and warm. As Leora approached the tree, she noticed a small, glowing creature perched on one of the lower branches, a luna moth, its wings like fragments of moonlight caught in motion. The moth fluttered down and landed gently on her shoulder. It whispered in a language she could not understand, yet its meaning resonated deep within her soul, speaking of courage, transformation, and the beauty of growth. Just then, from the shadows of the glade emerged a wise old fox with eyes that twinkled like starlight. His fur was a myriad of colors, as if he wore a cloak woven from the forest itself. The fox approached Leora, his gait deliberate and serene, as if he had all the time in the world. "Fear not the change, dear Leora," the fox spoke, his voice a soft, soothing melody, "for it is through change that we discover the true depths of our heart and soul." Leora listened intently, feeling the truth in the fox's words. She realized that the glade, the luna moth, and the fox were reflections of her own inner world, a world yearning to embrace transformation. As she sat beneath the oak, the glade began to glow brighter, the air thick with enchantment. Leora closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. She felt a warmth spreading through her, a gentle lightness lifting her fears. In that moment, she understood that change was not something to be feared, but embraced. As she opened her eyes, she saw the glade anew. The colors were more vivid, the air more alive. The luna moth fluttered its wings, shimmering with newfound brilliance, and the fox watched her with a knowing smile. "You have found your path, dear one," the fox said, his voice filled with gentle pride. "Remember, the journey of transformation is not a destination, but a continuous dance of discovery." With newfound clarity, Leora rose, her heart light and free. She thanked the fox and the luna moth, knowing that their wisdom would remain with her wherever her journey led. As she turned to leave the glade, she felt a sense of peace envelop her, a promise that she would never walk alone. Leora returned to her village, her soul aglow with the magic of the glade. She continued to weave her baskets, but now each thread was infused with the stories of her own transformation. She shared tales of the enchanted glade with her fellow villagers, encouraging them to embrace change with open hearts. And so, Leora's life became a tapestry of growth and discovery, each new thread a testament to the beauty of transformation. The village thrived, and the story of the glade became a cherished legend, passed down through generations as a reminder of the power of courage and the magic of change. In the twilight of her days, Leora would sit by the lake's edge, her eyes reflecting the sunset's glow. She would smile, knowing that the journey of transformation was the most beautiful story she could ever weave. And as the stars twinkled above, she would whisper a quiet thank you to the glade, the fox, and the luna moth for guiding her on her path. And so, in the warm embrace of her village, surrounded by love and laughter, Leora's tale became one with the gentle rustling of the leaves and the timeless dance of the seasons, a story of personal growth and magical transformation that would forever inspire those who listened. Story 42. Once upon a time, in a quaint village hugged by rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood a small, snug cottage with ivy-draped walls and a garden teeming with the colors of every season. In this cottage lived a gentle-hearted girl named Clara with her grandmother, who was known far and wide for her wisdom and kindness. Clara loved to wander the garden, her footsteps soft on the mossy paths, her fingers brushing against the vibrant petals that swayed with the breeze. One sunny afternoon, as Clara tended to the garden, she stumbled upon an unusual object partially buried beneath the roots of an ancient oak. It was a small, ornate box, its surface etched with delicate patterns of stars and moons. Curiosity twinkling in her eyes, Clara gently brushed away the soil and opened the box. To her astonishment, the box contained a simple, unassuming key, glinting in the dappled sunlight. She felt an inexplicable warmth radiate from it, as if the key held stories of its own, waiting to be told. Clara hurried inside to show her grandmother, who was stirring a pot of fragrant stew, the aroma wrapping around the room like a comforting quilt. Her grandmother studied the key with a knowing smile and said, "This key, my dear, is special. It is said to unlock the unseen doors of the heart and mind, revealing truths and wonders hidden to the ordinary eye." Intrigued by her grandmother's words, Clara decided to embark on a journey to discover what the key could unlock. With a satchel packed with essentials and a heart full of hope, she set off into the world, guided by the songs of birds and the whisper of the wind. Her journey led her through meadows awash with wildflowers and forests where the trees stood like ancient sentinels. Along the way, Clara met many kind-hearted creatures. There was Oliver, the wise old owl, whose eyes gleamed like polished amber, and who shared tales of the stars. And there was Pippin, the mischievous squirrel with a heart as golden as the autumn leaves, who guided Clara through the labyrinthine paths of the forest. As Clara traveled, she learned to listen with her heart, understanding the language of the world around her. She realized that the key's true magic lay not in opening physical doors, but in opening her to the wonders and wisdom that lay all around. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with hues of pink and purple, Clara found herself at the edge of a serene lake. The water shimmered like liquid silver under the moonlight. She felt drawn to the lake's edge, where the reflection of the moon danced upon the rippling surface. Clara held the key over the water, and to her surprise, the lake began to shimmer and shift, revealing a vision of her village and the people she loved. She saw their joys and struggles, their laughter and tears. It was then that Clara understood the greatest challenge of all, to help her village embrace the beauty and strength found in unity and kindness. With newfound wisdom, Clara returned home, her heart brimming with the lessons of her journey. She shared her stories with the villagers, reminding them of the strength in compassion and the magic in everyday moments. Together, they nurtured a community that thrived on understanding and friendship. Clara's grandmother watched with pride, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You see, my dear," she said, "the key was always within you. It is the key to seeing the world not just with your eyes, but with your heart." As the years passed, Clara's cottage became a place of gathering and storytelling, where the crackling fireplace warmed many a soul, and the spirit of the magical key lived on in the hearts of all who listened. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon, with the scent of blooming night flowers in the air, the village thrived, a testament to the power of a simple key and the endless wonders unlocked by an open heart. Story 43. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the streams sang soft lullabies, there lived a gentle soul named Gwyn. Gwyn was known for her love of collecting fallen leaves, each one a different hue and texture, and pressing them into the pages of her journal. She cherished the constancy of the seasons, the way each leaf told a story of growth and change, yet paradoxically, she feared change within herself. Gwyn lived in a quaint little cottage nestled between the roots of a grand old oak, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. The cottage was small but cozy, with a stone fireplace that crackled warmly on cool evenings, casting shadows that danced upon the walls. It was a place where the scent of pine and the sweetness of wild honeysuckle always lingered in the air. Despite the comfort of her surroundings, Gwyn felt a stirring unease, a quiet whisper of restlessness that she could not ignore. One crisp autumn morning, as Gwyn wandered through the woods, she noticed something unusual. A single tree stood in the midst of the forest, its leaves shimmering with an ethereal glow, shifting colors with the breeze. Intrigued, Gwyn approached the tree and touched its trunk, feeling a gentle pulse of warmth beneath her fingertips. Suddenly, a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves echoed in her mind. "Change is the only constant, dear one. Embrace it, and you shall find your true self." Startled but not frightened, Gwyn withdrew her hand and looked around. She saw a figure emerging from the mist, an elderly woman with eyes that sparkled like sunlight on water. Her name was Mira, a wise guardian of the forest, known to the villagers as the keeper of ancient wisdom. "You feel the winds of change, don't you, Gwyn?" Mira asked, her voice soothing and melodic. Gwyn nodded, her heart both heavy and light. "I do, but it's daunting. How can I embrace something that feels so uncertain?" Mira smiled, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "Come, let us walk together." As they strolled through the woods, Mira shared tales of the forest, stories of transformation and growth. She spoke of the caterpillar's journey to becoming a butterfly, the river's path as it carved its way through the land, and the way the stars shifted in the night sky, painting new constellations. "Nature is a great teacher," Mira said softly. "It shows us that change is not to be feared but embraced. It is through change that we grow and discover who we are meant to be." Gwyn listened intently, her heart slowly opening to the idea that perhaps change was not an enemy, but a friend she had yet to meet. As they walked, she noticed the beauty in the fading leaves, the promise of renewal in the bare branches. Days turned into weeks, and Gwyn found herself returning to the glowing tree, drawn by its mysterious allure. Each visit filled her with a sense of peace and clarity. She began to see her own life mirrored in the cycles of the forest, understanding that she too was part of this grand tapestry of change. With Mira's gentle guidance, Gwyn started to embrace new experiences. She ventured beyond her familiar paths, meeting new friends who shared their own stories of transformation. There was Rowan, the jovial baker who had once feared leaving his tiny village, and Lila, an artist whose bold creations brought color to the world. Together, they formed a close-knit circle, supporting one another through their fears and triumphs. They spent evenings in Gwyn's cottage, sharing laughter and stories by the fire, the warmth of their friendship wrapping around them like a comforting blanket. Through these connections, Gwyn learned the powerful lesson that change, while often daunting, could lead to beautiful discoveries and meaningful relationships. She found courage in the strength of her friendships and wisdom in the lessons offered by the forest. As the seasons shifted and winter's first snowflakes began to fall, Gwyn felt a gentle transformation within her. She was no longer the timid soul afraid of change, but a blossoming spirit eager to embrace the unknown. Her heart was filled with gratitude for the magical journey that had led her to this newfound understanding. One evening, under a sky blanketed with stars, Gwyn returned to the glowing tree, her heart brimming with wonder and acceptance. As she stood beneath its shimmering branches, she closed her eyes and whispered her thanks to the forest and to Mira, whose guidance had been a beacon of light. And in that moment, Gwyn felt a gentle warmth envelop her, a whisper of approval from the ancient tree, from the forest, and from the universe itself. She knew then that she was exactly where she was meant to be, a part of the ever-changing, ever-beautiful tapestry of life. With a heart full of peace and a spirit ready to embrace whatever came next, Gwyn turned and walked back through the whispering woods, her path illuminated by the soft glow of the moon, her soul forever enchanted by the magic of personal discovery. Story 44. In a galaxy illuminated by swirling nebulae and distant twinkling stars, there existed a quaint little planet known as Luminara. Luminara glowed with a gentle silvery light, its surface adorned with vast fields of shimmering crystals and rolling hills covered in soft, luminescent moss. It was a place where time seemed to slow down, inviting peace and reflection to all who visited. In this serene realm lived a creature named Nara, a being of ethereal beauty and grace. Nara belonged to a species known as the Lumalites, characterized by their translucent wings that shimmered like liquid glass and their skin that glowed with an inner light. The Lumalites were known for their wisdom and gentle nature, spending their days tending to the crystals and harnessing their energy to maintain the harmony of their world. One day, as Nara fluttered above the crystalline fields, she noticed a strange object descending from the sky. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, a metallic vessel, sleek and mysterious, gliding down with a soft hum. Curiosity piqued, Nara approached the vessel with cautious intrigue. As the ship's hatch opened, a figure emerged, clumsily stumbling onto the mossy ground. The newcomer was a short, stout creature with a tough, scaled exterior and large, expressive eyes that glinted with curiosity and intelligence. This was Zog, an explorer from the distant planet of Cragmore, known for its rocky terrain and resourceful inhabitants. Zog had traveled across the stars in search of new worlds and knowledge. However, the landing on Luminara had been unintended, a result of a navigational error in the vastness of space. Seeing Nara's glowing form, Zog felt a mixture of awe and apprehension, unsure of the Lumelite's intentions. "Greetings," Nara said in a voice as soft as a gentle breeze. Her words were like music, carrying a warmth that immediately eased Zog's tension. "Welcome to Luminara. I am Nara. How may I assist you?" Zog, still adjusting to the new environment, hesitated before replying. "I am Zog, from Cragmore. I seem to have lost my way, and my ship needs repairs. Can you help me?" Nara smiled, a glow of kindness radiating from her. "Of course, Zog. We Lumelites are always willing to help those in need. Let us work together to fix your ship." As they began their task, Nara and Zog encountered several challenges. The technology of Zog's ship was unlike anything Nara had seen, and Zog struggled to understand the ethereal properties of Luminara's crystals. There were moments of misunderstanding, where Zog's impatience clashed with Nara's serene pace, and Nara's unfamiliarity with machinery frustrated Zog's logical mind. One evening, as they sat by a gentle stream that wound its way through the crystal fields, Nara sensed Zog's frustration. "Zog," she said softly, "I know this has been difficult, but perhaps we can learn from each other. Your knowledge of machines can complement my understanding of Luminara's energy." Zog looked at Nara, her glow reflecting in his eyes. "I suppose we have much to teach one another," he admitted, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. From that moment, a new understanding blossomed between them. Nara taught Zog how to harness the energy of the crystals, showing him how to merge it with his technology. In return, Zog shared his knowledge of mechanics, guiding Nara through the intricacies of his ship. As days turned into weeks, their bond grew stronger. They faced challenges together, from repairing the ship's propulsion system to finding a sustainable energy source that would enable Zog to return home. Each obstacle they overcame brought them closer, weaving a tapestry of friendship that transcended their differences. One day, as they stood atop a hill overlooking the luminous landscape, Zog spoke with a newfound warmth in his voice. "Nara, I never imagined I would find a friend so far from home. You've shown me the beauty of collaboration and kindness." Nara's wings shimmered with joy. "And you, Zog, have taught me the value of perseverance and innovation. Together, we have created something truly special." With their friendship solidified, they completed the repairs on Zog's ship. As the day of departure arrived, Nara and Zog stood side by side, surrounded by the soft glow of Luminara's night. The stars above twinkled like 1,000 tiny beacons, their light reflecting the promise of their enduring friendship. "Thank you, Nara," Zog said, his voice filled with emotion. "I will carry the light of Luminara with me, always." "And I will remember the strength and resilience of Cragmore," Nara replied, her wings gently brushing against Zog's scaled back in a gesture of farewell. With a final wave, Zog boarded his ship, the engines humming with the harmonious energy of Luminara. As the vessel ascended into the night sky, Nara watched until it became a distant star among the constellation of the universe. And so, in the quietude of Luminara, beneath the ever-glowing crystals and the watchful gaze of the stars, a Lumelite and a Cragmore explorer discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond forged in understanding, strengthened by shared challenges, and illuminated by the light of kindness and wisdom. In their hearts, they carried the lessons they had learned from one another, promising to share the spirit of their friendship with all they encountered in their journeys across the cosmos. And though their paths had diverged, the connection they had formed remained as constant and comforting as the starlit sky. Story 45. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the ancient trees whispered tales of old to the wind, nestled a quaint village known as Willowbrook. The village was a patchwork of cobblestone paths and charming cottages with thatched roofs, their chimneys gently puffing out curls of smoke. Gardens bloomed with vibrant flowers, and the air was perpetually filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees. The villagers of Willowbrook were a close-knit group, living in harmony with the magical creatures that called the woods home. Among them was a curious young girl named Marigold. With her bright eyes full of wonder and her heart open to the mysteries of the world, she was beloved by all. Her best friend was a wise old fox named Bramble, whose fur was a patchwork of russet and silver, and whose eyes held the glimmer of 1,000 moonlit nights. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and gold, an unusual event began to unfold in Willowbrook. The villagers awoke to find that their beloved river, the Silver Thread, which shimmered and sang as it wound through the village, had stopped flowing. The once gushing waters were now a mere trickle, and the fish that usually danced beneath the surface seemed to have vanished. Concern spread like ripples across a pond. Without the river, the village gardens would wither, and the creatures of the forest would go thirsty. Marigold, with her heart full of determination and her mind set on solving the mystery, decided to seek the guidance of the village's most revered sage, an owl named Sagefeather. The journey to Sagefeather's sanctuary was a wonder in itself. Marigold and Bramble walked through the woods, where the trees formed a canopy above them, filtering the sunlight into shafts of golden warmth. The leaves crunched beneath their feet, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant melody of a babbling brook. Upon reaching the ancient oak where Sagefeather resided, Marigold called out gently, "Sagefeather, wise one, we seek your counsel, for our river, the Silver Thread, has ceased to flow." With a rustle of his majestic wings, Sagefeather emerged from within the hollow of the oak. His feathers were a tapestry of browns and creams, and his eyes were as deep and wise as the night sky. "Ah, young Marigold," he hooted softly, "the river tells its secrets to those who listen closely. There is more to this stillness than meets the eye." Sagefeather advised them to follow the river upstream, to listen with their hearts, and to look for signs that the eyes might overlook. With Bramble at her side, Marigold began her quest, her heart buoyed by the sage's words. The two friends traversed through the forest, their path illuminated by the golden afternoon sun. The riverbed was a mosaic of smooth stones, and the gentle rustle of leaves accompanied their footsteps. As they walked, Marigold noticed the wildlife seemed unusually quiet, as if holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. After a time, they reached a clearing where the river began, a place known as the Crystal Spring. But what lay before them was an astonishing sight. A massive tree had fallen across the spring, its roots upturned, blocking the water's flow. It was a tree they had not seen before, as if it had appeared overnight. Bramble tilted his head, his whiskers twitching with curiosity. "This tree is no ordinary tree," he said, his voice as soft as the breeze. "It seems enchanted, perhaps placed here by someone or something seeking to test us." Marigold knelt beside the fallen giant, running her fingers over its bark, which was smooth and warm to the touch. "We must find a way to set the water free," she mused. "But how?" As if in answer, a gentle voice floated on the wind, as soft and refreshing as the first drops of rain. It was Willow, the guardian spirit of the woods, whose presence was as old as the forest itself. She appeared as a shimmering silhouette of light, her form ever changing like the patterns of sunlight on water. "Dear Marigold," Willow spoke, her voice a melodic whisper, "to lift the enchantment, one must offer a gift of kindness, a token of friendship to the forest." Marigold pondered this riddle, her mind weaving through memories of moments shared with the forest. Then an idea blossomed like a flower in spring. From her satchel she drew out a simple flute carved from the branch of an elder tree, a gift from the forest itself. With Bramble watching with hopeful eyes, Marigold played a melody, a tune of gratitude and warmth, a song of unity with the woods. The notes danced through the air, wrapping around the trees, and as the final note faded, a gentle breeze stirred, lifting the fallen tree as if by invisible hands. The water surged forth, a joyful cascade of crystal clarity, singing as it tumbled over stones, rushing to reunite with its riverbed. A cheer rose from Marigold and Bramble, their hearts light with relief and joy. The silver thread once more danced through Willowbrook, bringing life back to the gardens and laughter to the creatures of the forest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and purple, Marigold and Bramble returned to the village, where the villagers greeted them with open arms and grateful hearts. The mystery of the still river had been solved, not through might or magic alone, but through the gentle power of music and the bonds of friendship. And so, nestled beneath the stars, Willowbrook slept soundly, cradled by the whispers of the woods and the gentle lullaby of the silver thread, flowing ever onward. Story 46. In a quiet village nestled between the cool embrace of whispering pines and the gentle curve of a silver river, there lived a young girl named Leora. This village, with its cobblestone paths winding like threads through fields of wildflowers, seemed untouched by time. Each house had a garden, and every garden sang with the colors of blossoms and the hum of bees. It was a place where seasons danced gracefully from one to the next, and the air was always imbued with the scent of earth and growing things. Leora, with her auburn curls and eyes that sparkled like sunlight on water, was known for her curious spirit. She loved to explore the woods that bordered the village, imagining them as ancient forests filled with secrets and stories. Her grandmother, a wise woman with a heart as warm as her kitchen, often told tales of the hidden world within the woods, a place where magic lived quietly, waiting for those with open hearts to discover it. One golden afternoon, as the sun hung low and painted the sky with hues of amber and rose, Leora set out on one of her exploratory walks. The woods were alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft call of distant birds. She followed a path less traveled, guided by the gentle murmur of the river. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy aroma of fallen leaves and the sweet promise of coming rain. As Leora wandered deeper, she came upon a small clearing, its presence hidden until she stumbled upon it. In the center stood an ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and wide, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. The tree was peculiar, with bark that shimmered faintly, as if touched by moonlight. Curiosity piqued, Leora approached and noticed something nestled in the roots, a small, ornate box made of dark, polished wood and inlaid with delicate silver vines. With gentle fingers, she lifted the box, feeling a warmth emanate from it, as though it recognized her touch. The box was locked, but no keyhole was visible. Instead, etched onto its surface was an inscription in a language she did not recognize, yet somehow understood. For those who see with their hearts, the world reveals its magic. Leora felt a flutter of excitement. She placed the box in her satchel, knowing instinctively that it was something special. As she turned to leave, a soft voice, like the rustle of leaves in the wind, whispered through the clearing, "The journey begins with a step, and the heart finds its way through the forest of dreams." Back at home, Leora shared her discovery with her grandmother, who listened with a knowing smile. "Ah," said the old woman, her eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom, "the forest has chosen you, my dear. There is magic in that box, a kind that thrives on kindness and courage. But remember, magic is not about what you find, but what you create." That night, as the village settled into the comfort of evening, Leora sat by her window, the box resting in her lap. The moon cast a gentle glow over her room, and she felt a deep sense of peace. She closed her eyes, allowing her thoughts to drift like leaves on a stream, and as she did, the box began to hum softly, its warmth spreading through her like a gentle embrace. In her dreams, Leora found herself standing in the clearing once more. The ancient tree was there, but around it the forest shimmered with a soft, otherworldly light. The air was filled with the scent of jasmine and the sound of laughter, light and musical. Figures danced in the shadows, creatures of the forest, their forms fluid and ethereal, like moonlight on water. One figure, a small fox-like being with eyes that glowed like amber coals, approached her. "Welcome, seeker of stories," it said, its voice a blend of mischief and melody. "You have found the gateway, but the journey is yours to make. Will you step into the world where dreams weave the fabric of reality?" Leora nodded, her heart beating with the thrill of adventure. She knew instinctively that this was a journey not just through the forest, but through herself, a path woven with the threads of discovery, friendship, and courage. As dawn broke, painting the sky with the colors of new beginnings, Leora awoke with a sense of purpose. The box, now resting quietly on her bedside, seemed to pulse with the rhythm of her heart. She knew she had to return to the clearing, to the tree that promised wonders untold. The next morning, with a small bundle of provisions and her ever-present curiosity, Leora set out once more. Each step into the forest felt like a step into another world, where the air was thick with magic and every rustle held a secret. The path led her back to the clearing, where the ancient tree stood in silent welcome. Leora sat at the base of the tree, her fingers tracing the intricate designs on the box. As the sun reached its zenith, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, she closed her eyes and let her heart guide her. The box began to hum, a gentle vibration that resonated through her, and she heard the soft, familiar voice again. The heart's light reveals the path. Opening her eyes, Leora found the forest transformed. The world around her shimmered with vibrant colors, more vivid than any she had ever seen. The air was alive with the music of unseen instruments, and the ground beneath her felt soft and warm, like the embrace of an old friend. The fox-like creature appeared once more, its eyes gleaming with joy. "Welcome to the realm between," it said, its tail flicking playfully. "Here, dreams and reality intertwine, and the stories of the heart are woven into the tapestry of time." Leora felt a deep sense of belonging, as if she had found a part of herself she hadn't known was missing. She stood, her gaze following the creature as it beckoned her deeper into this enchanted world. Together, they walked through a forest that felt alive, each step revealing new wonders. Trees whispered secrets to the wind, and flowers sang in soft, harmonious voices. Leora marveled at the beauty around her, her heart swelling with gratitude for the world's hidden magic. As they journeyed, the creature shared stories of the forest and its inhabitants, of the wise owl who guarded the library of dreams, the brook that carried the laughter of children, and the stars that danced each night in celebration of the universe's mysteries. Leora listened, her mind and heart open to the lessons woven into each tale. She learned of the balance that sustained the realm, the harmony between light and shadow, joy and sorrow, and with each story she felt herself grow, her understanding deepening like the roots of an ancient tree. Days passed in a blur of wonder and discovery. Leora and her new friend roamed the land, forging bonds with the creatures they met. There was the gentle deer with eyes like deep pools of wisdom, who taught her the language of the forest, the mischievous squirrel, whose laughter was infectious, showing her the joy of living in the moment, and the wise tortoise, who spoke of patience and the strength found in stillness. Through it all, Leora's bond with the fox-like creature grew. They shared laughter and silence, adventures and quiet reflections. It was a friendship built on understanding and respect, one that transcended words and touched the very essence of their beings. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Leora and her friends sat by a shimmering lake. The water mirrored the heavens, a canvas of stars twinkling like diamonds scattered across velvet. The fox-like creature turned to her, its gaze thoughtful. "The time has come," it said softly, "for you to return to your world." Leora felt a pang of sadness, but also a deep sense of fulfillment. She knew the journey had changed her, weaving new threads into the fabric of her soul. She had found a part of herself in this magical realm, a piece of her heart that would forever sing with the forest's melody. The creature continued, "Remember, the magic lives within you." The box was merely a guide, a key to unlock the door within your heart. Carry the stories with you and let them light your path. Leora nodded, understanding the truth in its words. She stood, feeling the weight of the moment, and embraced her friend. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with gratitude. As dawn approached, painting the sky with the promise of tomorrow, Leora found herself back in the clearing. The ancient tree stood silent, its presence a comforting reminder of the journey she had undertaken. The box lay at her feet, now open and empty, its purpose fulfilled. Leora returned to the village, her heart brimming with the magic of the forest. She shared her stories with those who would listen, weaving tales of wonder and friendship, of courage and kindness. Her words carried the light of her journey, touching the hearts of those around her. In the quiet moments of reflection, Leora would often return to the clearing, to the tree that had become a symbol of her transformation. She knew the magic of the realm was always with her, a part of the world she carried within. And so the village thrived, its people enriched by the stories and the gentle wisdom they imparted. The forest remained a place of mystery and beauty, its secrets known to those who dared to see with their hearts. As the years passed, Leora grew, her life a tapestry woven with the colors of love and discovery. She understood that the journey was never truly over, for each day offered a new path, a new story to unfold. In the quiet moments before sleep, she would often gaze out at the moonlit sky, a soft smile on her lips, for she knew that somewhere in a realm just beyond sight, her friend watched over her, their bond unbroken by time or distance. And in the stillness of the night, the forest would sing its ancient song, a melody of dreams and magic, whispering to those who listened with open hearts. It was a song of life, of journeys and transformations, a gentle reminder that the world was filled with wonders waiting to be discovered. In the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a sentinel, its branches reaching towards the heavens, cradling the stories of those who had passed through its realm. And in the village, Leora's tales continued to inspire, lighting the way for new seekers to find their path. For the magic of the forest, the journey of the heart, is one that lives on, woven into the very fabric of the world, a tapestry of dreams and reality, waiting for those who dare to dream and listen to the whispers of the heart. Story 47. In a quiet corner of the galaxy, where stardust danced like fireflies against the velvet of space, there lay a small, unassuming planet named Luminara. It was a world bathed in the gentle glow of its twin moons, casting a silvery light upon the lush canopies of the whispering trees and the crystal-clear lakes that mirrored the heavens. On this tranquil planet, a young being named Aaron lived among the Lumas, a gentle race whose skin shimmered with a faint luminescence. Aaron was known for their curiosity, often found wandering the dew-kissed meadows, gathering stories from the ancient stones and listening to the songs of the wind. One starry evening, as the twin moons glided across the sky, a strange object streaked through the atmosphere, leaving a trail of fiery sparks. It landed with a gentle thud in the heart of the whispering woods, its glow fading into the soft embrace of the forest floor. Drawn by both curiosity and a sense of adventure, Aaron followed the trail of scorched leaves until they found a peculiar vessel nestled between the ancient roots of a towering tree. The vessel opened with a soft hiss, and out stepped a being unlike any Aaron had ever seen. This visitor was from a distant planet called Terralon. They were of the Terralith species, with skin that resembled polished stone and eyes that glinted like sapphires beneath the moonlight. Their name was Kale, and they had journeyed across the stars in search of knowledge and new friends. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. The Lumas communicated through gentle pulses of light and music, while the Terraliths expressed themselves through resonant vibrations and intricate gestures. Aaron and Kale struggled to understand each other, but they both shared a deep-seated desire for friendship. Determined to bridge the gap, Aaron invited Kale to explore Luminara. As they walked through the forest, Aaron pointed out the delicate flowers that glowed with an inner light, their petals singing softly in the breeze. Kale marveled at the sight, their stony features reflecting the luminescence around them. In return, Kale shared stories of Terralon, a planet where mountains sang with the voices of the ancients and rivers carved melodies into the earth. As they spoke, their gestures became more fluid, their vibrations more harmonious, and slowly, the barrier between them began to dissolve. Their journey led them to the crystal lake, where the water was as clear as the night sky. Here, Aaron taught Kale how to listen to the whispers of the wind, while Kale showed Aaron how to feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath their feet. Together, they learned to communicate in a language that transcended words, a language of shared experiences and mutual understanding. Yet, their newfound friendship was tested when a sudden storm swept across Luminara. The winds howled with a fierce intensity, the trees bending under its might. Aaron and Kale sought shelter in a nearby cave, its entrance guarded by ancient stones that had witnessed countless storms. Inside the cave, as the storm raged on, Aaron began to hum a soothing melody, a song of calm and hope. Kale joined in, their deep, resonant tones blending with Aaron's light airy notes. The music filled the cave, creating a cocoon of warmth and safety amidst the chaos outside. In those moments, as their voices intertwined, they discovered the true essence of friendship, a bond that could weather any storm, a connection that transcended the boundaries of language and species. They realized that their differences were not obstacles but gifts, enriching their lives and deepening their understanding of one another. When the storm finally passed, the world outside was transformed. The forest glistened with raindrops that sparkled like diamonds in the morning light, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of renewal. As Aaron and Cale stepped out into this refreshed world, they knew they had been forever changed by their journey together. They had learned that true friendship was not about being the same, but about embracing each other's uniqueness and finding strength in their shared journey. With hearts full of gratitude and understanding, Aaron and Cale continued their adventures, exploring the wonders of Luminara and the mysteries of the universe. They knew that wherever their paths might lead, they would always carry with them the light of their friendship, a light that would guide them through the darkest of nights and into the dawn of new beginnings. Story 48. In a cozy woodland glen, where towering oaks swayed in the gentle breeze and sunlight dappled the forest floor, there lived a community of magical creatures. Among them was a curious young rabbit named Willow, whose velvety fur shimmered with flecks of stardust. One morning, Willow awoke to find her warren in disarray. Scattered leaves and twigs littered the entrance, and her prized collection of acorn caps had vanished. Perplexed, she set out to investigate, her pink nose twitching with bewilderment. As she hopped through the winding trails, Willow noticed other peculiarities. The usually pristine brooks ran murky, and the vibrant wildflowers drooped listlessly. Even the air felt heavy and still, as if the glen itself was holding its breath. Willow's pause led her to the ancient oak at the heart of the forest, where her wise friend Oakley the owl often perched. Sure enough, the majestic bird was there, observing the strange happenings with his keen, amber eyes. "Something is amiss in our beloved glen," Oakley hooted solemnly. "The natural balance has been disrupted, and the magic that sustains our home is fading." Willow's ears drooped with worry. "But how? And why?" Oakley ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "We must investigate further and seek counsel from the elders." Together they ventured deeper into the forest, following a winding path that led to a secluded glade. Here, a circle of ancient trees stood tall and proud, their gnarled branches intertwined like guardians of a sacred space. Within the circle, a gathering of wise creatures awaited them. A regal stag with antlers that seemed to scrape the sky, a silver-furred fox with eyes that glinted like stars, and a matronly badger whose presence exuded warmth and wisdom. The elders listened intently as Willow and Oakley recounted the strange occurrences, their brows furrowed with concern. At last, the stag spoke, his voice deep and resonant. Long ago, a powerful enchantment was woven into the heart of this glen, ensuring that nature's delicate equilibrium would be preserved. But now, it seems that enchantment has been disrupted by a dark force. The fox nodded gravely. "Indeed, a malicious trickster sprite has taken up residence in our forest, sowing chaos and mischief wherever it goes." Willow's heart sank. A trickster sprite was a formidable foe, known for its cunning and deceptive ways. But the badger stepped forward, her kind eyes twinkling with reassurance. "Fear not, little one. We have faced such challenges before, and with courage and wisdom we shall overcome this trial as well." She gestured to a glimmering pool at the center of the glade, its waters shimmering with an otherworldly light. "The answers we seek lie within the wellspring of clarity. Gaze into its depths, and the truth shall be revealed." Tentatively, Willow approached the pool and peered into its crystalline depths. At first, she saw only her own reflection, but then the waters began to swirl and shift, forming hazy images. She gasped as a mischievous figure took shape, an impish creature with a pointed hat and a wicked grin, cackling as it darted through the forest, leaving a trail of chaos in its wake. The images shifted again, revealing the sprite's hidden lair, a tangled thicket deep in the heart of the glen where a twisted knot of roots pulsed with dark magic. Willow stumbled back, her eyes wide with understanding. "The sprite's lair, that's where the enchantment has been corrupted." The elders nodded solemnly, their faces etched with determination. "Then we must act swiftly," declared the stag. "Gather your courage, little one, for a quest awaits." With the elders' guidance, Willow and her companions set out on a daring mission to confront the trickster sprite and restore the enchantment that safeguarded their beloved home. Along the way, they encountered both trials and allies. A family of playful pixies led them through a treacherous briar patch, their glowing dust lighting the way. A wise old tortoise shared a precious charm that would protect them from the sprite's illusions. At last, they reached the twisted thicket, its tangled roots pulsing with an eerie, sickly glow. The trickster sprite emerged, cackling wickedly as it hurled blasts of dark magic their way. But Willow was ready. Summoning her inner strength and the lessons of her elders, she deflected the sprite's attacks with the charm, her belief in the power of goodness unwavering. In a final, desperate gambit, the sprite unleashed a torrent of chaos, warping the very fabric of the forest around them. But Willow stood firm, her heart filled with love for her home and her friends. With a blinding flash, the enchantment was restored, the dark magic dispelled. The trickster sprite, its power spent, vanished in a puff of acrid smoke. Slowly the glen began to heal. The brooks ran clear once more, the wildflowers bloomed with renewed vigor, and the air was filled with the sweet sense of renewal. As the sun set over the forest, Willow gazed out at the peaceful scene, her heart swelling with pride and gratitude. She had faced her fears and emerged victorious, all through the power of love, friendship, and a belief in the magic that sustained their wondrous home. And as she drifted off to sleep that night, cradled in the warm embrace of the ancient oaks, Willow knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, the glen would forever be a place of enchantment, where courage and wisdom would always triumph over darkness. Story 49. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight danced through the emerald leaves and the air was sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, there nestled a quaint village known as Willowbrook. The villagers of Willowbrook were kind-hearted folk, living harmoniously with the enchanting forest that surrounded them. It was a place where time seemed to slow, inviting the gentle hum of life to sing softly like a lullaby. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to carpet the forest floor, a series of peculiar events began to unfold. The villagers awoke to find their beloved village fountain, a beautifully carved stone structure that had bubbled merrily for generations, mysteriously dry. Not a single drop of water could be coaxed from it, though the nearby stream ran full and clear. In Willowbrook, water was not just a necessity, but a cherished friend, and the dry fountain left the villagers puzzled and concerned. As they gathered around the fountain, murmurs of worry filled the air, mingling with the rustle of the leaves. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lily, known for her sharp eyes and curious spirit. With her unruly auburn hair and bright, wondering eyes, Lily had a knack for noticing what others might overlook. She stood quietly, observing the fountain, her mind a whirl of possibilities. "It seems the forest has a secret," Lily mused aloud, her voice barely a whisper above the gentle wind. Her words caught the attention of old Marlowe, the village's wise elder. With a long white beard and eyes that twinkled with the wisdom of years, Marlowe was a beloved figure in Willowbrook, always ready with stories and sage advice. Marlowe approached Lily with a thoughtful nod. "The forest does speak," he said, his voice as soothing as the forest itself. "Perhaps it is time we listen more closely." Encouraged by Marlowe's words, Lily decided to embark on a gentle quest to uncover the mystery of the dry fountain. She set off into the forest, the cool breeze brushing against her cheeks, carrying with it the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As she ventured deeper into the whispering woods, Lily was joined by her dear friend Finn, a gentle fox with fur as soft as the dusk sky. Finn had often accompanied Lily on her explorations, his keen senses and playful spirit making him the perfect companion for any adventure. Together, they followed the stream, noting the vibrant life that thrived along its banks. The water chuckled over stones and small fish darted beneath the surface, their scales glinting like tiny jewels. Yet as they drew closer to the source of the stream, an unusual sight stopped them in their tracks. Before them lay a circle of mushrooms, glowing faintly with an ethereal light. In the center of this fairy ring stood a small, delicate creature, a water sprite with iridescent wings that shimmered in the dappled sunlight. Her eyes, the color of deep forest pools, met Lily's with a mix of curiosity and concern. "Greetings, little sprite," Lily said softly, her voice filled with wonder. "Have you seen anything unusual that might explain the dry fountain?" The sprite tilted her head, her wings fluttering as if considering Lily's question. "The waters have been restless," she replied, her voice like the gentle tinkling of a bell. "There is a stone upstream that blocks the flow, a stone not of this forest." It appeared suddenly, as if placed by unseen hands. Lily and Finn exchanged a glance, their minds alight with intrigue. Thanking the sprite for her guidance, they made their way upstream, their hearts set on discovering the truth. The path twisted and turned, leading them to a secluded glen where the stream's flow was indeed hindered by a large moss-covered stone. It was an odd sight, for the stone seemed out of place, its surface smooth and unblemished as if untouched by the elements. As Lily examined the stone more closely, she noticed faint runes etched along its side, ancient symbols that whispered of old magic. "This must be the work of a mischievous spell," she murmured, tracing the runes with her fingertips. Finn, ever perceptive, began to dig gently around the base of the stone, his nimble paws uncovering a small, forgotten trinket, a silver key, tarnished with age yet still gleaming faintly in the soft light. Lily picked up the key, feeling its weight in her palm. "Perhaps this is the answer," she said thoughtfully. "We must find where it leads." With the key in hand, Lily and Finn returned to Willowbrook, their minds abuzz with possibilities. They approached old Marlowe, sharing their discoveries and seeking his wisdom. Marlowe listened patiently, his eyes twinkling with interest. "A key, you say?" he mused, turning the object over in his hand. "Why, this reminds me of an old tale, the tale of the hidden springs." The villagers gathered around, eager to hear Marlowe's story. "Long ago," he began, his voice weaving a tapestry of words, "there was a hidden spring, a secret source of magic that nourished the forest. It was said to be guarded by an ancient spirit, and only those with a pure heart and a questing spirit could find it." Lily's heart leapt with excitement. "Do you think this key might lead us to the hidden spring?" she asked, her voice filled with hope. Marlowe nodded, his expression one of gentle encouragement. "It very well might, dear Lily. Perhaps the forest has chosen you to uncover its secret." With renewed determination, Lily and Finn set off once more, guided by the whispers of the forest and the warmth of Marlowe's words. The key seemed to hum with a quiet energy, leading them along a path that wound through the heart of the whispering woods. As they journeyed, the forest seemed to come alive around them. The trees swayed in a slow, graceful dance, and the leaves rustled with a melody known only to the winds. It was as if the very soul of the forest was guiding them, urging them onward. Finally, they arrived at a secluded clearing, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and the gentle murmur of water. In the center of the clearing was a small, ancient door set into the trunk of a mighty oak tree. The door was adorned with intricate carvings, depicting scenes of nature and harmony. Lily's heart raced with anticipation as she inserted the key into the lock. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a hidden chamber bathed in a warm, golden light. At its center bubbled a crystal-clear spring, the water sparkling like liquid gold. As Lily approached the spring, she felt a profound sense of peace and wonder. The water seemed to sing a song of welcome, its melody echoing with the promise of renewal and life. Beside the spring stood a figure, ethereal and graceful, with eyes as old as the forest itself. "You have found the heart of the forest," the spirit said, her voice a gentle caress. "The spring has been waiting for one who listens with both heart and mind." Lily nodded, understanding in her soul that this was a place of magic and balance. With a grateful heart, she knelt by the spring and whispered words of thanks, knowing that she had been entrusted with a precious secret. The spirit smiled, a light brighter than the sun. "The fountain will flow once more," she promised, "and the forest will remember your kindness." With those words, the spirit faded into the light, leaving Lily and Finn in the tranquil embrace of the clearing. They filled a small vial with the spring water, knowing it would restore the village fountain and bring joy back to Willowbrook. As they made their way home, the forest seemed to celebrate their return. The trees whispered words of gratitude, and the stream, now free and flowing, sang a joyful tune. Back in Willowbrook, the villagers cheered as the fountain bubbled to life once more, its waters clear and sparkling under the autumn sun. Lily and Finn were hailed as heroes, their adventure a new tale to be cherished and remembered. And so, as the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle arms of the whispering woods. The mystery had been solved, the balance restored, and the village, nestled in the heart of magic, dreamed sweetly of the wonders of the forest. In the quiet of the night, as the forest breathed softly, a sense of comfort and harmony enveloped all who dwelled within its embrace, reminding them that with curiosity, kindness, and a little bit of magic, anything was possible. Story 50. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Lila. Lila had a curious mind and a compassionate soul, always finding beauty in the simplest of things. Her home was a cozy stone cottage at the edge of the village, where wildflowers grew in abundance and the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle. One serene afternoon, as the golden sun dipped low in the sky, Lila wandered through her beloved garden. Her bare feet traced familiar paths through the soft grass, and she hummed a tune that mingled with the gentle rustling of leaves. It was on this day that she discovered something extraordinary hidden among the blooms, a small, intricately carved wooden box, half buried beneath a riot of daisies. Curious, Lila brushed away the earth and lifted the box from its resting place. It was warm to the touch, as if it had been basking in sunlight, and when she opened it, she found a single, shimmering feather resting inside. The feather was unlike any she had seen before, its colors shifting between shades of moonlit silver and the deep blue of a twilight sky. As she held the feather, a gentle breeze swirled around her, carrying with it a whisper that only she could hear. "Seek the heart of the forest," it seemed to say, "and discover the secrets that lie within." Lila felt a sense of wonder and purpose fill her heart. She knew that this feather was no ordinary trinket. It was a key to something wondrous. Without hesitation, she tucked it safely into her pocket and set off toward the forest, her heart alight with anticipation. The path into the forest was well-trodden but mysterious, with towering trees arching overhead, their leaves creating a patchwork of light and shadow on the ground. The air was cool and fragrant with pine, and the songs of birds wove a harmonious melody that guided Lila deeper into the woods. As she journeyed, Lila encountered a series of companions, each with their own unique charm and wisdom. First, she met Oliver, a wise old owl with feathers mottled in shades of autumn leaves. He perched on a low branch and blinked at her with kind, knowing eyes. "Ah, young Lila," Oliver hooted softly. "The feather you carry is a gift from the forest itself. It holds the power of communication with all living things. Use it wisely, and it will guide you." Grateful for his advice, Lila continued on her way, the feather now feeling like a gentle pulse of warmth in her pocket. Soon, she came across a babbling brook, where she met Luna, a sprightly fox with eyes that sparkled like starlight. Luna danced nimbly from stone to stone, her laughter echoing through the trees. "Lila, the path ahead is not always what it seems," Luna said, her voice as light and playful as a breeze. "Trust in your heart and the feather's magic. It will help you see things as they truly are." With Luna's words of encouragement echoing in her mind, Lila pressed onward, her steps light with newfound confidence. The forest seemed to welcome her, its mysteries unfolding like the pages of a well-loved book. She felt a deep connection to every creature and plant, as if the feather had opened her heart to the secrets of the world. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila reached a clearing where an ancient, twisted oak tree stood sentinel. Its gnarled branches reached skyward, and its roots wove a complex tapestry across the forest floor. In the heart of this clearing, Lila felt the gentle hum of magic that seemed to resonate with her very soul. It was here that she faced her greatest challenge. A shimmering barrier of light, almost invisible to the eye, blocked the path forward. Lila sensed that this was the heart of the forest, the place she had been guided to find. But the barrier was a puzzle that required more than mere strength to overcome. Closing her eyes, Lila took a deep breath and listened to the quiet wisdom of the feather. She reached out with her heart, seeking understanding rather than force. The feather glowed softly in response, and in that moment she understood that the barrier was formed from the forest's need for protection, a veil of trust that could only be crossed with pure intent and respect. With a gentle touch, Lila placed the feather against the shimmering light. A warm, welcoming breeze enveloped her, and the barrier parted like morning mist under the sun. She stepped through, her heart singing with joy and gratitude. Beyond the barrier lay a hidden grove, where the air was alive with magic, and the colors of the world seemed more vibrant than ever before. In the center of the grove stood a pool of crystal-clear water, reflecting the starlit sky above. Lila knelt beside the pool, and as she gazed into its depths, she saw visions of the forest's past, present, and future, all woven together in a dance of light and shadow. It was then that Lila understood the true gift of the feather. It was not just a tool for communication, but a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. The magic of the forest was a part of her, just as she was a part of it. With this knowledge, she felt a profound sense of peace and belonging, knowing that she would always carry the forest's wisdom within her heart. As the first light of dawn kissed the horizon, Lila made her way back to her village, the feather now a cherished keepsake of her journey. She returned to her cottage with a heart full of love and understanding, ready to share the lessons she had learned with those around her. From that day forward, Lila lived with a deeper awareness of the world and its wonders. She tended her garden with care, knowing that even the smallest of seeds held the potential for great beauty. She spoke to the animals with kindness, understanding that their stories were as important as her own. And above all, she treasured the friendships she had made, knowing that it was through the bonds of love and wisdom that the greatest magic of all was found. And so, dear listener, as you drift into dreams, remember Lila's journey and the gentle power of the feather. May you find your own path through the forest of life, guided by the whispering winds of wisdom and the gentle light of friendship. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with wonder and peace. Story 51. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was known for her gentle spirit and her insatiable curiosity about the world around her. Her cottage, which sat at the edge of the village, was filled with all sorts of peculiar trinkets she collected on her daily wanderings. Her most treasured possession, however, was an old, intricately carved wooden box given to her by her grandmother. The box was adorned with the delicate patterns of vines and leaves, and it held a secret that Clara was yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky in hues of orange and gold, Clara sat by her window, tracing the patterns on the box with her fingers. A sudden breeze rustled through the leaves outside, carrying with it the earthy scent of the season. As if in response to her yearning, the box began to hum softly, a gentle vibration that tickled her fingertips. Startled, Clara lifted the lid to find a glowing, iridescent feather nestled inside. It shimmered with colors that danced like sunlight on water, filling the room with a warm, soothing light. Clara felt a peculiar pull towards the feather, an invitation to explore its mystery. As she held it, a vision flickered in her mind's eye, a path winding through the forest, leading to a place unknown yet inviting. With a sense of wonder and a heart full of courage, Clara decided to follow the path revealed by the feather. She set off into the forest, the feather tucked safely in her pocket. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the rustling of leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns of light and shadow that danced along the forest floor. As she walked, Clara felt a sense of companionship with the forest, as if it were welcoming her into its secret heart. Along her journey, Clara encountered a wise old owl perched upon a sturdy oak. The owl, with eyes like amber jewels, greeted her with a gentle hoot. "Who, young traveler, what brings you deep into the woods?" Clara, sensing the owl's wisdom, shared her tale and displayed the feather. The owl nodded knowingly. "Ah, the feather of serendipity," it mused. "It reveals the path of discovery and change. But remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Thanking the owl, Clara continued on her path, feeling reassured by the owl's words. The forest grew denser, and soon she found herself at the edge of a sparkling brook. The water sang a merry tune as it danced over smooth stones. Here, Clara met a playful otter who was busy arranging pebbles into intricate patterns. "Hello there," chirped the otter, pausing in its work. "What brings you to my part of the forest?" Clara explained her quest and showed the otter the glowing feather. With a gleeful splash, the otter clapped its paws. "Ah, the magic of the feather! It seeks the heart's true desire. Just remember, sometimes the answer lies in the simplest of pebbles." Smiling at the otter's joy, Clara continued her journey, pondering its words. The path led her deeper into the forest until she reached a clearing where the air felt different, charged with possibilities. In the center stood a magnificent willow tree, its branches swaying gently as if whispering secrets to the wind. As Clara approached, the feather began to glow brighter, illuminating the clearing with a serene luminescence. The willow tree shimmered, revealing a small door at its base. Curiosity piqued, Clara knocked softly. To her surprise, the door opened to reveal a cozy nook within the tree, filled with shelves of books and a small, inviting chair. Inside, Clara found an elderly woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile, seated amidst the books. "Welcome, dear child," the woman greeted, her voice as soothing as the softest autumn breeze. "I am the keeper of stories. You hold the feather of serendipity, a rare gift indeed." Clara explained her journey and the encounters along the way. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "The feather has guided you well," she said. "But remember, its magic is not in its glow, but in the wisdom you gain through the journey." With a twinkle in her eye, the keeper handed Clara a book. "This is the story of your journey, of friendship, wonder, and self-discovery," she said. "Take it with you, and let its lessons guide you." Grateful for the keeper's kindness, Clara took the book and promised to cherish the wisdom it held. As she made her way back home, the forest seemed to hum with a melody of triumph, a celebration of her courage and newfound understanding. Upon returning to her cottage, Clara placed the book on her shelf, next to the carved wooden box. The feather, now resting in the box, glowed softly, a gentle reminder of the adventure that had changed her. Clara knew that the true magic lay not in the feather, but in the journey it had inspired, the friendships she had formed, and the wisdom she had gained. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her heart filled with the gentle warmth of the forest's embrace and the promise of new adventures to come. Story 52. In the heart of the galaxy, where the starlight wove an endless tapestry of twinkling dreams, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Aurorion. It was home to the gentle Luminae, beings of light who glowed softly with hues of the dawn. They lived in harmony, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of the gently swaying luminescent trees and the tranquil shimmer of the crystal lakes. One day, a peculiar event occurred. A ship from a distant world, Targula, crash-landed on Aurorion, disturbing its peaceful embrace. The Targulans were a hardy, scaled species, accustomed to the harsh volcanic terrains of their own planet. Their skin was rugged, their presence imposing, and their voices carried the deep timbre of distant thunder. Amidst the wreckage of the ship, two figures emerged. One was a Luminae named Lyra, whose glow was akin to the softest morning light. The other was a Targulan named Rax, whose scales glistened like obsidian under the twin suns. They stood facing each other, both filled with apprehension, yet curiosity flickered in their eyes. Their first encounter was fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra, in her gentle voice, offered assistance, her words like a soft breeze. But to Rax, used to the directness and bluntness of his people, her manner seemed evasive and confusing. He mistook her kindness for deceit, his initial response gruff and defensive. "Why do you speak in riddles, Lightbringer?" Rax rumbled, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. Lyra blinked, her glow dimming slightly in confusion. "I mean no harm, Stonebearer. I only wish to help you." Their worlds were as different as night and day, and yet there was something in Lyra's eyes, a gentle sincerity, that gave Rax pause. He softened just a fraction, though his scales still bristled with caution. Despite their rocky beginning, necessity bound them. The Targulan ship needed repairs, and the resources of Aurorion were their only hope. Lyra, with her intimate knowledge of the land, guided Rax through the luminous forests and across sparkling waters, introducing him to the wonders of her world. Their journey was not without its challenges. The terrain, though beautiful, held its own dangers. On one occasion, as they traversed a narrow path atop a crystalline cliff, the ground trembled, a rare quake unsettling the usually stable land. Rax, with his powerful build, instinctively shielded Lyra as rocks tumbled around them, and in that moment, a bond was forged in shared survival. As days turned into weeks, they learned from each other. Lyra discovered strength in Rax's resilience and admired his straightforward approach to problems. In turn, Rax began to see the beauty in Lyra's gentle spirit and the subtlety of her wisdom. She taught him the language of the winds and the songs of the trees, while he showed her how to find courage in the face of adversity. One evening, they sat beside a tranquil lake, the surface mirroring the starlit sky. Lyra spoke of the Luminae belief in the interconnectedness of all things, how every action, no matter how small, affected the whole. Rax listened intently, his heart softening as he began to understand the depth of her words. "I once thought strength was only in might," Rax admitted, his voice a soft rumble. "But you've shown me that it is also in kindness, in understanding." Lyra smiled, her glow warm and inviting. "And you've taught me that courage is not the absence of fear, but the will to move forward despite it." Their friendship blossomed, a tapestry of shared experiences and quiet moments of reflection. They worked side by side, using both the delicate touch of Lyra's light and the sturdy hands of Rax to mend the ship. In doing so, they learned that their differences, which once seemed like insurmountable barriers, were actually strengths that complemented each other. Finally, the day of departure arrived. The ship, once broken and battered, now stood ready against the horizon, its silver hull gleaming under the twin suns. As Rax prepared to leave, he paused, his gaze lingering on the luminescent beauty of Aurorian and on Lyra. "Will you return to Targula?" Lyra asked, her voice carrying a note of sadness. "Yes," Rax replied, though his heart felt a tug he hadn't anticipated. "But I will not forget what I have learned here, nor the light you have shared with me." Lyra's glow brightened, a reflection of her own bittersweet feelings, "and I will remember the strength of the stone-bearer and the friendship we've found." With a final embrace, a fusion of light and stone, Rax boarded his ship. As it ascended into the sky, Lyra watched until it was a mere speck against the vastness of space. Though their paths diverged, their hearts remained connected by the bond they had forged. Through their unlikely companionship, they had discovered the true meaning of friendship, the willingness to understand and accept one another, to find strength in differences, and to cherish the connection that transcends distances. On Aurorian, Lyra continued to glow with the warmth of their shared journey, and on Targula, Rax carried the light of a new understanding, a beacon of hope and kindness in his heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the power of unity and the timeless magic of the galaxy. Story 53. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the Whispering Woods, there was a quaint little village known as Twinkleton. This was no ordinary village. Twinkleton was a place where magic danced through the air like a playful breeze, and laughter was as common as the golden sunlight that filtered through the emerald canopy above. The villagers of Twinkleton were a delightfully odd assortment of characters, each with their own peculiar charm. There was Merryweather, the shoe cobbler, who had a knack for crafting shoes that sang gentle tunes with every step. Then there was Whiffle, the baker, whose pies floated an inch above the cooling rack until they were ready to be eaten. And let's not forget Twink, the town's very own light keeper, whose hair sparkled like fairy dust and whose smile could brighten the darkest of nights. Among these quirky villagers was a particularly enchanting individual named Pippin. Pippin was a diminutive fellow with a heart as vast as the sky and a pair of ears that quivered with excitement at the slightest hint of adventure. His most prized possession was a patchwork cloak that shimmered with the colors of 1,000 sunsets, a gift from the forest sprites in gratitude for his kindness. One fine morning, as the village awoke to the sweet aroma of Whiffle's blueberry muffins, a peculiar thing happened. Twinkleton's beloved rainbow, which arched gracefully over the village like a protective guardian, had disappeared. The villagers gathered in the town square, murmuring with concern, for the rainbow was more than just a beautiful sight. It was the source of Twinkleton's magic and joy. Mayor Tittle, a round gentleman with a nose like a ripe cherry, called for calm. "We mustn't fret, dear friends. Let us put our heads together and solve this mystery with the same spirit of joy and friendship that defines our village." Pippin, with his cloak billowing softly in the breeze, stepped forward. "Perhaps the rainbow has merely wandered off, seeking a new adventure. If that's the case, I believe it's time we embark on a little adventure of our own to bring it back." And so, it was decided. Pippin, along with his trusty companions, Merryweather, Whiffle, and Twink, set off on a quest to find the missing rainbow. They packed a picnic basket brimming with Whiffle's finest treats, for no adventure should ever be undertaken on an empty stomach, and headed into the heart of the Whispering Woods. The forest was alive with sounds of birds chirping merry tunes and leaves whispering secrets to the wind. As the group ventured deeper, they came across a bubbling brook that chuckled as it flowed over smooth stones. Pippin paused, sensing something curious in the air. "Can you hear that?" he asked, his ears twitching with curiosity. The others fell silent, and sure enough, a soft giggle floated through the air. They followed the sound to a clearing where a tiny creature with wings like shimmering gossamer was perched atop a mushroom, laughing gleefully. "Hello there," Pippin called out with a warm smile. "Might you have seen a wandering rainbow pass by?" The creature, a sprite named Lila, nodded enthusiastically. "Oh yes, I saw it dancing through the sky just yesterday. It seemed quite taken with the idea of exploring beyond the woods. Perhaps it's gone to visit the Land of Luminosity." "The Land of Luminosity?" Twink asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "I've heard tales of that place, a realm where colors play and lights have lives of their own." Determined to retrieve their rainbow, the friends thanked Lila and continued on their journey. With the sprite's directions in mind, they soon reached the edge of the woods, where the air shimmered with a peculiar, vibrant energy. Crossing the threshold into the Land of Luminosity was like stepping into a kaleidoscope. Colors swirled and danced around them, forming playful patterns in the sky, while beams of light twisted and twirled like ribbons in a gentle breeze. In this wondrous land, they met Loomis, a friendly being made entirely of light, whose glow changed hues with every emotion. Loomis welcomed them warmly, their voice a harmonious melody. "Welcome, dear travelers. What brings you to our land of living colors?" "We seek our village's rainbow," Merryweather explained. "It seems to have wandered here, and we need its magic to bring joy back to Twinkleton." "Ah, the rainbow, a curious spirit indeed," Loomis chuckled, their glow turning a bright yellow. "It has been lighting up our skies with its splendid hues. However, I believe it misses its home just as much as you miss it." Loomis led them to a grand meadow where the rainbow lounged lazily, its colors shimmering in the sunlight. It appeared content, but not entirely at ease. Pippin approached the rainbow, his heart full of hope. "Dear Rainbow, we've come to bring you home. Twinkleton isn't the same without your vibrant arc lighting our skies." The rainbow shimmered with a soft understanding, its colors blending into a gentle pastel. It extended a tendril of color toward Pippin, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Loomis, touched by the display of friendship, offered a suggestion. "Perhaps the rainbow can visit us from time to time, bringing a touch of Twinkleton's magic here, and in return, we can share our light with your village." The friends agreed, finding the idea both delightful and fair. With a promise of future visits, the rainbow arched high above them, ready to return home with Pippin and his companions. Back in Twinkleton, the villagers watched in awe as their beloved rainbow reappeared, casting its vibrant glow across the village. Cheers erupted, and the air was filled with laughter and music once more. Mayor Tittle declared a celebration, and the villagers danced beneath the rainbow, their hearts full of joy and gratitude. Pippin, Merryweather, Whiffle, and Twink shared tales of their adventure, each story more enchanting than the last. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, Twinkleton thrived once more, its skies graced by the magical rainbow that had found its way back home. The villagers learned a valuable lesson, that even the most whimsical of adventures could lead to unexpected friendships and delightful discoveries. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow across the village, the rainbow shimmered with a promise of new adventures yet to come, leaving the villagers to drift into a night of happy dreams, their hearts light and their spirits bright. Story 54. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang soft lullabies as the wind danced through their branches, nestled the quaint village of Moon Hollow. This was a place where the sky seemed to be perpetually painted with the soft hues of twilight, and the air was imbued with the gentle scent of lavender and honey. The villagers lived in harmony with the magical creatures that quietly roamed the forest, sharing stories and wisdom passed down through generations. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, a peculiar event unfolded. The villagers noticed that their beloved luminescent fireflies, which usually adorned the night like living constellations, were mysteriously absent. Not a single flicker of light danced in the gardens or floated along the cobblestone paths. The absence of their gentle glow left the village shrouded in an unusual darkness, and a soft murmur of concern spread among the villagers. At the heart of the village lived a wise old fox named Bramble. His russet fur was flecked with silver, and his eyes held the warmth of 1,000 sunsets. Bramble was known for his cleverness and his deep understanding of the natural world. He was often sought after for his counsel, and his presence was as comforting as the glow of a hearth on a chilly night. Perched beside the fireplace in his snug burrow, Bramble listened to the villagers' worries. "Fear not," he reassured them with a gentle smile. "Let us uncover the mystery of the missing fireflies together. Perhaps the forest holds the answer." The next morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, Bramble set out into the forest. With him were 2 young villagers, siblings named Lila and Finn, who were eager to assist in the search. Lila was a curious soul, her eyes as bright as the morning sun, while Finn's heart was as kind as the gentle streams that wove through the forest. As they wandered deeper into the woods, they marveled at the vibrant tapestry of life around them. The air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that cushioned their steps. The forest seemed alive with secrets, each rustling leaf and whispering breeze hinting at hidden wonders. Their first stop was the Meadow of Mirth, where they hoped to find insights from the wise elder tree, Sylvan. His gnarled branches stretched high into the sky, and his bark was adorned with the stories of ages past. Bramble approached Sylvan with reverence. "Mighty Sylvan, do you know what might have caused the fireflies to disappear?" Sylvan's voice was a deep rumble, like distant thunder. "Ah, the fireflies. They are drawn to happiness and harmony, young ones. Something may have disrupted the balance. Seek the aid of the Willow-Wisp. She may shed light on this mystery." Thanking Sylvan, the trio continued their journey, guided by the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft glow of morning light filtering through the canopy. Lila and Finn marveled at the beauty around them, their spirits buoyed by the adventure. As they reached the edge of the whispering river, a delicate figure emerged from the mist. It was the Willow-Wisp, a graceful spirit of the forest, her form as ethereal as moonlight. Her eyes were pools of tranquil blue, and she moved with the fluid grace of a breeze. "Welcome, dear travelers," the Willow-Wisp greeted them with a voice like a gentle breeze. "I have sensed the disturbance in the forest's harmony. A new creature has taken residence near the glimmering glade, and its sorrow has dimmed the light of the fireflies." Intrigued, Bramble, Lila, and Finn thanked the Willow-Wisp and set their sights on the glimmering glade. As they traversed the winding paths, they pondered the creature's sorrow and how they might help. Upon reaching the glade, they found a small, forlorn dragon with scales the color of autumn leaves. The dragon's eyes were downcast, and a soft, melancholy hum resonated from him, enveloping the glade in a gentle sadness. Bramble approached the dragon with kindness. "Greetings, friend. We are here to help. What troubles you?" The dragon looked up, his eyes filled with a deep longing. "I am Ember," he sighed. "I wandered here from a distant land, seeking warmth and companionship, but my presence seems to have unsettled the harmony, and I fear I have caused the fireflies to flee." Leela, with her bright eyes, stepped forward. "You are not alone, Ember. we can help you find your place here, where you belong. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a golden glow, Bramble, Lila, and Finn invited Ember to join them in the village. They introduced him to the villagers, who welcomed him with open arms, their kindness like a balm to his weary heart. With Ember's spirits lifted, the fireflies returned to Moon Hollow, their gentle light once again shimmering like stars in the night sky. The village thrummed with joy and laughter, the air alive with the gentle hum of friendship and warmth. As the evening drew to a close and the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Bramble, Lila, and Finn sat with Ember beneath the ancient oaks. The gentle crackle of the fireplace in Bramble's burrow was mirrored by the twinkling fireflies outside, casting a cozy, comforting glow over the village. "Remember," Bramble murmured softly, "we are all threads in the tapestry of this world. When we weave together with kindness and understanding, we create a place where everyone belongs." And with that, the whispering woods sighed a contented lullaby, cradling Moon Hollow in its embrace, where dreams floated on the wings of fireflies and peace reigned eternal. Story 55. In a forest where the whispering trees stretched tall and proud, their leaves shimmering in hues of emerald and gold, a hidden world thrived beneath the dappled sunlight. This was a place where time meandered, like the gentle streams that wound their way through mossy stones and fern-covered banks. Here, the natural creatures lived in harmony, their lives woven intricately with the rhythm of the seasons. As the first hint of dawn brushed the horizon with soft pinks and purples, a gentle rustling began to stir among the forest floor. Dew-kissed leaves glistened, and a sweet, earthy scent rose from the soil, mingling with the crisp morning air. It was the time of the autumnal gathering, a revered tradition where creatures big and small came together to celebrate the turning of the seasons and to share wisdom that had been passed down through countless generations. Sitting at the heart of the forest was a grand old oak, its branches sprawling like welcoming arms. The oak was ancient, its bark etched with the stories of time, and within its hollow trunk was a gathering space for the council of creatures. This year, as every year, the wise owl, known for her golden eyes that seemed to hold the secrets of the moon, presided over the assembly. As creatures of all kinds assembled around the oak, the air filled with the gentle hum of conversation. Squirrels chattered excitedly, their bushy tails flicking as they shared tales of their summer adventures. Rabbits, with their soft, velvety coats, nibbled on clover while exchanging news about the forest's changing landscape. Even the shy deer emerged from the shadows, their big, gentle eyes reflecting the warm amber of the rising sun. Suddenly, a breeze rustled through the leaves, carrying with it the cool scent of approaching autumn. The creatures quieted, turning their attention to the wise owl perched on a high branch. Her feathers were mottled with the colors of dusk, and as she spread her wings, silence descended across the clearing. "Dear friends," the owl began, her voice as smooth as the lullaby of a babbling brook, "we gather once more as the seasons shift, bringing with them changes we must embrace. As the leaves turn and the air grows crisp, let us remember the balance we must maintain." The creatures nodded, understanding the importance of her words. They knew that with the changing seasons came new challenges, but also opportunities to grow and renew. An old tortoise, whose shell was a patchwork of lichen and moss, spoke next. His voice was slow and steady, like the steady drip of rain from the forest canopy. "We have seen many seasons pass, and with each we learn anew. The forest is our home, and it thrives because we listen and respect its needs." A young fox, his fur a vibrant russet and eyes sparkling with curiosity, stepped forward. "How can we ensure that the forest continues to flourish?" he asked, his voice filled with youthful eagerness. The owl nodded approvingly at the fox's question. "By observing and preserving the delicate balance within our world," she replied. "The trees provide us shelter and food, the streams quench our thirst, and the soil nurtures our roots. We must give back what we take, whether through planting seeds, clearing debris, or simply treading lightly upon the earth." As the discussion continued, the sun climbed higher, dappling the forest floor with warm light. The creatures shared stories of their efforts to care for their shared home. The beavers spoke of the new dam they had built, which created a pond that attracted a chorus of frogs and dragonflies. The bees buzzed proudly about their efforts to pollinate the wildflowers, ensuring the meadow remained a sea of color and scent. Amidst these tales, a tiny mouse, her voice as soft as the whisper of the wind through the grass, shared her own story. "In my small way," she said, "I gather seeds and berries, spreading them as I travel. Though I am but one, I know that my actions, when joined with yours, weave the fabric of our forest's life." The owl listened with a wise smile, her heart warmed by the unity and care demonstrated by each creature. She knew that the wisdom passed down through the years was in safe hands. As the sun began its gentle descent, painting the sky in shades of coral and lavender, the gathering came to a peaceful close. The creatures dispersed, their hearts and minds filled with renewed purpose and hope. They knew that the forest's magic lay not just in its beauty, but in the harmony that existed between them. In the days that followed, the forest buzzed with activity. The squirrels busily collected acorns, tucking them away for the winter months. The birds sang songs of farewell to the gentle breeze of autumn, knowing that soon the air would bite with the chill of winter. The foxes and deer moved gracefully through the underbrush, leaving no trace of their passage except for the soft imprint of paws and hooves on the earth. One evening, as a gentle mist settled over the forest, a rainbow appeared, stretching like a bridge of light across the sky. It was a rare and magical phenomenon, signaling the forest's approval of its inhabitants' efforts to maintain balance and harmony. The creatures gathered once more, drawn by the rainbow's ethereal glow. Standing beneath its arch, they felt a deep connection to the forest and to each other. The owl, her eyes reflecting the colors of the rainbow, spoke softly. "This is a sign, dear friends, that we are not alone. The magic of our forest is alive because of the love and care we give it." As the rainbow faded, replaced by the twinkling stars, the creatures returned to their homes, their hearts light and their spirits lifted. They understood that while they were small, their collective efforts created a powerful force that sustained their world. And so the forest continued to thrive, a haven of peace and balance, where the hidden lives of natural creatures unfolded in a symphony of harmony. The wisdom passed down through the generations remained a guiding light, ensuring that this enchanted place would endure for those who came after. In the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, life went on, boundless and beautiful. And as the seasons turned, the creatures cherished the simple truth that in unity they found strength, and in harmony they found home. Story 56. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees formed a cathedral of emerald green, there lived a community of creatures bound by the threads of magic and nature. The forest, known to its inhabitants as the Whispering Wood, was a place of serene beauty and timeless wonder. Its air was filled with the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle babble of crystal-clear streams, where dappled sunlight danced on water as pure as the sky. In this enchanted realm, the creatures lived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of their elders and the rhythm of the seasons. There was a gentle deer named Leora, whose coat shimmered like the morning mist. Her eyes were as deep and knowing as the forest itself. Leora was beloved by all for her kindness and gentle heart, always ready to lend a helping hoof or a listening ear. One spring morning, when the air was crisp with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the song of the robins heralded the day, Leora awoke to a sense of unease. The forest seemed quieter than usual, as if holding its breath in anticipation. She decided to seek out her friend, a wise old owl named Alder, who nested in the ancient oak that stood at the center of the Whispering Wood. As Leora approached the towering oak, its bark rough and gnarled like the hands of time, she heard the soft rustle of Alder's wings. The owl descended gracefully, landing beside her with a soft hoot. "Leora, my dear," Alder greeted, his voice a gentle murmur like the breeze through the leaves. "I sense you have a question that weighs on your heart." "Yes, Alder," Leora replied, her voice as soft as the whispering wind. "The forest feels different today, as if something is amiss. Do you feel it too?" Alder nodded, his golden eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "Indeed, there is a change in the air. The balance of our home is shifting, and we must discover why." With Alder perched on her back, Leora ventured deeper into the forest, following a path that wound through thickets of ferns and clusters of wild violets that nodded gently in the breeze. The trees stood tall and wise, their leaves a tapestry of greens and golds, whispering secrets to those who listened closely. As they walked, they encountered a bustling squirrel named Pippin, whose tail fluffed like a cloud of cinnamon. Pippin was known for his boundless energy and curiosity, always darting through the trees with a playful chatter. "Leora, Alder, where are you off to on such a fine morning?" Pippin called out, pausing his acorn gathering to join them. "We're seeking the source of a disturbance in the forest," Leora explained, her voice calm and reassuring. Pippin's eyes widened with excitement. "A mystery. May I come along to help?" "Of course, young one," Alder replied with a wise nod. "Your keen senses may be of great use to us." Together, the trio journeyed through the forest, their path leading them to a secluded glen, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees. At the center of the glen stood a crystal-clear pond, its surface reflecting the sky like a mirror. As they approached, Leora noticed something unusual. The pond's waters, usually so tranquil, were rippling with an unnatural energy, as if disturbed by an unseen force. A single water lily floated on its surface, its petals glowing with an ethereal light. Alder's eyes shone with understanding. "This is the Pond of Seasons, where the magic of nature flows freely. It seems the balance has been disrupted." "But why?" Pippin asked, his voice a curious whisper. "Perhaps the answer lies in the changes brought by the seasons themselves," Alder mused. "Let us seek the wisdom of the four winds, the guardians of our land." With resolve in their hearts, the companions set out once more, venturing to the edge of the forest, where the ancient oaks gave way to open meadows. Here, the winds played freely, carrying the scents of distant lands and the songs of faraway places. As they stood in the meadows, the sky above painted with hues of gold and azure, the four winds appeared before them, swirling in a dance of elemental grace. Each wind was a spirit of the seasons, embodying the essence of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The spring wind spoke first, her voice like the gentle patter of rain on new leaves. "I bring life and renewal, yet this year my balance has been disrupted by the lingering chill of winter." The summer wind followed, her laughter warm and vibrant as the sun's embrace. "The heat I bring was delayed, causing the blooms to wither before their time." The autumn wind's voice was a rustling of fallen leaves, rich with the scent of harvest. "The bounty of my season was sparse, the animals struggled to gather their stores." Finally, the winter wind, icy yet gentle, spoke with a sigh like snowflakes settling on a quiet landscape. "My chill lingered too long, holding the forest in a grip it was not meant to endure." Understanding dawned on Leora, her heart filled with the wisdom of the winds. "The balance of our seasons has been disrupted, causing this unrest in our forest." "Indeed," Alder agreed, his voice a calm echo. "To restore harmony, we must work together, each of us playing our part." With a newfound purpose, the creatures of the Whispering Wood banded together to heal their home. Leora and her friends spread seeds of wildflowers and grasses, encouraging new growth to flourish. Pippin gathered acorns and nuts, sharing them with those in need, while Alder shared stories of ancient wisdom to guide their actions. As the days passed, the forest responded to their efforts, slowly returning to its natural balance. The air grew sweeter with the scent of blooming flowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves formed a symphony of peace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and lavender, Leora stood at the edge of the pond once more. Beside her, Alder and Pippin watched as the water's surface stilled, reflecting the calm and harmony they had worked to restore. "The balance of our forest is a delicate dance," Alder said, his voice a soothing lullaby. "Though challenges may arise, we have the wisdom and friendship to overcome them." Leora nodded, her heart full of gratitude for the forest and its creatures. "Together, we are stronger than any storm." As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the creatures of the Whispering Wood settled into a peaceful slumber, lulled by the gentle song of the breeze and the comfort of knowing their world was once again in harmony. And so the forest whispered its timeless tales, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the magic of nature. Story 57. In a quaint, sun-dappled village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a little corner shop known as the Curiosity Nook. This shop was unlike any other, for its shelves were filled with peculiar trinkets and age-old relics, each with a story as vibrant as the village itself. The shop, with its warm wooden beams and gabled roof, was run by a kindly old gentleman named Mr. Alder. His eyes twinkled like the stars on a clear night, and his presence exuded an aura of gentle wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, a soft breeze rustled the golden leaves that blanketed the cobblestone streets, and a young girl named Lila wandered into the Curiosity Nook. Lila was known for her boundless curiosity, and the way her imagination danced like sunlight on water. Her visits to Mr. Alder's shop were frequent, each time hoping to uncover a new tale, hidden in the shop's myriad treasures. As she stepped inside, a little bell above the door chimed with a sweet, melodious ring. The cozy warmth of the shop enveloped her, and the scent of old books and polished wood filled the air. Lila greeted Mr. Alder with a shy smile, and he nodded warmly from behind the counter, where he was busy sorting through a collection of curious old maps. "Good morning, Lila," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What wonders are you hoping to find today?" Lila shrugged playfully, her eyes already darting about the room. "Something magical," she replied, as she always did. Mr. Alder chuckled softly. "Well, magic is often found in the most unexpected places," he mused, gesturing towards a small, dusty box tucked away on a high shelf. "Perhaps you might find some in there." Intrigued, Leela carefully retrieved the box, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the light. As she opened it, she discovered a delicate necklace with a pendant shaped like a tiny, glistening seashell. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, and as she touched it, a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips. "That," Mr. Alder explained, "is the whispering shell. Legend has it that it grants the wearer the ability to hear the thoughts of the sea." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "The sea's thoughts?" she echoed, her voice tinged with awe. "Indeed," Mr. Alder nodded. "But remember, true magic lies not in what you hear, but in how you listen." With the whispering shell nestled safely around her neck, Lila embarked on her journey to the nearby coast, where the sea met the sky in a serene embrace. The path was lined with wildflowers, their petals swaying gently in the breeze, as if whispering secrets of their own. As she walked, she was accompanied by an unlikely pair. Pip, a cheerful squirrel with a penchant for acorns, and Mina, a wise old crow with feathers as black as midnight. Pip chattered incessantly about the best places to find acorns, while Mina spoke in measured tones about the mysteries of the world. Together they made a peculiar trio, each step a dance between light-hearted banter and quiet reflection. When they reached the sandy shores, the sea greeted them with a soft, rhythmic murmur. Lila stood at the water's edge, the cool waves lapping at her feet, and closed her eyes. She clutched the whispering shell, feeling its gentle pulse, and listened. At first, there was only the sound of the waves, a soothing symphony of ebb and flow. But then, beneath the surface, she heard a soft, melodic hum, a song of the sea, filled with ancient wisdom and unspoken dreams. As she listened, the sea spoke of its longing for peace, its joy in the dance of the tides, and its sadness for the shores it could no longer touch. Lila's heart swelled with the beauty of it all, and she realized that the sea, like herself, held stories waiting to be shared and understood. But it was not the voice of the sea that truly changed her. It was the silence in between, the space where understanding blossomed. Mina, perched on a driftwood branch, watched Leela with wise, knowing eyes. "The sea has much to teach those who listen," she croaked softly. "But wisdom is not only in hearing, it is in understanding." Pip, ever cheerful, scampered up to Lila's shoulder and nuzzled her cheek. "Isn't it wonderful?" he chirped. "The sea is like a big, endless story." Lila smiled, feeling a deep sense of connection not only to the sea but to her companions and the world around her. She understood now that her journey was not just about discovering magic, but about seeing the magic in everything and everyone. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the water, Lila, Pip, and Mina made their way back to the village. The path was now familiar, yet somehow different, as if each step was a new story waiting to unfold. Back in the warmth of the Curiosity Nook, Lila returned the whispering shell to its box, her heart filled with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Alder, she said softly. I think I found exactly what I needed. Mr. Alder smiled, his eyes twinkling once more. Magic, he said gently, is often found when we open our hearts to the world. That night, as Lila lay in bed, the soft murmur of the sea lingered in her mind, a comforting lullaby that eased her into dreams. She knew her journey had only just begun, and with Pip and Mina by her side, there were countless wonders yet to explore. And so, in the little village where the ordinary was often extraordinary, Lila's heart remained open, forever listening to the whispers of the world and finding magic in the most unexpected places. Story 58. In a galaxy far, far away where stars twinkled like diamond dust across the endless expanse, there lived a young creature named Zyla. With her iridescent scales and delicate wings, she was a member of the celestial flyers, a species known for their grace and wisdom. One fateful day, Zyla's exploratory flight took an unexpected turn when her navigation system malfunctioned, sending her spiraling down to an unfamiliar planet. As she crash-landed amid a field of towering flora, she found herself face to face with a peculiar being, a furry, four-legged creature named Grunk. Grunk, a member of the Terran species, was initially startled by Zyla's otherworldly appearance. His kind had never encountered beings from beyond their planet, and he regarded her with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. "What are you?" Grunk asked, his voice gruff but tinged with wonder. Zyla, still shaken from her tumultuous landing, replied with a tremor in her melodic voice, "I am a celestial flyer from the Azure constellation. My name is Zyla." Grunk scratched his head, perplexed by her strange way of speaking. "Well, Zyla, you're a long way from home. This is Terra, and we don't see many celestial flyers around here." Thus began an unlikely friendship, forged by circumstance and tested by misunderstandings. Zyla's attempts to communicate were often met with confusion, as her poetic turn of phrase and celestial references went over Grunk's head. In turn, Grunk's blunt manner and earthly idioms left Zyla bewildered. Yet as they journeyed together, seeking a way to repair Zyla's spacecraft and return her to her celestial home, they slowly learned to appreciate each other's differences. Zyla marveled at Grunk's practical knowledge of the land, his ability to navigate the rugged terrain and find sustenance in the most unexpected places. Grunk, in turn, was captivated by Zyla's ethereal grace and her profound observations about the cosmos. Their shared challenges brought them closer together. When Zyla's delicate wings became entangled in the thorny undergrowth, it was Grunk who gently freed her, his calloused paws surprisingly gentle. And when Grunk found himself trapped in a muddy ravine, Zyla's quick thinking and aerodynamic skills helped lift him to safety. As they faced perilous situations and narrow escapes, their bond deepened. Zyla taught Grunk to appreciate the beauty of the night sky, pointing out constellations and sharing tales of celestial lore. Grunk, in turn, showed Zyla the wonders of the natural world, introducing her to the intricate dance of life that unfolded beneath their feet. In those quiet moments, when they huddled together under the starry canopy, they realized that their differences were not barriers but bridges, pathways to understanding and growth. Zyla learned the value of practicality and resilience, while Grunk discovered the joy of contemplation and wonder. Finally, after many trials and tribulations, they located Zyla's spacecraft, miraculously intact. As she prepared to embark on her journey home, Zyla turned to Grunk, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. "My dear friend," she said, her voice trembling with emotion, "our paths may diverge, but the bond we have forged will transcend the vast expanse of space and time. You have shown me the true meaning of friendship, a connection that transcends physical form and unites our spirits in a tapestry of understanding." Grunk, his gruff exterior melted by Zyla's words, nuzzled her affectionately. "You've opened my eyes to the wonders of the cosmos, Zyla. I'll never forget you, my celestial companion." With a final embrace, Zyla took to the skies, her iridescent wings catching the starlight as she soared into the infinite unknown. And though their physical forms parted ways, their spirits remained intertwined, a shining example of how friendship can bridge the vastest of divides and illuminate the path to understanding and growth. Story 59. In a universe cradled by the endless tapestry of stars, there existed a small, vibrant planet named Lumara. Lumara was known for its shimmering azure forests and skies that blushed with hues of lavender and gold at twilight. Among its many wonders, the planet was home to creatures known as the seraphs, beings of gentle grace with soft, silvery skin that glowed faintly under the moonlight. Seraphs lived in harmony with nature, their voices as melodious as the wind through the crystal leaves. Across the vast cosmic ocean lay another planet, starkly different from Lumara. This was Jorak, a rugged world of crimson sands and towering rock spires. Life on Jorak was hardy, and its inhabitants, the Corvins, were equally robust. They were creatures of strength, their skin a deep mottled orange and their eyes like polished obsidian. The Corvins valued courage above all else, and their laughter was as hearty as their footsteps were heavy. One fateful day, a seraph named Nira and a Corvin named Thrawn found themselves destined for a journey neither could have foreseen. Nira, with her wings glistening in the Lumaran sunlight, had always been curious about the stars. Her heart longed to see what lay beyond the azure forests. Thrawn, on the other hand, had always yearned for adventure beyond the crimson sands of his home. His spirit was as fiery as the Jorak sun, and he dreamed of discovering new lands and forging new paths. Their story began when a cosmic storm, fierce and unpredictable, swept through the galaxy. The storm's tempestuous winds carried their separate, small spacecraft far from their intended paths, and brought them both to a gentle crash landing on an unfamiliar moon, its surface a quilt of lush greenery and blooming flowers. As Nira emerged from her vessel, her wings unfurling in the moon's soft glow, she was met by the sight of a towering figure. Thrawn, arm raised in a defensive stance, stood before her, his eyes wide with surprise and suspicion. The air between them crackled with the tension of two worlds colliding. At first, communication was difficult. Nira's voice was lilting and soft, while Thrawn's speech was deep and rumbling. Misunderstandings were frequent as they tried to convey their intentions. Thrawn, misinterpreting Nira's gentle gestures, believed she was casting some kind of spell, and Nira feared Thrawn's booming voice hid a threat. But necessity is a powerful teacher. They needed each other to survive on this unfamiliar moon. Their first shared challenge came with the arrival of the moon's night, which brought a chill neither had anticipated. Without shelter, they would succumb to the cold. Through gestures and simple words, they worked together, gathering fallen branches and leaves to build a modest shelter. As they huddled together beneath their makeshift canopy, the warmth of their bodies a comfort against the night, a tentative understanding began to form. Nira, sensing Thrawn's discomfort, rested her wing gently against his arm, a gesture of peace. Thrawn, in turn, offered Nira a piece of rations from his pack, a gesture of sharing. In the days that followed, they faced many challenges. The moon, with its shifting landscapes and peculiar creatures, tested them at every turn. There was the time they encountered the songbirds with feathers that shimmered like rainbows. The birds sang tunes that were almost hypnotic, and it was Nira's knowledge of melody that broke their spell, guiding them away from danger. Another time, a sudden storm threatened to wash away their camp. Thrawn's strength and quick thinking saved them as he used his might to anchor their shelter against the fierce winds, while Nira's wings shielded them from the worst of the rain. With each trial they learned more about each other. Nira discovered that beneath Thrawn's gruff exterior lay a heart as warm as the Jorak sun. Thrawn, in turn, saw the quiet strength in Nira's gentle nature, her wisdom a beacon in the darkness. Their growing friendship blossomed like the moon's flowers, resilient and beautiful. They began to understand each other's languages, not just the spoken words, but the unspoken gestures and expressions that spoke volumes. They laughed together, a sound that echoed through the moon's valleys like the sweetest harmony. As the days turned into weeks, they found themselves no longer just surviving, but thriving. They explored the moon together, delighting in its wonders. Thrawn taught Nira how to climb the tallest trees to see the landscape spread out below, and Nira showed Thrawn how to listen to the whispers of the wind, finding direction even in the most confusing terrain. One evening, as they sat by a small fire, their eyes reflecting the dancing flames, Thrawn spoke, his voice thoughtful and warm. "You know, Nira, I never imagined I would find a friend in someone so different from myself. You have shown me that strength comes in many forms." Nira smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars. And you, Thrawn, have taught me that courage is not just about facing danger, but about opening one's heart to the unknown. Their journey taught them both a profound lesson, that friendship transcends the boundaries of worlds and species. It is built on trust and understanding, on the willingness to learn and grow together. Eventually, the cosmic storm's effects waned, and their respective fleets found them, guiding their spacecraft back to their home planets. As they prepared to say goodbye, Nira and Thrawn stood together on a hill overlooking the moon's vast landscape, a place that had become a home of sorts. "Promise me," Thrawn said, his voice a gentle rumble, "that we will meet again." Nira nodded, her wings shimmering in the twilight. "We will, my friend. The stars will guide us." And so, they parted ways, each returning to their world, their hearts fuller for the bond they had forged. Though they were once strangers from distant lands, they left as companions who had discovered the true meaning of friendship, that it is not the differences that divide us, but the shared experiences that unite us. As the years passed, the story of Nira and Thrawn became a legend told by many across the stars. It was a tale of unlikely companions brought together by chance, who learned that kindness and understanding can bridge even the widest of gaps. And in the quiet moments of their respective worlds, they would look up at the night sky, the stars whispering of a friend on a distant planet, and feel the warmth of their shared journey once more. Story 60. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering pines, there lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was a curious soul, with eyes the color of the summer sky and a heart as open as the fields that stretched beyond his home. He spent his days exploring nature's wonders, always finding joy in the simplest of things. One misty morning, as the sun began its gentle ascent over the horizon, Finn wandered into the woods behind his cottage. The air was crisp and fragrant with the scent of dew-kissed leaves. Birds serenaded the dawn with soft melodies, and the forest seemed to hum with a secret life of its own. As Finn meandered through the trees, he stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a small, intricately carved wooden box nestled among the roots of an ancient oak. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of stars and swirling vines, and it seemed to pulse with a gentle, inviting warmth. Intrigued, Finn knelt down and carefully opened the box. Inside he found a shimmering stone, unlike anything he had ever seen. It was a luminescent shade of blue, with glimmers of silver that danced across its surface like moonlight on water. As he held it in his hand, Finn felt a surge of energy, a tingling sensation that filled him with a sense of wonder and possibility. Realizing he had discovered something truly magical, Finn decided to visit the village elder, a wise and gentle woman named Mira, who lived in a cozy cottage filled with books and the soothing scent of herbs. Mira was known for her vast knowledge of the world and its mysteries, and Finn hoped she could shed light on the stone's secret. Mira welcomed Finn with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling like stars in the night sky. As he recounted his discovery and handed her the stone, Mira's expression grew thoughtful. She told Finn that the stone was known as the Heart of the Forest, a rare and ancient gift from nature itself. It had the power to reveal the hidden magic within ordinary things, but could only be used by those with pure intentions and a kind heart. Understanding the significance of his find, Finn felt a sense of responsibility settle upon his shoulders. Mira advised him to use the stone wisely, reminding him that true magic often lies not in the object itself, but in the heart of the one who wields it. With this newfound wisdom, Finn embarked on a journey to explore the forest, guided by the stone's gentle glow. Along the way, he encountered a variety of creatures, each with their own special gifts and personalities. There was Luna, a wise old owl with feathers like spun silver, who offered guidance with her soothing voice. Then there was Pippin, a playful squirrel whose laughter was as infectious as a bubbling brook, and who always managed to find the hidden paths through the dense thickets. As Finn ventured deeper into the forest, he found himself in a lush, verdant glade, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers. In the center of the glade stood a majestic waterfall, its waters cascading down with a melody as soft as a whisper. Here, Finn felt the magic of the stone resonate more strongly, as if the very land itself was alive with enchantment. It was in this serene haven that Finn faced his greatest challenge. A large, ancient tree at the edge of the glade was slowly withering, its leaves turning a sorrowful shade of brown. The forest creatures gathered around, their eyes filled with concern, for the tree was the heart of their home, a source of life and balance. Finn approached the tree, feeling the weight of the forest's hopes upon him. He held the heart of the forest aloft, and its light cascaded over the tree's gnarled trunk. But the stone alone could not mend the tree's ailment. Finn realized that what was needed was not force or power, but understanding and harmony. Remembering Mira's words, Finn closed his eyes and listened to the whispers of the forest. He understood that the tree was suffering because it felt disconnected, isolated from the life that thrived around it. Finn spoke softly to the tree, sharing the love and gratitude that he had felt for the forest since he was a child. He invited the creatures to join him, and together they sang a gentle song of unity and hope. As their voices harmonized, the stone's light grew brighter, enveloping the tree in a warm embrace. Slowly, the leaves turned from brown to vibrant green, and the tree's branches stretched outward, full of life and promise once more. The forest rejoiced, and Finn felt a deep sense of fulfillment. He had learned that true magic lies in the connections we nurture and the understanding we share with the world around us. With his heart full of gratitude, Finn returned to Willowbrook, where he continued to explore the wonders of nature, always guided by the gentle light of the heart of the forest. And in the evenings, when the stars twinkled like diamonds against the velvet sky, he would sit by the fire and share his tales of adventure and discovery, bringing warmth and joy to all who listened. Thus, Finn's journey came to an end, leaving behind a legacy of kindness and wisdom that would inspire generations to come. And the heart of the forest, now safely tucked away in its wooden box, awaited another curious soul who would one day uncover its magic and continue the story anew. Story 61. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the velvety folds of the Whispering Woods, there was a quaint little village called Willowbrook. The village was a place where magic gently wove through everyday life, like the soft threads of a tapestry. Lanterns glowed with a warm golden light that never waned, and flowers bloomed in colors more vibrant than a painter's palette. In this peaceful village lived a young girl named Ira. She had bright eyes that sparkled with curiosity and a heart as kind as a summer breeze. Ira loved nothing more than exploring the woods that surrounded Willowbrook, always accompanied by her faithful friend, Bramble, a wise old squirrel with fur the color of autumn leaves. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Ira noticed something peculiar. The village's river, usually a gentle, babbling companion, had grown eerily silent. Its waters, once clear and shimmering, now stood still and murky. Ira's heart whispered that something was amiss, and she knew she had to uncover the mystery behind the river's silence. With Bramble perched on her shoulder, she set off along the riverbank, her footsteps soft on the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, and the scent of pine and earth wrapped around them like a comforting shawl. Ira paused every now and then, listening to the whispers of the forest. She noticed that the birds, usually so chatty, were quiet too, as if waiting for something to happen. "Do you feel it too, Bramble?" Ira asked softly. "Yes," Bramble chattered, his eyes scanning the shadows. "It's as if the forest is holding its breath." They continued their journey until they reached the heart of the woods, where an ancient willow tree stood, its branches heavy with secrets. Beneath its sweeping boughs sat Eldrin, the wise old owl. His feathers were as white as moonlight, and his eyes held the wisdom of ages. "Ira, dear child," Eldrin hooted softly, "what brings you to the heart of the woods on this quiet evening?" "The river, Eldrin," Ira replied, her voice tinged with concern. "It has grown silent and still. I fear something is wrong." Eldrin nodded, his eyes thoughtful. "The river is enchanted, a gift from the forest to the village. Perhaps its magic has been disturbed." Ira's brow furrowed. "But how can we restore it?" "Seek the help of the river's guardian," Eldrin advised. "She knows the river's heart, for she dwells within its waters." With a nod of thanks, Ira and Bramble set off once more, following the river's winding path until they reached a secluded glade. There, the river's guardian, a gentle nymph named Lyra, lay resting on a bed of water lilies. Her eyes, the color of the river itself, opened as Ira approached. "Kind-hearted Ira," Lyra murmured, her voice like the tinkling of silver bells, "I sense you have come to aid the river." "Yes, Lyra," Ira said, kneeling beside her. "The river has fallen silent, and I wish to understand why." Lyra sighed, the sound like a soft breeze rustling through leaves. "A mischievous sprite has tangled the river's magic, causing it to sleep. Is there a way to awaken it?" Ira asked, determined to help. Lyra nodded. "The sprite hides in the shadows, fearing nothing but the light of friendship. Gather the villagers, share your warmth and kindness with the sprite, and its mischief will cease." Era thanked Lyra and hurried back to Willowbrook, her heart light with hope. She called upon her friends and neighbors, explaining the river's plight. Together, they formed a circle along the riverbank, their hands linked in a chain of camaraderie. As they sang songs of friendship and love, the air shimmered with a gentle magic. From the shadows emerged the sprite, its eyes wide with wonder at the warmth it felt. It danced among the villagers, its laughter like a tinkling stream. As the sprite's heart warmed, the river began to stir. It bubbled and flowed once more, its waters clear and bright, reflecting the joy of those who had gathered. The villagers cheered, and Ira's heart swelled with happiness. That night, as the stars twinkled above Willowbrook, Ira lay in bed, her heart at peace. She knew that even the smallest acts of kindness could awaken magic and restore harmony. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into dreams as gentle as the whispering river. And so, Willowbrook returned to its enchanting rhythm, its river singing once more, a reminder of the power of friendship and unity. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the ancient willow stood tall, its branches swaying in a melody only the forest could hear. Story 62. In a cozy village, nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young rabbit named Willow. She was a curious sort, with a knack for solving puzzles and an insatiable thirst for adventure. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow was preparing for bed, she heard a peculiar sound, a soft tapping at her window. Tiptoeing over, she pulled back the curtain to find a tiny glowing sprite hovering outside. The sprite motioned frantically, as if asking to be let in. Willow unlatched the window, and the sprite zipped inside, leaving a sparkling trail in its wake. It circled Willow's head, emitting a series of tinkling chimes. Though she couldn't speak the sprite's language, Willow understood it was trying to convey a message of urgency. Wasting no time, Willow followed the sprite out into the night. It led her deep into the surrounding woods, where the trees seemed to watch with wise, ancient eyes. After winding through a maze of twisted roots and ferns, they arrived at the base of an ancient willow tree. The sprite motioned toward a hollow opening at the tree's base, where something was glowing with a warmly flickering light. As Willow peered inside, she gasped. There, cradled among the roots, lay a solitary firefly lantern, the same kind that had long provided light for the woodland paths. But this one had lost its soft effervescence and was sputtering weakly, as if running out of magic. Willow knew she had to act quickly. The firefly lanterns were vital for illuminating the forest at night, allowing its residents to travel safely. If this one went dark, the paths would be thrown into disarray. She gently lifted the lantern and carried it back to her burrow, the sprite following behind. Once home, Willow gathered her tools and books on woodland lore, determined to revive the lantern's fading light. She tried everything from grinding wildflower petals to sprinkling dewdrops from the first frost, but nothing seemed to work. With each failed attempt, the lantern's glow dimmed further. Just when she was about to give up hope, Willow's eyes fell upon an ancient tome tucked away on her bookshelf. Its pages contained secrets of the forest's magic, including ways to rejuvenate mystical objects that had lost their power. One method described using starlight gathered on the night of a full moon. Excited by this revelation, Willow waited for the next full moon to rise. As its brilliant rays spilled across the land, she carefully opened the lantern's tiny glass panes and allowed the lunar glow to fill its chambers. Holding her breath, she sealed the lantern shut once more. At first, nothing happened. Then, ever so slowly, the lantern began to flicker with warm light. Its radiance steadily grew, surging through the glass in sparkling waves, until it shone as brilliantly as the night it was first lit. Willow let out a cheer of triumph, joined by the sprite's jubilant tinkling. From that night onward, the firefly lantern regained its rightful place among the forest paths, its friendly light guiding any who needed it. And Willow earned a new respect among the woodland creatures, who regarded her as a clever friend indeed. For on the night of each full moon, when the lantern's magic began to fade once more, Willow was there to gather the starlight and restore its divine glow, ensuring that even in the darkest nights, the warm illumination of an old woodland friend would never be extinguished. Story 63. In the quaint village of Thistledown, nestled between rolling hills and sprawling fields of lavender, there lived a young girl named Mira. Her eyes sparkled like the morning dew, and her heart was as open as the sky above. Each day, Mira would wander through the meadows and whisper to the wind, hoping to uncover the secrets of the world around her. One crisp autumn morning, while exploring the farthest corner of the meadow, Mira stumbled upon an old, weathered chest half buried beneath a carpet of golden leaves. The chest was adorned with intricate carvings of vines and stars that seemed to twinkle in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity tingled in her fingertips as she reached forward and lifted the heavy lid. Inside, nestled among faded silks and forgotten trinkets, lay a curious item, a small, exquisitely carved wooden flute. Mira picked it up, feeling a peculiar warmth emanate from the polished wood. As she held it to her lips and blew softly, a melody like a whispered breeze filled the air, and with it, the world around her seemed to shimmer and blur. Suddenly, she found herself standing in a place unlike any she had ever known. The meadow had transformed into a vast, enchanted forest, where the leaves glowed with iridescent hues, and the air was filled with the soft hum of magic. Though it was strange and new, the forest felt welcoming, as if it had been waiting for her. Mira set off along a winding path, the flute tucked safely in her pocket. As she walked, the gentle rustling of the leaves seemed to guide her footsteps. Soon, she encountered a pair of companions, a wise old owl with feathers like silver moonlight, and a playful squirrel whose fur was the deep, rich brown of autumn acorns. "Welcome, Mira," hooted the owl, his eyes twinkling with ancient knowledge. "We have been expecting you." The squirrel chittered in agreement, bounding from branch to branch with a joyful energy. "Yes, yes! You're here to solve the mystery of the flute, aren't you?" Mira nodded, feeling a sense of purpose swell within her. "But how? I don't even know where to begin." The owl spread his wings and gestured to the forest around them. "This place is full of wonders and wisdom. Let your heart guide you, and listen closely to the whispers of the trees." With newfound determination, Mira continued her journey, accompanied by her new friends. They led her to a glistening brook that sang a lilting tune as it danced over smooth stones. Sitting by the water's edge, Mira closed her eyes and listened, letting the music of the forest fill her senses. Gradually, she began to understand that the flute was not just an instrument of sound, but a key to understanding the language of the natural world. Every note she played brought a deeper connection to the life around her, revealing the stories and emotions of the trees, the streams, and the creatures who called the forest home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, Mira and her companions arrived at the heart of the forest, a grand ancient tree whose roots wove into the earth like the threads of time itself. Here they found a challenge awaiting them, a puzzle of light and shadow cast by the moon's gentle glow. The owl fluttered to Mira's shoulder. "This puzzle can only be solved by those who see with their hearts." Mira studied the patterns, her mind open and her spirit calm. She began to play the flute, letting its magic guide her. The notes danced through the air, weaving a melody that seemed to draw the shadows into harmony with the light. Slowly, the puzzle revealed its secret, a path of moonbeams leading to a hidden grove. In the grove, Mira found a circle of stones, each inscribed with glowing runes. Together with her friends, she realized the runes told the story of the flute, a tale of unity and understanding between all living things. By playing the flute, Mira was not just creating music, she was forging a bond between worlds. As the night deepened, Mira felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was time to return to Thistledown to share the wisdom she had gained. With a final, heartfelt melody, she closed her eyes and felt the forest's magic wrap around her like a warm embrace. When she opened her eyes again, she was back in the meadow, the old chest by her side. The flute, however, was no longer just an object of wood and carvings. It was a part of her, a reminder of the journey she had taken and the friends she had made. From that day on, Mira carried the melody of the forest in her heart, using its gentle wisdom to guide her in all things. And though the enchanted forest remained a secret to the rest of the world, its magic lived on through Mira, in the stories she shared and the kindness she spread. As the years passed, Mira grew into a wise and beloved storyteller, her tales filled with the wonder and warmth of the enchanted forest. And every evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the people of Thistledown would gather around her, eager to hear the music of the flute in her gentle, soothing voice, a melody of friendship, understanding, and the quiet magic that binds us all. Story 64. Once upon a time, in the sleepy village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst the rolling hills and whispering pines, there was a quaint little bookshop known as the Quill and Feather. The shop was not just any ordinary bookstore. It was an enchanted haven where stories seemed to leap off the pages, and every book held a promise of adventure and wonder. The shop was lovingly tended by an elderly gentleman named Mr. Wren, whose eyes twinkled with the light of countless tales. He was a kind soul, always ready with a warm smile and a cup of herbal tea for weary travelers. Mr. Wren had a secret that he shared only with those he sensed were worthy, an old, weathered quill that had the power to bring stories to life. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the gentle breeze, a young girl named Lila wandered into the shop. Lila was a curious soul, her heart filled with dreams and her mind with questions. She was immediately drawn to the quill, which sat in a glass case by the window, shimmering in the afternoon light like a forgotten star. "What's so special about this quill?" Lila asked, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet shop. Mr. Wren chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of pages. "Ah, my dear, this is no ordinary quill. It has a touch of magic, you see, but it only reveals its wonders to those with a true heart and a thirst for discovery." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "May I see what it can do?" With a knowing smile, Mr. Wren carefully retrieved the quill and handed it to her. "Remember, Lila, the quill will only guide you. The magic lies within you." As her fingers closed around the quill, Lila felt a gentle warmth spreading through her, like the first rays of dawn. She opened a blank journal that lay on the counter, and as she began to write, the words shimmered and danced across the page. In the blink of an eye, Lila found herself standing at the edge of an enchanted forest, the air filled with the sweet scent of pine and the distant melody of a babbling brook. She was not alone. By her side was a wise old owl named Oliver, whose feathers were as soft as the clouds above. "Welcome, young dreamer," Oliver hooted softly, his voice deep and soothing. "This is the Forest of Whispers, where stories come alive and dreams take flight." Lila gazed around in awe, her heart swelling with the beauty of it all. "What must I do here?" she asked, her voice filled with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Oliver fluffed his feathers thoughtfully. "There is a tale waiting to be found, a mystery that needs unraveling. But beware, the path is not always clear, and the answers lie in the whispers of the forest." With Oliver as her guide, Lila embarked on a journey deeper into the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like liquid gold, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss and vibrant wildflowers. Along the way, they encountered a playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as contagious as springtime joy, and a gentle deer named Mira, whose eyes held the wisdom of the ages. Together they formed a merry band, each bringing their unique gifts to the journey. Finn's keen sense of direction, Mira's calming presence, and Oliver's vast knowledge proved invaluable as they navigated the winding paths and hidden glades. As they ventured further, they came upon a glistening pond, its surface as smooth as glass. Here the forest whispered its secrets, and Lila knew the answers she sought were within reach. Kneeling by the water's edge, she listened intently to the gentle murmurs carried by the wind. The challenge that lay before them was not one of strength, but of understanding. In the heart of the forest, a great oak tree stood, its branches reaching for the sky, its roots entwined with the earth. The tree, ancient and wise, held the key to the mystery, but it would only reveal its secrets to those who could hear its silent song. Lila closed her eyes, allowing the tranquility of the forest to wash over her. She remembered Mr. Wren's words, that the magic lay within. It was then she realized that the answers were not to be found in the questions, but in the stillness of her heart. Opening her eyes, she spoke softly to her companions. The tree speaks in silence. We must listen, not with our ears, but with our hearts. With newfound clarity, they sat together beneath the great oak, their hearts open to the whispers of the forest. Slowly, the tree's ancient song revealed its secrets, a tale of harmony and balance, of nature's gentle wisdom and the interconnectedness of all things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a warm golden glow, Lila and her friends understood the lesson the forest had to offer. It was a lesson of patience, of listening and understanding, of finding the magic within oneself. With hearts full of gratitude, they made their way back to the edge of the forest. Lila, holding the quill tightly, knew she had discovered something far more precious than she had ever imagined. Returning to the quill and feather, Lila recounted her adventure to Mr. Wren, her eyes alight with joy and wonder. The old man listened with a smile, his heart warmed by the girl's newfound wisdom. "You see, my dear," Mr. Wren said, his voice as gentle as the evening breeze, "the quill may have guided you, but it was your heart that led the way." And so, Lila's heart was forever touched by the magic of the quill and the whispers of the forest. She knew that no matter where her journey led, she carried the forest's wisdom within her, a gentle reminder that the greatest adventures are those of the heart. As she left the shop, the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, and the village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber. Lila walked home with a contented heart, the night air cool and crisp around her, knowing that she held a piece of magic inside her, one that would guide her through all the stories yet to come. And so, with dreams filled with wonder and the promise of new adventures, Lila drifted into a deep, restful sleep, the gentle whispers of the forest echoing softly in her dreams. The end. Story 65. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the moonlight danced on the leaves like silver whispers, there lay a quaint little village called Restful. The village was known for its warm cottages with thatched roofs, cobblestone paths lined with wildflowers, and the sweet scent of freshly baked bread wafting through the air. The villagers were a merry lot, always ready with a smile or a helping hand. One chilly autumn evening, as the sun dipped behind the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, a peculiar thing began to happen in Restful. The village's beloved lanterns, which lined the streets and glowed with a gentle, welcoming light, started to flicker mysteriously. They would dim and brighten without explanation, casting playful shadows that seemed to dance with a life of their own. This curious occurrence puzzled the villagers. The lanterns were crafted by the wise and kindly Master Lucan, who used the enchanted glowstones from the moonlit caverns. These stones were known for their steady, unwavering light, and never before had they behaved in such a whimsical manner. Concerned yet intrigued, the villagers gathered in the village square to discuss the matter. Among them was a thoughtful young girl named Rena, who had a knack for noticing what others might overlook. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her heart brimmed with kindness. "I wonder what could be causing this," Rena mused aloud as she sat on the edge of the fountain, her feet swinging gently above the cobblestones. "Perhaps it's the wind playing tricks," suggested old Mr. Tomlin, the baker, his cheeks flushed pink from the warmth of his oven. "Or maybe the glowstones need a bit of polishing," added Miss Lila, the seamstress, as she adjusted her spectacles. Rena listened quietly, her gaze drifting to the towering trees that bordered the village. They stood tall and silent, their leaves rustling softly in the breeze. An idea began to form in her mind, a gentle thought like a whisper on the wind. "I think we should visit the moonlit caverns," Rena proposed, her voice steady yet filled with wonder. "Perhaps the glowstones are trying to tell us something." The villagers exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. It was decided then that Rena, accompanied by her dear friend Leo, a gentle-hearted boy with a love for adventure and a keen sense of direction, would venture to the caverns the next day. As dawn broke, painting the village in a soft golden light. Rena and Leo set off on their journey. They walked through the whispering woods, where the path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and wildflowers. The forest was alive with the gentle sounds of chirping birds and the distant babbling of a brook. Along the way, they met Fennel, a wise and playful fox with eyes that gleamed like amber and a coat as red as autumn leaves. Fennel had often guided travelers through the woods, his knowledge of the forest paths unmatched. "Heading to the moonlit caverns, are you?" Fennel inquired with a knowing smile, his bushy tail swishing behind him. "Yes," Rena replied, a hint of excitement in her voice. "We hope to find out why the glowstones are flickering." Fennel nodded sagely. "The caverns hold many secrets. I shall lead you there safely." With Fennel trotting ahead, the trio continued their journey deeper into the woods. The trees grew taller, their trunks thick and ancient, and soon they reached the entrance of the moonlit caverns. The opening was draped with vines, and the air was cool and tinged with the scent of earth and mystery. Inside, the caverns glowed with a soft, ethereal light. The walls were studded with glowstones of every color, twinkling like stars in a night sky. As Rena and Leo marveled at the beauty around them, Fennel led them deeper into the caverns until they reached a chamber where the light shimmered with an unusual intensity. In the center of the chamber lay a pool of crystal-clear water, its surface rippling gently. Floating above the pool was a luminous creature, a serene, shimmering sprite known as Lyra. Her presence was calming, her light casting delicate patterns on the cavern walls. "Welcome, young ones," Lyra greeted them, her voice a melodic echo in the cavern. "I have been expecting you." Surprised yet comforted by her gentle demeanor, Rena stepped forward. "We came to understand why the glowstones in our village are flickering," she explained. Lyra smiled softly. "The stones are responding to a change in the forest, a magic that stirs anew. It is a magic of connection and harmony, urging the creatures of the wood and the village to unite." Rena and Leo exchanged thoughtful glances. "How can we help?" Leo asked, his curiosity piqued. "The glowstones wish to guide you," Lyra replied, gesturing towards the pool. "Listen to their whispers, and you shall find the way." As Rena and Leo gazed into the pool, the water shimmered and images began to form. They saw visions of the village and the woods, of villagers and forest creatures working together, building bridges, sharing stories, and planting seeds. Understanding dawned upon them like the first light of dawn. The flickering glowstones were a call for unity, a gentle reminder that the village and the forest were part of a greater whole. "We need to bring everyone together," Rena said softly, a smile spreading across her face. "To share and work as one." With gratitude, they thanked Lyra and Fennel and made their way back to Hearthsville. Upon their return, they gathered the villagers in the square and shared what they had learned. The villagers, inspired by the vision, began to reach out to the forest creatures. They organized gatherings where stories were shared, music was played, and laughter echoed through the trees. Together, they planted gardens that blossomed with vibrant flowers and fruits, and built pathways that connected the village and the woods. As the days passed, the flickering of the lanterns ceased, replaced by a warm, steady glow that illuminated the village with a newfound sense of harmony. The villagers and the creatures of the whispering woods flourished together, their bonds growing stronger with each passing day. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, amidst the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of the lanterns, Hearthsville thrived, a testament to the power of unity, kindness, and the enduring magic of friendship.